Show me, but you can't show me. 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 700 dash cams, body cams, whole fucking hood of eyewitness. Prosecutor give it to a grand jury, let a room full of crackers try to justify murder. Touch, we see, we saw. Black leaders try to tell me that the reason I'm a victim is my clothes too baggy, my pants keep.
I don't hear nothing. Hello? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I'm just taking some notes.
At least in jail right now, because you know what? If it was me or any of these people back here that shot and killed somebody, we would be in jail right now. We would be under the jail while our investigation is going on. But he gets to go home and he gets to be with his kids and his wife and watch his little TV shows, gets to eat good meals. Where's the chief at? Y'all two chiefs? Why aren't they over there arresting them right now? You know why? Because there's no good cops. Where are the good ones at?
Oh man. Welcome to the Revolutionary Agenda, the RVA. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, co-host of Frontline Black News and a regular contributor to Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. I'm also joined with mine and Chain Kruma. He's back there, Rusty. He had a long day. Chain Kruma's friend and brother, Christian Mata, who happened to be up late, and I was, doing a show, and I was like, "Man, hop on the panel," and we're gonna talk about some topics, and one of them is probably about this. But, Christian Mata, go ahead and introduce yourself, and tell the people this is a B1 platform, so tell everybody a little bit about yourself, and then I'll go ahead and carry on. Go ahead.
Chris Shimada, a certified full time astrologist, a part of a couple of groups. One of them, I'm a member of the National Council Geocosmic Research Center. Um, just here to actually put a little like knowledge into the whole sense of what's going on, especially with like white folks and stuff and everything. You know, that's
Mm,
pretty much I can give the little detail on stuff like that.
yeah, yeah, that's good. That's good. So this is our mutual brother. We've He's been on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced with us a few times. As well, that's on Blog Talk on Tuesdays, and as well as our combined our work on Frontline Black News. Um, a few times too, like what, 2, 3 times, something like that.
Yeah, it's probably about 4 or 5. Well, no, about yeah, 3 or 4 times that I've been on his show. I think I've been 3 times, you know, but I've been yeah, close to that. Yeah, close to that.
Yeah. Um. So there's a lot of things. I'm just gonna go ahead and open up my broadcast. So it's gonna be a minute. Just chime in whenever. Um, well, there's a lot going on in the news, and I thought today this is probably gonna be like a two part episode. As you know, anybody who watches the RVA knows that I usually go on sometimes late. I kind of had a set schedule at first, but um, everything got kind of ahead of me, and I hadn't had a chance to really just focus on my work. You know what I mean? So it's it's kind of crazy. I just haven't been able to really focus. It's been busy. Life seems to me right now like a one big long month, one drawn out long month, and that's really bad. Um, Let me drop the link just in case anybody want to pop on. Note to self though, I'm on the StreamYard. I'm not looking at the chat, so I don't even know what you're saying. Just note to self. Um, I'll probably catch up with it later. But if anybody wants to hop on, the StreamYard's right there. Uh, so I saw some crazy shit today that I don't even know how I want to discuss it. I learned some proper terminology, I guess you would say, um, about people that follow the police. Like, I kind of like, low key fucking, filming sweeps and whatnot. And uh, Jesse was listening to a program, or she hadn't remember Jesse was listening to a broadcast earlier, and I said, well, what's that? Real curious because a lot of things I don't know about because I'm street minded. We're grew up in the street. So I didn't know there was an actual term for people that patrol the police. Like, I patrol the neighborhood for the police. The same thing, in a way. Um, Except now we're doing it with the with the BARC team, which is Brothers Against Racist Cops here in the city. And you know me, you see me, right? You know what I mean, driving around in the little power jet, right? And that's kind of like it's kind of, I wouldn't say it's different. And it's almost like nobody sees you. You know, what I mean? They really ain't paying attention to you, but they see me always. They always see me. I'm like, you know, and so I was listening to this podcast, and I was with him, and he was explaining it to me. And I was like, whoa, well, how does one become? How does one, unite or join up with like-minded individuals, especially in our area? I'm in Aurora, right? And so he turned me on to that. Then went to another broadcast off of that one. And I'm not gonna tell you, man, like, we might be like minded. We're probably like minded on the fact that, well, we want to catch the police doing the worst fucked up shit because they're always constantly breaking the rules. They're constantly breaking the rules. Um, would say this black family, they are definitely on code. And it feel like when you go into a forum that after being in there maybe like 5 minutes that predominantly the the Caucasian side of our life experience kind of gives you pause, at least for me. So I was like, whoa, I don't think I was ready. I don't think I was ready. Let me see. I got comment. Let's see. Make sure it's like, yeah, okay, here. Let me say it one time. Drop the link, man. Okay. So it's a little different. What I like about them is that I learned some words I never knew. Right. I never knew there was a term for it. I'd be like, hey man, tap in with the loc. I'm on patrol. Like that's usually what you see, like on Facebook. Like when I'm driving around peeping out stuff. I'm having a little dialogue with myself or whatever. Once in a while, someone will tap in. Um, that's what it is. I'm like, hey, tap in with the loc. I'm on patrol. I'm cruising around having a dialogue. Same situation, except there they actually have words like the audits and whatnot, and it is quite confusing. Jesse has to explain, but I wore him out. I wore him down. Oops. No, but real shit. You did a lot today, and it's the weather. Who knows? It's late. I'm a night owl, so not a big deal. Um, in a sense, I learned a lot of things. I also learned that, man, you pop into one of these motherfucking forums, they done pulled up all your information so fucking quick. I was like, where did they do that at? Motherfucker got so I'm black, or don't let the shade fucking fool you. I'm black. But that shit happens. I was like, like I have a natural fear of white people. We'll just put it that way. Unapologetically, I have a natural fucking fear of white people. I've seen some things. I've experienced life, right? I'm like the motherfucking poster child for mixed fucking abuse through the police, okay? Poster child, right? So I'm like, oh shit. And I'm watching this, I'm like, I see you. So I'm gonna say it. And when they say, hey, abide by certain rules, which means don't bring no funk. I ain't gonna bring no funk. So I'm gonna try to get in um my PC but revolutionary kind of mindset, talk about what we talking about, you know what I mean? Which is replacing the system with the actual system of justice, regardless of shade or fucking anything. Everybody gets the most constructive help. Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. thought process. And that's pretty much how we are. Jesse said the words. And they're everybody likes Jesse, doesn't matter what it is. Right. But I felt like, man, for us being pro black everything, for us to go into a situation like that, me not knowing, B, it only takes us like a minute to really figure it out. I felt like, whoa, this is overwhelming. Like I need to explain. Obviously we're talking about stuff we know, like what's going on with the city, police harassing homeless people. I'm explaining the thing about the police and urban camps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The profiling and me personally, what I'm doing as I patrol the city, like I'm actively out there. You know what I mean? And so, well, it was cool. When we say people are on code, people are on code. When it's us talking about us being on code, on the black code, it's a completely different code from the dominant society. And for somebody who like me, that that has I would say a natural. I would say for me, it's a natural fear, or yeah, fear of white people, because there's some fucking crazy shit. Okay, that is me. That's just me. Now you can't change that. That's 42 years of trained fucking life experience. You feel me? And obviously, we're sitting. I'm like, oh please, Lord, please, Allah, please don't let them say nothing crazy, because God knows we don't get no motherfucking passes here for the dominant societies oppressive, racist ways. You know what I mean? Because we see that side. You know what I mean? And so I would just be aware, be polite, cordial, and I'd bounce the fuck out because I obviously got shit to do. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want to feel any more outnumbered and like it's like, hey, man, brother Yanga, you in the South. Can you imagine like a whole room of them in the South? And you're the only one. You and your boy. And you're like, and you just try to keep it very aligned with the at least the one thing you have in common. Fuck the police. You know what I mean? That's the only thing you really have in common. And that you like to smoke weed with. Okay? Fuck the police and you're all down for the motherfucking weed. Other than that, you really don't have nothing else aligned. Can you imagine? You know. You know what it's like. You see what I'm saying? So I was like, ooh. Is it? Well, Jesse's in politics. So he deals with people like of the dominant society all the time. Regularly, religiously. He's like, his game is fucking on point. I'm sitting here like, damn, he's impressive. This fucking Jesse got the man, what you know, like, God damn it, I can't be like, because in my mind, I'm always on the vigilant, and he is too. You know, that before he used to cuss out people all the time religiously about no supremacy passes, you know, and giving them a history lesson and everything. That's that guy right there, you know. And I was like, man, I used to be. I'm still impressed when he does it. Okay, I'm not even gonna say used to. I'm mad impressed when he does it because the courage, like when we do it at city council, we terrorize the motherfuckers like this. It's like almost like a real high audacity to do such. You know what I mean? We're just getting to know these individuals because they're doing something they call it auditing, where they go follow the police. You know, they roll up on a crime scene because why sweating the police, right? Trust me, like we do it once in a while. I'm more like talking shit while I'm over there filming and stuff. When it comes to the sweeps. And I'm like, look at these motherfuckers just sitting there collecting $50 a motherfucking hour, just sitting there fucking not helping, but they want to sweep the fucking homeless. What? You know what I mean? I didn't realize there was a name for it. Because right now, like I said, we got the shirt on. Brother Yanga, where is it? Let me see. Let me see. Shirt says it's called Bark. Brothers Against Racist Cops. Okay, and what did you say, brother Eric is a Panther?
Yeah,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah. So, dude, that this is his thing, right? It's his, right?
Yeah.
So it's his organization, right? I was just confirming with the man back there. See him? Can you see him?
You don't see me.
No, you got to scoop him.
Jay, what's good, brother?
Because
He was
Man,
getting
you got it, cuz.
powerful
Chill,
thing over
chill.
there. So we was over there like. As soon as Jesse moves more closer to this, it'll be all right. So we're the time, like the Brothers Against Racist Cops. That's what we do. Earlier today, I literally, they fucking followed me like always. Damn near like 12, 15 blocks. Right now, when I rode up on them, I'm doing look at them like, right? Talking shit now. And in my mind, I was like, hey, you fucking old racist motherfucking communist. What. Son of a bitch, fucking pig eating motherfucker. What. Translucent fucking reptilian motherfucker. What. You know what I mean? Down the street, listening to rap music, talking shit, getting ready for my program. I'm like, you know what? I'm fucking tired of these fuckers, especially where I live. You know what I mean? It's a high crime zone. And they're not really trying to solve no crimes, okay? You talk about it for a second, but they dip off and nobody ever finds out what happens. You feel me? So, and they're giving them money. They're taking away from valuable programs for the teenagers, gang members, lost wayward youth, I guess you would call it. Mostly black. We're gonna say a couple brown kids thrown in there, but we're just gonna talk about the black ones. Okay? Right there, taking away valuable programs to get them off the street, put them back in fucking school. Keep them off the streets. Keep them away from motherfucking adults that, obviously ain't gonna grow up and never. They're gonna be out there drinking 40s and slaying crack still. Trust me. If it weren't for Justin, I probably would have still been out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, right, we're out there, like, they're taking away this money. We're supposed to be on a defund the police fucking agenda. They're like, oh no, we need them. For what? If anybody understands it better than me and Jesse explaining it, police only protect property and people that look like them. That's it. They don't give a fuck about nobody else. White people, property. Rich people, property. That's it. Simple as that. You know what I mean? And I don't know, driving down the street, yeah, like talking shit. I mean, I was probably talking shit real loud. They're following me. And I'm like, you know what? You're going to have to work for this. Like, like typical us shit. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to work for this. You're going to move, man. I can't wait till you motherfucker try to pull me the fuck over. Like, just like that. I'm going down the street and I'm like, man, you deserve all this smoke. I'm thinking in my mind, you deserve all this smoke that people give you because you fuckers just continuously wrong the people. I get home and the news, I'm watching the news, right? This is going to lead into the topic. Motherfucking Arizona, like 9 T's got capped, right? From somebody in the house bucking on them, right? For a hurt. And I'm like, well, you know. Right? I don't know how to feel about that, but I'm not going to apologize for it because I've grown up seeing the police do that. To arrest motherfuckers like me. If I'm in a car, depending on if I'm in with my Mexican friends back then, we just
Apologize for what?
I don't have to apologize for nothing. But people were like, oh, how you gonna feel bad about saying fuck the police in over and they got capped or whatever? I don't feel nothing. Just like they wouldn't feel nothing about it for us. You dig? So I was like, I don't have nothing to apologize for. Like that, this is what they had coming. You feel me? The war on the T's has been long supposed to happen. It's been going on for a while, like decades, little by little, right? It's just this year they're really getting it cracking. And I'm like, well, 9, and he got some rounds bucked off over from the inside. Ooh, you know what I mean? Not clapping or nothing, but I was like, ooh, well,
I mean, I think what we see is a natural response to repression.
yeah,
It wasn't so much so when you oppress the people, especially black people, man. We're already fearless. It wasn't so much so that we feared the police. It was that little bit of, I don't know, some type of little that remnants of reverence we had for authority, maybe just somewhere you knew just how far you went with the police. It's just they were the police. Once they crossed that line, once it became a matter of survival, I think we stopped having that certain reverence because we never had reverence for the police. It just was a whole authority thing. But once you abuse that authority, once we know that there's no recompense in authority, there's no safety in this authority, that in fact this so-called authority or this representative of this so-called authority could actually spell my death, man, that's a whole new phenomena taking place. I think one of the things that I would advise people, especially the revolutionists, like to read. He reads Frantz Fanon's when he starts to factor violence into the revolutionary movement or revolutionary actions. You know what I'm saying? And he talks about this. And one of the things he says is people can't tell the people how to react to oppression, even if that reaction is a violent reaction. And we have to look at what leads to violent reaction. You can't ask people who are constantly murdered, maimed, brutalized, terrorized by representatives of the state to still respect the state as a facility that has their best interests at heart. That shouldn't be one that we have to guard against. I'm not telling anyone to go out. I'm not advocating any attack, but what I'm saying is the state has shown itself that at the very least, black people have to guard themselves against the state. So you're going to have in anything, you're going to have extremists and fanatics. So when you extremely oppress people, you're going to have people that fanatically or extremely push back or show their dissatisfaction with the current situation. And that's what we see. A fucking exchange of that, man. Writings on the wall.
mm-hmm. And that's what leads us into real quick. everybody in the watching, if you do watch or whatever, that gentleman is my teacher, Yang and Kruma. And I wanted to talk to Yang real quick. I'm glad you're on. I just caught your broadcast. I was listening to your broadcast.
Man, you see me over there slaughtering the channel. I'm learning
No.
though.
Yeah, no. I already told you to tap in. I got you. The thing is, you were when the broadcast that you were thank you, is those gentlemen. You know, I'm on man Panther fucking whoa, right? But those gentlemen, I find them to be like super on point, and like there's like no nonsense, straight teachings. Okay, always teaching something is always the whole way through, right? And
Yeah.
usually like 3 of them, right? And
Yeah.
I dig that. I dig them. I don't know how I talked to him one time. I gave him some props, and I was like, man, how can I get on there with that? Because they give valuable knowledge. Your program right there, where you were talking back and forth,
hmm
had a couple of good points, because like when you were describing a situation, you were like, oh, well, it's revolutionary, blah blah blah, and you go and you find out that everybody's just they're ready, they're already ready to get information. You know what I mean? Where you're ready to take notes and talk about the ideologies and whatnot, and that's a big difference. You know what I mean? We don't see that now, and when we do see it, it's very far and few between that are actually teaching moments. And I'm like, I wanted to talk about that because he asked you a good question. He's asked you, how did you start the the one the new
The peoples. Yeah, the peoples.
yeah, not the new peoples, the one with the
Yeah.
color. I'll go get that printed out like a flag and put it in the back. No shit. No shit. It cost me like $10. My brother worked at Staples. I'm serious. That'd be tight. No, I'm serious about it. Like how'd you get, like, the real question is like, who calls who a tournament? How'd you get your name? Because I be telling them, whoever, I'm the left-hand conciliary to the future mayor of Denver. That's my
Right
title.
on.
I
Right
gave
on.
myself that.
Right on. I heard that.
Yeah.
I heard
So,
that.
how'd you earn yours?
My title,
Chairman.
man, it was hard work. Like you said, how you're gonna earn yours through very hard work. Coming into it, like I told them, man, I was always born. My father was a Panther, or is a Panther, and my father wasn't just a Panther. When I was coming up, my father was iconic in the city that I was in. He was one of 7 members charged with robbing the Kentucky Derby. They were framed. He was acquitted. But prior to that, they had pulled a lot of actions. The Panthers were doing their thizzle. So coming up under that with really, I came up with I was one of those kids with, do you know who your daddy is? And yeah, so it just was all
What was his name? Because I think Ramel was telling me about.
Abdul Kahar.
Yeah.
Abdul Kahar, yeah. And so then, you do your thing coming up. But as I got of age, went back up to Cleveland to fast forward the story. My father he had joined the new Black Panther Party. He and I were talking about it. And he asked me to join. I had my reservations because I grew up with one understanding, and what I was seeing out of the new Black Panther Party was almost
completely different.
Yeah. To say the least, right? So, yeah. But he told me, he was like,
what you say, Christian? He's right there. He can tag in.
Yeah, I'm here. I told you I'm going to study. And
but you're breaking up. Your feed is choppy.
Say what?
Your feed is choppy. Never mind. You're good now.
No, it's cool. But Yanga, right? That's your name, right, brother?
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Nice to meet you, you know what I'm saying?
Pleasure,
and stuff
man.
like that and everything. And
That's
you
how
know
that's his
that
bread.
the name that you got, Yanga, you know that he
Yes, sir.
was like one of the first melanated revolutionary brothers that's in Mexico that's got a statue of him right
Yes,
now.
sir.
And I believe
Gang of
it's
Mexico. Gang of
exactly, you know what I'm
Mexico.
saying?
Yeah,
Which was
yeah. Madman.
which
Casper
brings down
Yeager.
that, but what it means is that the fact that he was actually Olmecan, you know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
he was basically West African, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, from Mali tribe
Mm-hmm.
and stuff like that. That came all the way through here to Colorado and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to give you
Mm-hmm.
props on your name, you know what I'm saying,
Man,
and stuff like that.
props for your understanding of history, brother. Not a lot of people, that's big props. Not a lot of people get it and get the correlation and the connection.
Oh
And
no,
one of the reasons,
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. I
no,
got a
no,
problem with
no,
talking
please,
a
brother,
lot.
no. Please, man, you
Hey,
share it. Listen,
you might be older than me. You know what I'm
hey,
saying?
man, listen, man, anytime someone shares some information, man, go out there and share it. Definitely. Not a lot of people know about Casper Younger, know his journey, his mission, his
Oh yeah.
his accomplishments
He
and
was
contributions to liberation and freedom. And that's why I believe
he
that
was yeah, go ahead. I'm
go
just
ahead,
going
please.
with you.
Yeah. He was, and that's why I believe that I'm an ancestral person, an Ogungun person, and I believe personally because
Yeah.
of course my name isn't Yanga, but I was in Cleveland in the office, man, Black Panther office, and I was reading, and I ran across him in a book, in liberation struggle, freedom fighters, and the name him,
Yeah.
it said Younger. I said, shit,
Yeah.
that's my name. But I never, listen, here's the funny part, brother. I never took it. I had that name like 3 or 4 years. It just always echoed in me, throughout me, and with me. And I never used it because that was my name in Cleveland. When I got to Atlanta and I got up to speed, I
Yeah.
still got the flyer. It has my name, Ibrahim ibn Abdul Kahar, this long ass Arabic name, right? And I
Yeah.
crossed it out and I put Younger.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
I've been Younger ever since. And then maybe about a year later, uh,
Mm-hmm.
I just went on and took my own political leanings towards Nkrumahism, African socialism. I'm not an adherent to African socialism, but I am a little bit strong in my Nkrumahism, and I just adapted Nkrumah. And then so we're
Yeah.
looking at maybe 15 years now. I've been maybe 12. I've been Yang and Nkrumah.
So let me ask
So
you a
that's what's
question.
up,
Do you know
sir.
when you was like? Do you know what day you was born?
What day I was born?
Yeah.
You're an astrologist, Younger.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, they tell me. I'm not gonna get deep with it. I'm just gonna tell you what they tell me. The 17th of September.
All right. 17th of September. So
Correct.
was you born? Was you born like what day? Was it a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Oh
Like what
no,
day
man.
was you like
I
actually?
I don't know. I want to revisit this with you, man. I'd have to ask my mom, man. I really off the top of my head, I
Oh
don't
yeah.
know, but I would. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And the reason why it's like really important about like why people really need to like know this is because like even when everything was, can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes,
Okay.
sir. We can hear you.
I was wanting to making sure y'all heard me. All right.
Now we
So
just
like
listening tight.
usually, yeah. So like in Kemet, before, what I'm saying, even when they moved from Bakongo, you know, we've always been those people that's always studied the stars because we are stars. You see what I'm saying? You remember when you was little, and everybody remember when they was little, they say when you see a falling star, somebody dies and somebody's born. Now, that's something that was always said, but to somebody to do the research and understand about that is because there's different ancestral spirits that goes around us. So the reason why I was saying that is because it might be that you might have a deep ancestral background that might lead you to that, you know, and stuff, and to like the names, because I was born on a Wednesday,
Uh,
so
yeah. So pause that thought though, Christian Mata. Pause that thought. So what do you say? Like what? Like what's the meat? What's the beans and rice of the situation? Just for the sake of 2 minutes to tell him, so we can get back to the police.
Oh no, we can get back there. I would just
Libra,
explain
Virgo,
about
Libra, Virgo. According to that, what is
yeah.
that? He's a Libra.
What is who's a Libra?
Virgo.
Me, yeah.
I'm a Virgo. No, 17th is Virgo, man. Virgo. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a kid around then. He's like the 21st or something like that. He grown now. He's a Virgo. My
Yeah.
favorite.
Oh
My
yeah.
favorite. I don't know why
Yeah.
we survive the most out of the other two.
Picky.
Yeah.
It's just
Trey,
that I
everybody
don't
that's
believe that
Trey,
I
come
don't
on back
believe
up.
that we
Jesse.
should abdicate what the ancestors gave us.
Yep.
And abdicate means to give up the throne or to give up.
Yeah.
There's a lot of abating that's going on. A lot of objections with how people fear the different things that goes on with these white crackers.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, I know I told you about cracker soup.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm
And that's
just
my favorite
reflecting on that
thing. You
program
know
I
what
was
I'm
on
saying?
earlier.
But what I'm trying to be serious about is the fact that you can't. That has a lot to do with how we can take back and get back what we have, what they think has been lost through abdicated,
Yeah.
because it hasn't been lost. Except for like maybe, I tell a white offspring and I'll tell a white person. A white offspring is the white people that set up there that was when they was raping the black women and they was making illegitimate genocidal rape babies, and they got stringy hair, white hair, but they might have a complexion. If they have the melanin, then that means they got to go through the blood circle of the black woman, because that's where it usually went, because their father was a white man. But if they just look plain white and shit like a white man, they white offsprings. And they was trying to get they was trying to get rid of us. Is what they were trying to do. But I tell a white person and I tell a white offspring like this: I don't have nothing to worry about you guys. The thing I have to worry about is my own people, because that's where it started from. Because there was a fall that fell, and when that fell, there was a couple of my people that went in there that came out white. That's why we went into them goddamn mountains to get their ass out to try to civilize them. You know what I'm saying? Because I won't call myself a Moor, because Moor means dead in the Medina Tutu. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
it's like, the government gonna fall regardless. You know what I'm saying? And what I see is the white people bringing down their government.
Yeah, hold on.
And what I also see is the
Jesse
white offspring is getting the white people.
Jesse want to say something.
So, a lot of times you'll hear. I'm sorry, I'm kind of.
He's tired.
Stuck
He's tired
right now. A lot of times you'll hear from the Moors that black is dead in the eyes of the law, and just to hear you say that Moor actually means dead, that's not out there in the airwaves. So I'm glad you mentioned that, Christian Mata.
I'd have to ask Severe Bay about that, because that's like, I like that dude. That dude brings the
Well, the thing about it is it's just, man, we're gonna make it as a people. You know what I mean? But it's not gonna come overnight. I get tired of people sitting up there. They have these little blogs. They have these little things. They say, yo, you got to do this. You got to do this. Okay, how about this? Let's say I go your way. I'm going to go your way. Now, what else happens? What is your solution? How does your solution? Because, see, the thing is I don't believe in problems. I believe in projects. So what I do is I make a project, and when the project comes, like in school, I have a solution for it and I accomplish it. Most people just have a problem and go with solving it. Okay, that sounds more like revolving, and then you're going back into what white men want you to do. No, resolution is what I do, and sit up there and say, well, I'm gonna have to resolution, meaning I'm gonna have to go through this project and break it down to the facts to sit up there to know how to get to our people. You know, so I'm always like constantly studying. I'm a nerd. I've been a nerd since I was fucking born. Since I was 3 years old, I knew what I was gonna be. It's
That's
just I
good.
got caught up in my flesh.
Yeah. Okay, we'll pause that
And
thought.
I,
We'll pause that thought for a second. Yes. Oh yeah. Thank you, Jay. We'll pause that thought because I want to get back in. I want to get to the program real quick because we're Brother Yang got 2 hours ahead of us, so I'll get real back into this. So I just want to highlight.
where's he at?
In the ATL.
Oh shit! Well, big ups to ATL and all the melanated people down there, man. My blissfulness
indeed.
goes to them.
Real quick, Brother Yanga.
What's up?
Where were y'all at? And I was like, listen to that song. That dude was like shouting you out, or was it in the song? Or am I tripping? Because I'm pretty sure that said your name in it in the very beginning.
What song? What song?
Man, let me get to it, man. When y'all were, you and Sister Nandy were over there, and he's like, run that back. Like in the very beginning.
It's a little movement down here. You know, I don't know. You're familiar with the whole RBG movement, though, right?
Yeah.
Revolutionary but Gangster Red, Black, and Green. Okay, like back. Yeah, so back when that thing was cracking, every almost state had a RBG movement. I think Texas had 100 of them. Sarah Soon Seti, what had Black Power Cartel, Lone Star RBG. Well, in Atlanta,
I met him.
Okay. See, so I'm a part of Outlaw RBG out of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Zay Malik Kill-I-Am, rest in peace, Malik Kill-I-Am. Young General Zay Malik, some outlaws from the Outlaw Clique with Tupac and stuff. So that's what it was. So he's an outlaw RBG. So one of the things you probably heard him say was Zalut. You know, we big on the Zalut. And shit like that. Yeah. So you may have called something that I missed. So like, one of the things I enjoy about living in Atlanta, living in a black city, is like every opportunity we get to, you know, hang out, get together, to reminisce, to have a reunion of sorts, we take advantage. You know, and so when you're in a black city and you throwing something in the month of February, Black History Month, there's no reason if you are so-called moving and shaking Atlanta that you didn't pop up and make an appearance. Right. You know what I'm saying? So you know everybody's gonna be out there. So it's an opportunity to look everybody in the face, not just check your physical and make sure you're doing good and look how you're living, but also to check your ideology. You know, you get out there, hey man, what you into now? What activities? How you living? What you thinking? You know, because you would be surprised that when you come back and hook up with brothers you ain't seen in a minute, how ideologies, philosophies, and directions have changed, man. You know, a little bit of money or a lack of money can change a whole lot of shit.
Right.
For real?
Yeah, no, it's
true. You know what I'm saying?
Me and actually the Christian Motto were part of an organization called Stand for Denver. And what we used to do was we used to screen Tariq Nasheed's Hidden Colors at venues throughout the city, black venues, like Crossroads, until they cut the screen down. They literally cut the screen down on us for showing these films to our people.
Yeah.
That's tight.
Yeah, Guerrilla Cinemas, man. Guerrilla Cinemas. You got to. It's how you do it, you know. And y'all had it on a projector?
Yeah, we were on a projector, and we had to police the spot because them infiltrators tried to get in.
Yeah.
No, this is a black event. This is solely black event. You got to be black, melanated, period. Highly melanated.
Yeah.
Get up in here.
Yeah.
That means I don't have enough.
Yeah, you a suspect.
He told me
you'd have to.
And I looked at him like he was a piece of shit.
Nah, man, hey, man, you a suspect. It's one of them events.
Right. I was like, he said, you don't have enough melanin. I was like,
hey.
Audacity.
Sometimes it's one of those events. I have, believe it or not, when I went through my little stint of incarceration, I ran to one of those events with Black Muslims. I wasn't dark enough. It was an offshoot of the Black Muslims, man, and I wanted to read message to the black man. They said I wasn't dark enough.
Damn.
Real shit.
And where was this at?
It's even worse.
Where was this
And
at?
I was in Georgia. I was incarcerated in Georgia, man. Yeah.
Yeah, some days I'm like,
They told you was not black enough.
I wasn't dark enough. They didn't say black. They knew I was probably one of the blackest dudes they ever ran across. I just wasn't dark enough.
And these are some crackers. These some crackers, right?
Nah, these were brothers. The brothers.
Really?
Yeah, wow. The brothers. You gotta understand, when some places down south like that, colorism is real.
It is real.
And the reverse aspect of colorism is real. The same way that light complected people get favoritism is the same way that so that reverse colorism was real. And the brother told me, sincere to this day, the brother that eventually he let me read it and told the other brother he's the only, told all the other, man, it was crazy shit. But that is one of my. What's that, brother?
Should have told him, man. Hey, well, I got some cracker soup. You want some of it?
Man, let me tell you something. Them pokers are real down there where I was. It's just certain brothers you don't play with. You know what I'm saying? And those were those type of brothers. They were highly militant. And I respected their fanaticism to that degree. I knew it was because I'm a Black nationalist. I knew it was going to be part of my mission. Eventually, as I had come into awakening at that particular point, and that's why that was the perfect test for me at that time to destroy that, myth, to destroy that false sense of security, that safety blanket. I'm sorry, I'm talking loud. To destroy that safety blanket that they were using to protect themselves from that ugly Black tradition of colorism.
Yeah, because
you can't practice a reverse colorism to feel secure in that trying to right. So,
and you know what?
You're right on that though, Brother Yanga, because like when there's days where I'd be like, we already know I'm like 58, 59%, right? Half.
Mm-hmm.
Or more than half. Yeah, a little bit more. A smidge over. Who gives a fuck, right? Okay. However, there's days where I'm like, man, I'm looking at some of the, because we live in Colorado, so predominantly, whatever Black people are here, they're not here. Okay, like I don't even know where they are.
But the spirit is.
So they act like they say they are. Their actions are a whole different thing, right? And I've been looking at it like some days. Just like some days, I feel like I'm the hardest loc out there, I just feel like that because I'm doing it. I'm just actually doing the work, Or they're like, man, I'm so going hard like that. Or same thing, I'll be like, man, I'm looking at this motherfucker. Give me your black card, cuz. Like that. You don't even deserve it. And then I think about it when motherfuckers are looking at me and they're judging me. I'm like, this is 2022. That type of shit is back there. If you can't move progressively with, I'm not saying, I'm not on the inclusive thing, right? But I'm moving on to this. You can't, as us, you can't see me with your black eyes. This is gonna be a problem. I'm like, once you reset and you're actually on the same page, level-headed. That's because you took your brain out, dusted it out, put it back in, took your eyeballs out, dusted it off, put the black ones back in. Now you're ready. You feel me? Now we're on the same level because I look at people with my black eyes. Okay? I'm not on the dominant society look. I'm on the outside looking in though, because I'm a well-rounded individual.
Yeah. Well, I think we'll eventually get there. Prayerfully, like I said in the video that I had played, it's about creating counter institutions. We didn't come to that understanding on our own.
Right.
We were manipulated, pushed, prodded, rewarded, penalized, all in accordance to get us to that understanding. Once we create these, what'd you say, Che?
Meritorious manumission.
Absolutely. See what I'm saying? So once we begin to create institutions, and we may not see it. That's the thing we're going to have to really come to embrace is protracted struggle, generational struggle, prolonged fucking struggle. We
That's why
may
I
not
always
see
say
it.
this is not going to be a marathon or it's not
Hmm.
a sprint. This is going to be a marathon.
Yeah,
Indeed.
and the thing is too, it's like, I'm right now, like I'm like the create your own narrative. Not to create your own, change your narrative. You know what I mean? You can't be in control of mostly everything around you if you really, put your mind to it. Right? So when that happened, it was, I think it was Jason Black's Race War, right?
Mm,
Movie. And so a situation prior to that had happened. They caused, a rift between at the show that he was previously on, right? That he was working,
hmm
called Mile High News, right? A big old controversy, right? And
hmm
I'm like, this is real. First of all, when I had never felt ashamed of being mixed, and you know what I mean, never ever until that point in time, right? But that's like, damn, this shit causes like a rift within couples because, like, everywhere I go or wherever I'm at, sometimes, I mean, they bring it up all the time in low keys, here and there, and it's like, words that are saying about people are, they'll say interracial. Well, is it really necessarily interracial when someone is just not the other half, like halfway? Is that really interracial, or is it just what they sit down to say? And everybody, like, if you notice, there's a lot of hypocrisy going on in the world right now with this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, look, for example, like, just look at Whoopi Goldberg real quick, right? Right? And just demonizing her and shit. But she did this and this and this and that, blah blah blah. But it's like, don't you remember? She's looking at it like the way we've been conditioned.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? The racist this on skin color. You feel me? And it's like
hmm
now it's like, okay, look, like that one conversation there is like, pro black, you can't have this
I
with
didn't even, you know what? What was her? I mean, what was their gripe? Oh, she
the gripe
said
was,
that it
she
would.
said, yeah, the
The gripe was she tried to define the narrative in
mm-hmm.
front of
Okay.
the society.
Yeah,
And
Okay.
said, no, Whoopi, we define what this is.
she
That's right.
basically is talking about the incident of the Holocaust.
Yeah, she stepped out of line, like I've always said. You
She's on
can't
a white panel.
But she's
yeah,
married to
one
a white man, so it don't really matter.
and it doesn't it all of that matters because they are Jewish. They defy their own narrative. They are a religion and a race, and they are not to be touched. They are an endangered species. You can't talk about them shit. They might cut your station off for saying this much. That
That's
shit is
because
that's what you
But
call
I mean, you got Whoopi Goldberg that's married to one, so
yeah, but that doesn't count. They didn't acknowledge her, like how the
well.
black already put it. Until the dominant society acknowledges you as white, you're not white.
And she's right, and she stepped out of line. You wouldn't have to first. They knew she wasn't because you wouldn't have had a Jew step out of line like that.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I don't care. She stepped out of line and she spoke against them. They
For
spin
sure,
it as a yeah. She's jumped out of her lane, and she was though none of us would disagree with her because we understand distinctly what race is. It's like she's like, how is that a race issue when you can blend in with them when you can, she just didn't quite grasp it from their perspective. We don't possess enough political, economic, or social power to make those type of statements and to back her up. We don't possess enough for us to say, only thing we can do is take to YouTube by doing what we do now and offer commentary.
right.
We can't push back against that. And that has to, somewhere down the line, we have to sow enough power together and show our children the importance of that to make that a real fruition.
Right.
That,
For the institution.
you can't make us keep apologizing and you can't make us alter our reality because what we said doesn't fit yours, doesn't fit your narrative. Well, what she said fits our narrative exactly, right and exact, but we don't have none to back that shit with.
Right.
Yeah, and that was like, man, we gotta change the thought process for a little bit, and it's a little work in progress. I think too, like, when you come in educating, you come in speaking on truth, or even your ideologies that are in alignment. I think that kind of
Hmm.
the factor. You know what I mean? I find it that if I don't come the way I speak, it wouldn't
Hmm.
be seriously. on our end. You know what I mean? It'd be
Mm-hmm.
way worse, judgmentally. It'd be way worse. Now I just developed a sense of it hurt. I'm good now. I sucked it up. I'm on. Now I understand because I wasn't used to it as hard as it has been this last year. It's always been a little difficult. Every day is a fight for me. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
But not as hard
Mm-hmm.
as it was. And now I'm like, ugh, not even fucking book. Like I'm good. I'm good now. I shook it off. You know what I mean? Because that's what needs to happen. When it just needs to be put into perspective where I can come. I mean myself can come to a level of understanding of why it's like that because these are the things I know, but now I'm looking at it because I've been I awakened and then I kicked all that other shit out, reprogrammed the right way. You know what I mean? So now it makes sense. Now it's not just blatant disrespect. Now it's just disrespect from a different perspective. Feel me? Um, However, earlier being in that one forum, I felt heavily not supposed to be there. Like only thing we got in common is we like to watch the police and catch them doing fucked up shit. You feel me? And I was thankful that I got to at least. I'm thankful that I had some decorum about myself because normally I I almost couldn't control myself. You know what I mean? Like naturally, because it feels like we're at war with the dominant society and oppressive ways, oppressiveness. Period. You feel me? Oppressive, ugly behaviors, things that are meant to be disrespectful on all levels. There's a lot of theft, a lot of culture of vulturisms and ism schisms. You know what I mean? There's a lot of ugly things going on, and it's like, man, you're at war. You're at war. And then you're at war with the dominant society. You're in the spot with the dominant society, holding yourself with decorum and like, dignified in a way. And I was kind of proud of myself a little bit, just a little bit. But I wanted to lead into this real quick with this broadcast. There's an active war right now going on with the police, right? Kind of amused by it. In a sense, it's not a very good thing, but such is life. I want to show this cover, right? It's from Wise Intelligence. You know who they are? You guys know who they are, right?
Yes, from Poor Righteous Teachers.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So this is
5%ers.
yeah. Shout out to the 5% Nation. And Brother
Guys on
Mel.
Earth.
Yeah, the God.
13 Claire 6.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. Let's keep
I
it.
know it's all good.
This is I like this cover because this is kind of where it is. Although the year that when this came out is older. You know what I mean? I can't remember. I gotta scroll down. What year this one actually came out in? But I like it because the cover kind of just describes where we're at, where everybody really is, regardless. Everybody, every person right now is in this looking at them like, You know what I mean? This is what we're looking at. People think that and about the police. Just look at the picture, and those are the thoughts in your head of what people naturally think about the police. Or what we've been conditioned to think about the police. When did this come out? This album, Jesse, like 2017. Okay, so now we're in 2022. It's crazy, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to show that because I played earlier before you jumped on. I played the song, right?
Yeah.
Because it's gonna lead to what I was trying to show. What I was trying to get into because we are at war with them, and this shit is cracking off. Like when I say cracking off, this is today. Like when I
Mm-hmm.
was gonna go off because I came home, I was in my feelings about the fucking the police, right? And
Mm-hmm.
here we go. Let's see. I might have to take it back one notch, but hold on a sec. Um, Jesus. Okay, so when did this come out? Yeah, this is 11th. Today's the 11th, right? My show
Mm-hmm.
Tuesday. Fair use family, huh?
Yesterday was the 11th.
Oh,
12th now.
yeah, semantics. Today's the 12th. I forgot.
Fox 35 is learning more about the man seen here in this body camera video attacking an Orlando police officer for no reason at all. It turns out this was one of several times he went toe-to-toe with the law.
Fox 35's Connor Hansen joins us live tonight. So, Connor, you got a hold of some new information in these cases.
That's right, John and Luann, and you only need to look back a few months to learn that James Massetti is no stranger to confrontations with the law. In fact, one of the incidents happened right here at the Orange County Jail, where he's being held right now.
Get on the ground! Get on the ground! Get on the ground!
An officer working as a crossing guard says James Massetti was banging on his police cruiser before he tried to arrest him.
It's my heart. I'm starting to feel dizzy. He punched me in the head multiple times.
After he was tased and pepper sprayed, it took 4 officers to wrestle him to the ground. Fox 35 obtained information showing Massetti has a history with this pattern. Last October, he was arrested for trespassing when he refused to leave the Orlando Regional Medical Center after he was discharged. He was taken to jail, but just a few days later, he was arrested when deputies say he refused to leave the jail's booking and receiving center. Deputies say Massetti put up a fight that time too. After that struggle, he was brought back to the same hospital, then right back to the jail.
Maybe there's got to be a different approach as to how to deal with those individuals, so that when we make a referral for someone who may not be all right, that they do receive the care, or maybe have the process in place for them to be put in a facility to receive the care that they need.
This has been going on for like 2 weeks straight. Like, there's been nothing but
Massetti is being held on a $10,000 bond. Reporting live in Orlando, Connor Hansen, Fox 35 News.
Hold on one second. There's been nothing but like here we go. This is really today. This is Arizona.
We have 3 more officer shots. We have the one, and then we have 2 more. There are 3 more officer shots.
This is a little rattling for me. All these police, and my house is literally like 50 yards away from me.
It's just terrifying to know that something like this could be happening outside your own home.
This is senseless. It doesn't need to happen.
Yeah.
It continues to happen.
Man, I am fading fast. It's like 4 in the morning here.
Go ahead. You can tell.
Listen, thank you for having me on. You know I'll be back on. When we coming back on? Whose show's next? When's Che's show? When's the next show?
Well, it's now today at 10 p.m.
Your time?
Yeah, Saturday.
So midnight your time.
That's Frontline Black News. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe if I get some sleep, I might come up there and talk some trash, disrupt, cuz.
It just depends.
Yeah, because you got a heavy topic list. Yeah, and then plus, whenever you wake up or whatever, if you don't got shit to do, hit me up and I can run your shit for you and your stuff.
Okay, let's get something cracking. All right, thanks for having me on Revolutionary Agenda, everything. Chris Marta. Yeah. All right, man. It's been a pleasure, man. We'll hook up again.
Yeah, pleasure meeting you. Oh yeah. Have a blissful night.
Indeed. All powers to oppressed people. Black power.
Black power.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay. Ready? Are you good? Kishmata? You
yeah,
right?
I ain't sleep. I'm good.
I know. Good
I'm
for
just
you.
trying to charge my phone. Proud of me, man. It's about time you win. Yeah.
We're live. We're proud. Che, are you catching you're catching the broadcast, right? You seen all this stuff, right?
Yeah,
right.
I seen it.
I'm gonna get back to it real quick, and then we're gonna discuss it.
And then if I don't hear it, I hear enough of it too. So, it might piss me off. So yeah, I got you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. This is an unapologetically black platform. Okay? We're black over here still. Anyway.
Shout out to the viewer.
Shout out to the viewer. Little eyeball, I see you. All right, let's see. Here we go.
Thanks for joining us at 5 as we continue following developments in the shootout, which left 2 people dead and 9 Phoenix police officers hurt. 5 of the officers were shot early this morning. Happy to report all of them are expected to survive.
That is the good news in all of this. The officers were trying to save a woman and a baby in an overnight shooting. The baby survived, The woman in the home and the suspect died.
We want to give you a quick look at where this happened. Southwest of downtown Phoenix. The map zooms into this small neighborhood there near 51st Avenue and Lower Buckeye Road. Those large buildings are Amazon and FedEx warehouses, so this happened just south of that industrial area.
Our AZ Family News chopper live over that scene of where this happened, and you can see hours later, police are still on the scene. They're planning to be there throughout the night, and they say even into tomorrow until they get more answers into what happened here exactly. We've got team coverage tonight at 5. Amy Cutler standing by at the hospital. Kim Powell is live at the scene. But first, let's get to Nicole Kreitz. She has new information from the police chief and the Phoenix mayor. Nicole.
Yetta and Jared, Phoenix Police Chief Jerry Williams and Mayor Kate Gallego gave us a live update in just the last hour, thanking their officers for putting their lives on the line in this, the most dangerous, critical incident that Phoenix Police has ever seen. Of course, they were moving in to try and save a woman who was shot overnight. They haven't released her.
The woman was shot overnight, and there was a baby, okay, involved, okay? This one's bad, but the whoa. They sort of show you after that.
Name yet. Detectives say she is the suspect's ex and the baby's mother. Now, here's what we know about the suspect. His name is 36-year-old Morris Jones, and police found him dead in the home after that hours-long standoff. We just got a new photograph of Morris Jones III from a previous arrest several years ago out of Oklahoma. So here's what's almost unbelievable. Police say he also shot at the couple's baby girl when police moved in to try and get her out of there. Another family member came out, you could see him here, put the baby carrier down on the front doorstep, and we don't know if her father told him to do that or what, but that's when officers rushed in to grab the baby, get her out of harm's way, and again, police say her own father opened fire, shooting 4 more officers, hitting 4 others with shrapnel. I don't know how that baby wasn't hurt. Look at that narrow door frame there. It was just a pretty insane episode there. Our crew also got some really remarkable footage of officers, injured officers being carried away from the scene. It really just pulls at your heartstrings to see here. Again, there hasn't been another critical incident like this with so much violence against Phoenix officers in the city's entire history.
I'm incredibly proud of our Phoenix Police Department. These officers chose to run into harm's way. A baby is safe today because of our Phoenix police officers.
Our community was devastated by acts of violence that not only injured 9 officers, but also resulted in the loss of the lives of 2 community members.
Well, you can see the crime scene tape is still up. Police say they're going to be out here for a very long time. If you can imagine, processing the scene takes a lot. Kim Powell's joining me now.
Yeah, all of this happened while people were sleeping in their homes, just 2 o'clock in the morning when they first heard those gunshots. But several people told us that they heard the gunshots, they woke up, and then they watched the rest of the morning as the scene unfolded and, of course, the situation developed.
Kind of scary just waking up to a bunch of gunshots, you know.
Christopher Lopez lives across from where 9 officers were injured in a standoff situation. Phoenix police say his neighbor ambushed an officer who was responding to a 911 call that a woman was shot inside the house. He said he's only talked to this neighbor once before.
Maybe 2 days ago, he was actually sitting in his front door right there playing with his daughter, letting his daughter play in the front yard, and kind of just waited till him, we backed, and that was it. That was literally like 2 days ago. So.
Lopez captured this video from his second floor. You can see the officers going to the door to save the baby that was placed on the porch.
Ooh.
Then,
and as the cops went in, we heard like 9 more rounds just go off, and then police just scattered everywhere.
Another man who was sleeping in his vehicle said he saw the injured officer get put into an ambulance.
You could hear the ricochets of the bullets go where I was currently standing at, and the first media responders that were there at the moment. You could hear that noise of a projectile going over, and out of every 6 rounds, I'd say 1 of them was doing that.
Phoenix police will continue their investigation for hours to come as the 9 injured officers recover from their injuries.
I hope they're going to be okay, because they put their life on the line all the time for the neighborhoods, and to see that happen, it's sad. because they too have families.
Now, thankfully and miraculously, all 9 of those officers are expected to be okay.
Okay, yeah. Pause right there. So, thoughts, gentlemen?
My thoughts is they getting what's coming to them. This has been a long time coming. I welcome this in every city, including Denver, because DPD been getting away with the most, especially after during the George Floyd riots and protests that were going on in 2020 all over this country. So yeah, they definitely got it coming to them.
Folks,
I predict more ambushes and more shootouts with the cops. It's gonna be 1968 all over again, and I welcome it because enough is enough of this shit. This injustice system has to go, and they are the enforcement arm of it. They are the enforcement arm of racism, white supremacy, and that has to be abolished and turned into an actual system of justice, which guarantees that nobody is mistreated by the color of their skin, and those that need the most constructive help get it.
Yeah.
And we practice universal man and universal woman. That is the goal. So, Seduction was going to ask me this, but I'll
yeah. Okay, so you're running for office in the city of Denver. What do you like? Well, what would you do to change, or what would you do to address the law office, or the law here, the systemic racism, the belligerent practices here? What would you do to change that for the people that are in our city?
So this is a microcosm of what needs to be done, but at the local level, I would redirect the funds from public safety to something else besides public safety and policing, because Denver has a over $1 billion yearly budget, and more than half of that, or just about half of that, goes toward public safety and policing.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing would be to repeal this urban camper ban.
Mm-hmm.
The second thing would be to redirect the funds to something else that would be more beneficial, like STAR, which is basically Denver's version of Cahoots, which is crisis intervention, hanging out, helping out on the streets. I believe is what the acronym stands for Cahoots. But we have a similar program here. We just started after years and years of opposition from DPD and the surrounding entities. We had to fight just to get an independent monitor to monitor the police, because there was so many murders that were going on in Denver during that time, and still to this day at the hands of the police. So especially of Black, Indigenous, and so-called people of color, BIPOC peoples in the city. So yeah, I would definitely start there. I would control who the chief is. I would fire the chief, replace him with somebody else. The chief would have to be fired. The funds would have to be redirected. It's a lot of things I could do in regards to public safety, and I plan to do when I become mayor. So that's just a little bit of what I could do in regards to policing and public safety. Also, I could implement the 112 recommendations my task force has come up with. We've had a community task force that's been around for over a year now about reimagining the police and public safety. And we've been meeting with exactly them, police and public safety, and questioning them on why they do the things that they do. And we actually had a situation where they had to get off the task force because they were saying that it was a lot of bias toward the police. Oh, you wonder why after all the murders and killings and rapes and you name it that the police have done, and we think that we're going to respect the law. No, it's like Brother Younger was saying, like, you have no control over what those that are oppressed or fighting repression are going to do. So I expect more of this in the coming future, of these ambushes and citizens taking the law into their own hands against the so-called law enforcement, the race soldiers. Their budgets needs to be cut. A lot of people need to be fired. It's a whole culture that needs to be done away with because this is a culture of slave catchers, and that has to be replaced with something more beneficial for the people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pause right there. Well, we're going to elaborate more on this topic with the future mayor of Denver 2023, Jesse Paris, Shane Kruma. Krishmata, do you have a question in regards to what Jesse would do if and when he becomes the mayor, in regards to the police or the recommendations or anything, or what would you like to see happen?
I think he'll do a good job. We already talked about that. You know what I'm saying? I just can't stand white folks at the moment right now. But I think he'll do a good job, you know what I'm saying, on everything that he's saying.
Mm-hmm. Facts. Let me get into this thing real quick. I'm still here, so don't worry. We're right here. Bam. It just helps the video.
I'm here too. I'm just.
All right. Cool. No worries. Here you go.
Good evening. I'm Erica Sargent. And I'm Brad Edwards. Officer James Hunt, the viral police officer with a history of bad behavior, is now on desk duty. If you're thinking that took a long time, it did. And he was not related to his police power for the video that made him, well, viral.
Officer James Hunt in the summer of 2018.
You say you trying to shoot? I killed.
That went viral.
I killed.
The CBS 2 investigators were first to expose Hunt's entire interaction with Kenneth Lee that day, an innocent passerby to a police call Hunt responded to.
That's when he said, I have a Snapchat too. I said, no, you don't. He said,
Yeah, dude, it's called
and he said, it's called off your mom.
I already said it.
Eventually, Officer Hunt falsely arrested Lee. Lee eventually won a $100,000 settlement with the city.
All right, stop talking to me now.
Officer Hunt's file includes 24 complaints made by civilians, 24.
You just spit at homeboy.
Including allegations of false arrest, verbal abuse, and racist language. He also ranks at the top, almost literally, when it comes to CPD officers who report using force against civilians. At least 28 use of force complaints since 2016. At one point, that was fifth most of the entire 12,000 strong force. We now know a new complaint led to Hunt's downgrade to desk duty. The complaint, May 30th, 2020. You may remember the date. The day fallout from the murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis cop rippled across.
This has been going on from before Mr. Floyd passed away at the hands of these individuals. Yeah, at the hands of them. This has been going on for long before, where the police have been killing black men or harassing, sweating, whatever, however you want to put it. I've been doing
this been going on as long as they hated us.
Yeah, as long as I can remember, and even longer. So this is like
as long as they hated anything that wasn't pale.
Right.
If you was a pale ass, the color of pussy, like they are, they pussies. You know what I'm saying? Don't got no red, brown to them. Fuck them little crackers, man. Shit. Next thing is eat that fish. It might be a contaminated It might be contaminated when you do them, you know. So I don't know if I said it right, but who cares? Because I can't stand white folks right now.
Oh yeah. So this has been going on, but I would say that it's gotten a lot heavier since shit.
Hey, can I drop something real quick?
What?
Quick, hey, sister. All right, check this out, seduction. Like, I mean, then that just all right. See, I'm about to drop something real quick that's going to help y'all out. Like real talk. I was looking up something on the calendar, right? And I noticed that when Series B and Series A. Now, most people don't realize that Series A and Series B is actually planet. It's actually planets that we as melanated people, you know, have been from, have come from, and originated as home from. So, as Series B and Series A,
they're breaking up.
Hold on.
I can hear you now.
All right, yeah. My ass, man. I be doing too much. All right. So the last time Series B and Series A connected was 1920 and 1970. Now, when you look at 1920 and you look at 1970, we're going to go to 1920. In 1921, what happened in 1921 that most people don't realize is the same thing that happened 2020 and 2021. You know, they was vaccinating, which was called the Spanish flu, because they was trying to give a special serum, as they would call it, to try to block something in our body. You know, the next time after that was 1930. 1980 was 1980. That's when the 80s babies came in too. I was born 78, so I know.
I'm an 80s baby. I'm an 80s baby.
Yeah, so at the same time when Series A came into it, that's when the crack era start hitting. That's when they start dividing Crips and Bloods. That's when they started, you know, like, I don't give a shit if you're a fucking Latin King or a disciple. It's all based off of Crips and Bloods. It was when money got involved and they was trying to depopulate a type of people. Next time after that was 1940 and 1990. I don't even have to go that way about 1990 when Series A and B came, because they know about this energy that's coming. From there was 2010, 2020, and 2025 and 26, and then it goes into 2030. Now, 2025, like I was explaining to my brother, you know what I'm saying? I said 2025 is the year of the fire snake. And it's going to be the year that when our ancestors is really going to come through, because the way the planets is breaking up everything, everybody mentally is being destroyed. It's a spiritual warfare that's going on. So all that shit that's going on with these white cops and sitting up there killing the black people and all that, well, what's happening to their kids? What's happening to their families? What's happening to the economy money? Because there is no money. You have to know how to be a trader and know how to find out that gold, minerals, silver, the real shit that works with our melanin to get us back to where we need to be is worth more than what that is. You see what I'm saying? But what the point of me of saying this is right after all that happens, it's going to be a rude awakening, because then we'll be going back into the age of Aquarius. Right now, we're in the age of Capricorn, which is destroying capitalism. It's going to destroy capitalism. So you're going to see more white people destroying their own government. You're going to see the white offsprings destroying them. That's what I see. And then I see that it's going to be something so drastic with the weather and the planets when everything starts shifting, that if you're a person that claims to be with somebody and not be, you might get swept away. If you're somebody that's with the program, you're going to move on. You see what I'm saying? Because that energy is moving, it's pulsating, and stuff.
Yeah. So you're saying it was a plan from the stars.
Yeah, Series A and Series B is actually Series A, Series B is basically like planets that they call it the dog star.
Oh, I was just wondering.
But what they don't real, but I didn't break up, did I?
Windows open, baby. It's like,
But it deals with the female, because Series B is connected to all like the statements of the third star, which is Emiya. Emiya is like Yemiya, which is basically our set.
Yeah.
So we always been in matriarch, not patriarch. That's why patriarch is about to end. And it's the time of the son of the woman, which means the son of Aset, which means Heru of Aset, which is the little son.
And
that
what does
makes
that
the star
with?
woman.
Repeat one more time. What it has to do with people being together?
It does. It comes with, because it's matriarch, and we've always been from a woman. We come from a woman. We learn from a woman. 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the womb. That's the fez. That's the fez. But what they don't realize is when you wear your fez to the left or to the right, depends on how you come out. You see, because we come out 9 months knowing what you teach us, because women hear the voice of God. We do the command of God. That's why Nat Turner sat up there and killed all them crackers. Because he sat up there in Confessions of Nat Turner. He learned and sat up there and watched his family get moved off of his own land, enslaved on his own land. His family got killed in front of him. Ancestors talked to him and did it. White folks ain't gonna tell that shit. But guess what? What's gonna happen when the black folks get that innovation?
Right.
What's gonna happen to all the other people? You see what I'm saying? Because people believe in guns and shit. Come on. I believe in energy. There's gonna be a time when bullets ain't gonna be working, and I'm gonna have a field day, because there's a lot of people I want to get at. Black and white offsprings. Is because the black ones is the ones that want to be white offsprings, because they were fallen stars anyways. So they the ones that set up there that caused this commotion in the first fucking place. That's why they got roped off. But a lot of them went into mountains anyways. You see what I'm saying? And everything. So
they got roped off and sent
Yoruba, which is actually a black princess, which was Irupa, which is IRU, that was actually from the Igbo tribe, not Hebrew. But you see what I'm saying? Hebrew Israelites got it twisted like more science people. It's because of the simple facts. More Hebrew crossover. Who crossed over and got us? But the thing about it is, you're not an Israelite if you was born 1948 when the state of Israel became a state and they stole the land from black people that was Palestinians, that was Levant, which means that you're just doing the work of the devil, of the white man, which means you might be the devil too. So, I mean, we have to watch who we be talking to, because, you know what I'm saying, how these crooked cops is doing all this shit. There's probably a little crooked black nigga that's sucking their dick. Trust me. They all fucking faggots in my point. I'm a little I follow the planets. They follow man. Man is going to hell of his own destiny. I'm going to my own enlightening, awakening state of being.
Huh? It was breaking up. Okay.
Breaking up,
Oh
Joe.
yeah, it probably is. The devil always want to break. Devil always want to break me up.
Messing with the algorithms, babe.
That's with the algorithms. All right. Well, let me proceed. That was good. We'll hold on a second. Let me proceed. Yeah.
Across the country. At 8 p.m., the alleged victim says she was in her car trying to escape violence in downtown Chicago. Says Hunt and other officers approached her car, shattered her back window. She ended up on the ground. Her phone, on which she was recording, was wrestled from her. Sources tell us video shows Officer Hunt called her, she's a 20-something African-American woman, called her, quote, fat and a that now has Officer Hunt sidelined.
Oh, wow.
Chicago police shoot and kill a man suspected in a shooting in the East Chatham neighborhood.
Hunt's been at the center of newsmaking events before. In 2014, Officer Hunt was a CPD rookie when he killed 17-year-old Deshaun Pittman. At the time, Hunt was still within his 18-month probationary period. Hunt said Pittman aimed in his direction after Pittman shot and killed another teen. Hunt was the only officer to shoot. Hunt shot Pittman 10 times. Pittman's grandmother.
Did they ever say which bullet actually killed him?
The shooting was deemed justified. 4 years later.
You say you trying to shoot? I killed.
Nearly 10 months after that, COPA recommended a year-long suspension for Officer Hunt. Even after that recommendation, and it appears after the Floyd protester excessive force complaint, Officer Hunt in 2020 was placed on the superintendent's new community safety team, the department's then latest effort to create a bridge between itself and often aggrieved neighborhoods.
We were unawares of the 2-year-old incident.
When the CBS 2 investigators informed the department that Hunt may not best exemplify community bridge building.
And then we've since moved him out of that unit.
Then, just this week, on the new field officer training list to start February 8th, 2022, Officer James Hunt. Field training officers shape Chicago's future force on appropriate use of force and proper verbal communication. Hunt was to be trained as such this week. All the while, CPD was sitting on COPA's findings of bad behavior and recommendations for discipline in the Floyd protest incident since December. Then, the day before training began, Officer Hunt was placed on desk duty.
You say you trying to shoot? I killed.
As for the viral park proclamation and false arrest, 1,319 days later, it is not resolved.
So 3 years, 7 months, 7 days later, and a COPA recommended 1-year suspension. That case is still in arbitration. And while Officer Hunt is off the street, he's still on the public payroll. The police union president told us the only reason Officer Hunt got stripped of his police powers was to prevent his promotion. He called the move despicable and called CPD's administration vindictive. You can see my original report on Officer Hunt. Just open our app, CBS Chicago, and click on the 2 Investigators tab.
It's fucked up, man. Hello?
Yeah. I'm sorry. We're right here. Like, that's fucking crazy. Yeah, I had it on mute so that there was no echoing on my end. Go ahead. Yeah, we're listening. For my next little piece. Yeah, thoughts? Krishmata? Hello? Did you get out? Oh yeah, he dipped out for a second. You pop back in or what? Yeah. Here you go. There you go. You're back. Wait, hold on. Back.
Yeah. Somebody chatted me, so I don't know. I was trying to see what the chat was. Excuse me. Hey, there you go, right there. What's up, Negro? Hey, brother. You should never call somebody a Negro because you know what that Negro means, right? They cut you to your knees so you can't grow.
No, it means you never will grow.
Yep. Yeah, you see how them crackers do us?
You will remain at the bottom.
Yeah, that's why it's just so crazy.
Yeah.
That's what they mean by putting you in your place.
Yeah, shit. I'm gonna put them in their place.
Oh yeah, we all about to put them in their place. This whole
Yeah.
planet is about to put them in their damn place.
I'm Assistant Chief Yasser Bashir of the Houston Police Department's.
We're listening.
No, go ahead, play.
Yes, they fighting against the nectar.
Yeah.
So they trying to take as many of us with them as possible.
Yep.
Shit ain't gonna work.
Yep.
Not the way the planets is working.
This is recent too. This is like very recent.
Patrol Region 3 Command. This critical incident briefing is intended to provide you with information
So far we see
about an officer-involved shooting that occurred in Houston on December 10,
Miami,
2021.
Pennsylvania,
You're
Orlando,
about to see video footage that is related
Houston.
to the case. HPD conducts thorough investigations into officer-involved shootings. These typically require investigators to interview multiple witnesses, view numerous hours of video footage, and analyze a significant amount of forensic evidence. It is important to note that we are in the very early stages of the investigation, and we continue to process additional evidence as it is collected, analyzed, and reviewed. A word of caution: the videos you're about to see can be graphic and may be difficult to watch. In addition, these videos may contain strong language. Viewer discretion is advised.
I'm sure it is.
At approximately 1:15 p.m., HPD officers assigned to the Northeast Patrol Division responded to a family disturbance call at a residence on Valencia Drive. The suspect was no longer on the scene, and when officers arrived, the officers were given a description of him and the vehicle he was driving. While conducting the investigation, one of the officers saw the suspect, later identified as Mark Anthony Limon, at a distance driving by. Officers located Mr. Limon driving in the area and attempted to conduct a traffic stop. The suspect fled, and officers initiated a vehicle pursuit. The pursuit ended at the scene of the original disturbance. Mr. Limon exited his vehicle armed with a shotgun and fired several rounds at the officers. Officers returned fire, and Mr. Limon was struck. Officers rendered first aid until Houston Fire Department paramedics arrived and transported Mr. Limon to the hospital. Mr. Limon survived and has been arrested and charged for his role in the incident.
How to use producer confidential samples to make a sick beat. Step 1, I'm gonna pick a dope sample. Every sample in these packs.
All right, there you go.
Got a gun out the window. Got a gun to one of these up and down. No one on it.
Oh shit. Oh, Bucky. He just came out, Bucky. Let's rewind that track real quick.
Got a gun to one of these up and down.
I had to rewind it, family. Sorry.
No one on it.
I had to see what was going on real quick.
this at?
Utah. All right. Houston.
In Utah?
Houston.
Houston. Shots fired. Shots fired. The address. Dispatch address. Get on the ground. Get on the ground. Get on your stomach. Get on your stomach. Don't put your hands. C40, 1 male in custody. Gunshot wound stabbing. Extend email, please.
I already got him.
And supervisor. Officers discharge weapons.
Oh shit. I might buck him back, man. This is a broad runner or something. Really delicate man. Oh, same scene, different cop. No. Definitely something. Whoa.
That's the way officers
Even. Oh, you got bucked. Look. I don't do the G taking that. I'm probably not. Either you got shot in the stomach or it's freaky shit.
No, I had some BB guns. That was it.
I had BB guns.
He dropped it after I hit him.
Oh! He shot a BB gun. Yep. I'm still 2 cartridges were loud. Why would you do that? You might want to die. What did this dude try? Just stay calm. Stay calm, cuz. I do the G for real. My motherfuckers would have went into shock by now. They got shot in the belly? Ooh, wait.
Firearm, he's got a gun.
That's a death shot.
Got a gun at the window. He's stopping at the house. Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Shots fired! Shots fired! Get back up! Got a rifle!
Oh.
He's down! He's up inside the house. Get down! Get down! Move! 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 Get away! Get away! Do not move! Do not move! I will blow you! Do not move! Keep your hands up! Keep your hands up! Get on your stomach! Don't put your hands!
Police said I would blow you. Yep. Hey, that little kid that jumped out of there is some small person.
Get down. No. Get down. Give me a bandage. Or give me a package. It's not bleeding right now. Give me a chest. But you get anywhere else. It's out there and under my black. Just here.
I'm gonna try to be comforting. No, I had the BB gun.
Where's the gun at? You dropped it after I hit him. Let's quick hot. Let's go get a seal.
Comforting. Oh, you're a real G right there.
Suspect's detained.
You must have known you were gonna get bucked at like that.
Yeah.
Came out blazing.
Get an EMS, all right? Huh? I got EMS coming, okay?
Thoughts?
Some white offspring shooting at the police. H-Town.
Yep. I mean, that shit is fucking like, whoa. Whoa. Thoughts, Kishimoto?
BB gun, though.
Yeah, that's stupid. Kishimoto. Yo.
I was like, what's stupid? I'm sitting up here talking this shit and got it on mute. No. But like I said, they got arms just like white folks. They're gonna do what they believe that they need to do, that white folks is gonna get to them. I see that coming, you know. And you know what the stupid thing of it is that they're sitting up there trying to go in on people like they did in Mexico. Like they was hanging Mexicans in Mexico. A lot of Mexicans don't know that. They said, do you know why they were hanging y'all? They said, because we Mexican or something. You know, some say brown. I said, well, you're close. I said, see, when you look at me, I'm reddish brown. You're brown too. You're gold brown. That means that you have a chance to make it and come through the blood circle of the melanated people that is on your great, great, great grandmother's side. Yep. But if you go to your father's side, the dark side, you're going to die because he raped the black woman to make y'all. Mm-hmm. Yep. So when they start realizing that, the police is going to be in for a war. And you know what? Shit, I'm going to be sitting here and be like, shit, hey, they better hope that the ancestors working. That's all I got to say. The ancestors working.
A friend told me about every play, and I love a police sergeant is under investigation after
it's going to be unusual now. You're just do this like every day down there.
On a fellow officer's neck. The Sunrise, Florida Police Department has released video of the November 2021 incident that now has Sergeant Christopher Police on desk duty. Sunrise's chief of police says he finds this behavior to be disgusting and says he thinks the video speaks for itself.
They turn on
the department has muted the sound and all the faces are blurred except for police. Body cam video shows a suspect being placed in the back of a police car. Police leans into the car with a can of pepper spray that authorities say was out and aimed at the suspect. A 28-year-old police officer who has been on the force just over 2 years tries to de-escalate the situation by pulling the sergeant away by his belt. According to the video and Chief Rosa, police puts his hand on the junior officer's throat and pushes her backwards into another police vehicle. He walks away, then points and says something else to the officer. Sunrise Police Chief Anthony Rosa told WSEN he is very proud of this police officer. She took some definitive action. I can only imagine what she must be feeling. She's a newer officer, and he's a very senior sergeant.
I mean, if we look back at the George Floyd thing, nobody intervened, right? None of the cops did. She did.
Asking him to take Sergeant Police off of desk duty and arrest him for battery. Weeks writes, it appears as if law enforcement officers engaged in wrongdoing get different treatment as opposed to everyone else. This must not be the case. Sergeant Christopher Police was cleared of 2 previous allegations of excessive force nearly 20 years ago. The police union says police is declining to comment. This incident remains under investigation, and he has not been charged with a crime. This is Inside Edition Digital.
Well, shout out to the officers standing up for the brother in the car.
Yeah.
You know, good job. Because nobody intervened on a lot of other cases. You know, the officers get away with blasting off and no one stops them, or putting hands on somebody and nobody stops them. Those, you know, shout out for having the courage
They're
to
the only
step it up.
That can kill someone and still have a job the next day.
Right.
Yeah. And that's
kill you with impunity and go back to work the next day.
that's that white privilege. I mean, we gotta. First of all, we gotta stop calling them white. They're pale. You know what a white person told me one time?
What would happen if you actually sat down and talked with missionaries from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
But
no, I was saying white people. There was a white guy I knew, I grew up with. He said, "Why is it that we always call y'all colored people when we're colored?" He said, "Because when they cry, they get blue. When they get punched in the face, they turn red." And I mean, like, he broke down all kind of shit, but I was like, it's a little bit deeper than that, you know. But that was one of their own children saying that to me. But yeah, you can go ahead. I'm a mute it,
I was like,
so I don't be cussing and mess up the broadcast.
They're not messing it up. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Let me just get back to it. Okay, let me get it up here.
If you hear me cussing the way I do, shit, I gotta mute it.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Just keep doing you. Just do you. It's all right.
2 jaw-dropping cell phone videos showing the disturbing actions of 2 Gwinnett County police officers during a traffic stop. The first video, released on Wednesday, went viral on social media. It shows the handcuffed driver, identified as Demetrius Hollins, on the ground and in handcuffs, held down by one officer. And moments later, the second officer, identified as Robert McDonald, shows up to assist with the arrest. McDonald then runs up and stomps the helpless handcuffed Hollins in the head.
Disturbed me, and as it disturbed everyone who actually witnessed that video.
Within 24 hours of that video being released, Officer McDonald was fired. During a press conference, the chief calls McDonald's actions inexcusable.
What happened yesterday at the hands of one of my former officers was embarrassing, not only to the Gwinnett County Police Department, but to all law enforcement. We hold our officers accountable for their actions. In less than 24 hours, the Gwinnett County Police Department held this officer accountable for his actions.
But just hours after today's press conference, this second cell phone video surfaces of that same controversial traffic stop. It shows veteran Sergeant Michael Bongiovanni pulling the driver out of the red car. And as the driver stands with his hands raised, a sign of surrender, the sergeant rears back and punches the driver, whose hands remain raised.
Look.
I'm very upset. I'm mad. I'm sick. That this second video showed up.
Police Chief Ayers says Sergeant Bongiovanni hid his actions from investigators.
I'm glad that the second video was forwarded to us. We've been able to move swiftly to terminate this supervisor who not only stepped outside of his training in state law, but he failed to tell us what happened in the incident report.
Maybe it slipped his mind. Huh, maybe he forgot he punched the brother. You hear it? Or maybe he forgot.
No,
he did forget. Damn, look, Bow, with the elbow. The whole forearm, what? Punch? Not even punch, like, I don't know. He hit him with the forearm, though, Bow.
Damn.
Got the whole cuff of the elbow, look. I don't know, it's elbow shot. Where did they teach that at?
No, it was a punch and an elbow.
Yeah,
I was
hell no,
attracted
that shit's
to a
crazy.
psychic advisor
Side
to
elbow.
get clarity.
Yeah, like that shit is fucking. That shit's nuts, man. Like super stupid. You know?
Well, that's why they're getting capped at for shit like that.
Yeah. Like this is everywhere. This is nationwide, family. This is Louisiana.
What we see is officers treating people less than human. What I think when I hear that these videos are delayed is that Louisiana State Police is working to get their story together.
Yeah. Ooh. Ooh.
I kept thinking I was gonna die that night because all I can do was breathe, you know, and try to keep myself from just going out because he got my face mashed down in my part of the water. You know, I was scared.
He's crying, cuz, man. Like, really? That shit's fucked up. Now recording his use of force. Ooh. Ooh.
There exists a mindset at Louisiana Police that they do not see the humanity in Black and brown people. When they see our children crying, they don't see theirs. And that is a testament to the pattern and practice that exists, that we could brutalize people as a state official, murder them, and not have any remorse.
See? And then everybody thinks that we're fucked up for saying that. We've been saying that. That they ain't got no feelings. Oh my God. Ooh.
The murder of Ronald Green, for example, where Trooper Hollingsworth bragged that he beat the ever-loving F word out of him. And I want you to sit with for a second the humanity of his mother having to sit there and watch her child brutalized while he said, "I'm your brother." That's what Mr. Green told them. And so they don't see the humanity in us. Instead, they use their badge as a tool to lynch them. Call your U.S. congressman and U.S. senator and ask them to pressure the DOJ to open a pattern and practice investigation. I think that's the biggest thing that people can do at this point.
That video was powerful. Yeah. Like that shit happened like Louisiana again 5 months ago.
For those experiencing
that right
substance
there,
use,
like,
addiction, and mental health challenges, getting access to treatment.
And they wonder why we are saying, well, they ain't got no feelings. Blah, blah, blah. They the devil. Woo, woo, woo. You know what I mean? It's like, look at this shit. It's like, this is nationwide right now. Everything's happening right now nationwide for the last 6 months.
Some stuff that just ain't adding up. You care if I search your car?
And it's gotten real heavy in the last 2 weeks. You whistled? Ooh.
If you're going to make an arrest, you ask the individual to turn around. You may guide them with your hands to turn them around, pull their arm behind their back, put the handcuffs on.
My bag. Be quiet. Why are you so rough?
Just because an individual is either accused of a crime or you have probable cause to believe that they were involved in a crime gives you no reason to use any additional force than simply handcuffing the individual unless the individual resists.
Who? Bosses concealed or ignored video evidence.
That's this one, boss. I hurt my wrist on. I hurt my arm in the other day. Okay. I really did. Okay. This one just hurt me, man. No, as much as you're freaking out right now, I'm not letting you out. You are. You ain't getting out of handcuffs. I'm not. I want them off.
See, look, man, they get way too overly excited.
Down just to my wrist there. No. Just stop. Dude, stop. You want to do my elbow?
I did not see anything that the young man was offering to the officers that would consist of him being violent towards the officer or that he's going to hurt the officer and what have you, particularly being handcuffed.
Wow. Wow. Like, they just be getting away with all kind of madness. Ronald Green.
I was going to see him up, but I didn't want to spitting blood all over us.
Pronounced dead after arriving at the hospital. Wow. Damn, dude. That's fucking dope. Oh my God. Unprovoked, they hit him with the club. Ooh, yeah. We're made up less 30%. Aaron Bowman. That's the old boy.
Thinking I was gonna die that night because all I can do was breathe. I'm scared.
He's going in right here. He's about to bail. He's about to bail.
Terrorizing the stars.
I got this one.
What the fuck?
I'll break your arm if you don't relax. You understand me?
Who's this?
Get the
That's fucking crazy, right?
Yeah.
Right. So, like I said, this is going on. This is going on like everywhere. It's nationwide.
CBS investigators are about to show you terrifying moments when Chicago police confronted two innocent teens.
So here's a question.
But
what's the solution to the change of this? Because the videos is good, but all it's gonna do is cause somebody to go out.
This is the dialogue on my program. Is basically showing the people that this is actively going on in the nation. So me.
Oh no! I'm not disrespecting it. No, I'm not disrespecting it. What I'm saying is, we got to sit up there and we got to give talks because there's a hidden secret agenda, a way how we can attack them without doing it in that way. Because it's going to come that way on them through the forces of their karma.
I don't understand.
Of their own karma.
I don't understand what you mean.
What I mean is that guns is going to be absolute. They ain't going to even be around. So there's other ways to hit them that's hitting them right now, and they don't want you to know about it. That's the reason why they're killing black people, because there's another solution on how to do it. Okay, so and when they find that solution, because that's why they're killing black people like that.
Do you know the answer? You're just asking. Well, enlighten us, cuz, so you can get back into the thing. Like,
well, listen, if they killing black people, but it's coming back on them, it's something that I see that's gonna be a little bit deeper than what you think.
Which is, I mean, Which is what right now? Are you gonna tell me, or want to hit me in the chat, or where are you going with this? Like, where are you going with this? I know where I'm going with this with my broadcast, but where are you going with your thought? Do you want to
I
share?
don't.
Page me in the chat privately.
No, I'm good.
Okay. No. All right. So anyway, family, where I'm going with this is that it's basically show you that this has been going on for this. Actually, it's been getting heavier, but there is like a a war on the T's. You know what I mean? And just recently, I think I'll show one more, and then I'll get back into this on my part two. It's crazy. It's just getting heavier, and like they're acting like they don't know what's going on. Well, what's going on is there's a lot of processes of defunding the police, changing up the thing for a long time, and the last 2 years, right? It's been getting heavy with the defund the police thing, right? Yeah. So
Yeah, just like I said, it's the government coming to an end.
Each state is slowly but surely decided to not go with the defunding of the police. Instead, they're acting like they're needed and giving them more money and putting them back into play. And since that's happening, this is like outrage basically, but it's like nationwide. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to show you guys. And thoughts real quick before I carry on. I'm gonna go show two more.
No, you good.
Okay, go.
No, you good.
Even though neither committed any crime. Dave Savini documents what else the hours of footage reveal about that night.
We're in apartment 3D.
It was right before Christmas.
Through the years, Christmas Eve was a special night for Juanita James and her two sons.
Everybody was happy.
Always a beautifully decorated tree and lots of photos of Christmas sweaters, funny hats, and hugs for as long as 16-year-old Jalen and 13-year-old Lazeric can remember. But there's one Christmas Eve the family wants to forget.
It makes me sad that they even have to go through something like that.
It's 8:09 p.m., December 24th, 2019. Juanita says her teens suddenly find police beating on their door.
Okay, listen, at some point this door's going to be broken open, and you will be dragged out.
Jalen, her oldest son, opens it and is greeted with handguns.
Hey, get down on the ground, underneath.
The gun is aimed at his head when police wrongly target him as they barge into their apartment without a warrant.
It happened so fast. I just remember opening the door and then being in handcuffs on the ground in the hallway.
As scared as Jalen was, he was more afraid for someone else. Terrified of what officers might do.
Do you have a gun? Come on! Get on your knees!
At gunpoint, they order Lazeric, who was just a 7th grader at the time, to the floor. What are you feeling at that moment?
Honestly, I was scared because I was like, okay, anything could happen at this moment.
Do you think you might have been killed that night?
I very easily could have been killed that night.
What you've just witnessed is just one encounter between police and the teens that night. It all happened here at this apartment complex near the red line at the Loyola University stop. The CBS 2 investigators have now obtained body camera footage of an unbelievable 20 minutes that led up to their terrifying ordeal.
Who started this? What happened?
Those body cam videos, plus police dispatch radio transmissions, now reveal how several other innocent young black males in the area were also targeted that same night. Listen as a sergeant heading to the scene wants more information.
They said, what are they being chased for? Suspicious person? Is that all we got?
The confusion about who police are chasing and why gets even worse for Jalen. Did it seem to you like they were disorganized that night?
Very. When you run into officers as many times as I did, they're disorganized.
Disorganized because when Jalen was held at gunpoint, it was actually the 4th time he was confronted by police that night. 20 minutes earlier, around 7:47 p.m., was the first time police take him down. It's hard to see in the darkness, but that's him getting tackled.
So I immediately put my hands up. They bring me down. cuff me right here.
That's like motherfucking
He was a junior at
profiling.
Sullivan High School at the time and a standout football player and champion wrestler. He says to avoid the possibility of getting shot by police, he made sure he did not resist.
I was always taught to like always respect them and like never run, never talk back, never do these things to the police.
Damn.
But that was because of what they do to people like me. So
People like you?
yeah, well, black teenagers.
It screams misconduct.
Yeah,
Al
see?
Hofeld Jr.
See?
is the family's attorney. I think it's a way of
Family
policing
that's
that's dehumanizing and frankly racist.
frankly racist.
He is then questioned about guns and if he really lives here in Rogers Park.
What's your name, man?
He gives his name and address.
I live upstairs.
But they don't believe him, and while handcuffed, take his keys from his pocket, go through his building, and open his apartment door.
Ooh.
Is it?
And then they let him go.
Yeah, we apologize, man. It's just bad timing, man, you know? Wrong place, wrong time, all right? So that's why I had them uncuff you right away.
But after that apology,
that
a few
wasn't
blocks
right
away,
away.
Jalen is again stopped by police. He's cleared again, but as he heads back to his apartment complex, another team of officers is still on the hunt, searching someone else's unit. Listen, as they admit they have no clue who they are looking for.
What are these guys wanted for?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
But as they leave, they see Jalen, who is going back to his apartment. It's the third time Jalen gets stopped and questioned by police that night.
I just talked to the police.
Eventually, they let him go upstairs through the back door. That's when these cops came banging at the front door. You remember them, the officers who forced him to the ground at gunpoint. Eventually, a sergeant arrived and told the officers to let both minors go. But when they asked officers why they used force on them, police told them this.
No, bitch. So the boy. He's getting cold for Christmas.
What does it say to you that one of them would make a final comment saying, you're going to get coal for Christmas?
It makes you feel like disgusted.
Christ.
It's very belittling to just diminish what I went through.
The family filed a formal police misconduct case 2 years ago. And the Chicago Police Department, they say they can't comment because it's all still being investigated by the Civilian Office of Police Accountability. In the loop, Dave Savini, CBS 2 Investigators.
During this investigation, we also discovered one of the officers who entered the family's apartment that night had a logo embroidered on his uniform. It's the skull symbol that often represents the Punisher, an anti-hero in a popular Marvel comic series. There's a lot of debate right now about whether the logo is a hate symbol. Read up on its history and why CPD has actually banned it. It's in the CBS 2 Investigator section of our CBS Chicago app.
Ooh, oops.
I do remember like that.
Yeah, and then that this leads us to this piece, which is the Amir Locke case, right? And with the no-knock warrants and whatnot, this is a lot. It's just gotten heavier after this particular incident, that has happened, which is just a few days ago. And
that there is a problem all over the United States, but there is a clear problem, and the proof is in the pudding that there is a problem here in the state of Minnesota. There has been over 470 murders at the hands of law enforcement here in the state of Minnesota in the last 20 years, and hardly no one has been held accountable except Derek Chauvin, Kim Potter, and Muhammad Noor, who killed a Caucasian woman.
Damn.
We need more accountability in this state.
That's 3 and 20
These
years.
families are out here hurting, and Amir would be alive today. Had the officials in this building held officers accountable before Amir. And when we, as families, were fighting for legislation, the no-knock warrants, 6 months ago, while there was a legislative session going on, had they passed that no-knock warrant, Amir would be alive right now. Our families have pleaded. Our families have begged for the legislators, the Senate, Paul Gazelka, Warren Limmer, to hold these officers accountable and pass police accountability bills. And they refuse to do carry and he didn't deserve to get murdered in his sleep. How many more bodies? What else? What else can you take from our families? So here again, we stand here with another body, but I want the legislators to know. I want the governor to know. I want everybody to know that had a chance. They had a chance to make changes before he near. I want all of you to know that the blood is on all of your hands. I will now call forward Attorney Ben Crump that has come to fight for yet another family here in the state of Minnesota. Thank you.
This guy. Not a fan of Ben Crump, man.
I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Minnesota's own Attorney Jeff Storms and Attorney Tony Ramanucci. We have the honor of representing the family of Amir Locke, his mother Karen Wells, and his father Andre Locke. We also have present with us his older brother Andre Locke Jr. and a host of uncles and aunts and cousins also assembled with Tashira and these other families who are brokenhearted. We even have the family member of Emmett Till present with us today.
Jeez.
What is so heartbreaking, and while we're here at the great capital of the state of Minnesota, is because obviously when we were making proclamations over in the Twin City of Minneapolis, even though we thought we were being heard, Tashira, obviously our proclamations were ringing hollow when we called for better policing, more restraint, more constitutional protections against excessive use of force. Apparently, it rang hollow. And so now we're here in this Capitol building with the echoes from each word that we articulate, that it will not remain hollow, that we will be heard. When you think about the fact when we were here, Attorney Storms, at the last trial of one of the police officers who killed George Floyd, Winston, it's hard to believe that there was a young black man killed unjustly during that trial, named Dante Wright, by Officer Kim Potter. And so you just simply can't believe during the trial of police officers who killed George Floyd that we're going to have another black man killed unjustly in the Twin City area. I mean, what do we have to do to say stop killing us, especially while we're going through the trial of the killers of George Floyd, which you all may remember was supposed to be the turning point. You remember that? George Floyd, the 9 minutes and 29 seconds was supposed to be the turning point. I think about the fact that you have Karen and Andre coming here to the Capitol demanding that legislation be passed to abolish no-knock warrants in the state of Minnesota. You know, before, when the leaders were offering the plea to say, let's abolish no-knock warrants, they were offering Breonna Taylor and her blood. But today, Karen and Andre are offering the blood of Amir Locke on this legislation to say no more, no, not once. The saddest part of it all is we thought you could take the word of the Minneapolis city officials when they said there was a ban on no knock warrants. But we just found out within the last hour, not only was that a terrible joke played on us, that they insisted on a no knock warrant and they insisted on nighttime service. Can y'all imagine nighttime service, which we know is the most dangerous time to serve a no-knock warrant? The fact that it is foreseeable that people are going to be asleep and you're going to break into their house unannounced. Amir Locke didn't have a chance. He did not.
Yeah, so I'm going to stop it right there because it's like a grip long, and then it's like, man, let me check that out. Oops, I was on the wrong thing too. Why don't you say something, sir? But yeah, now that is
No, I had it on mute. Who was that? Who was it? Who was that just right now?
my bad. Yeah, I thought I had it on the right one.
Who was that was just speaking?
Yeah, I'm about to show you right now. My bad. Okay, so that's Ben Crump.
The turning point.
Oh, okay.
George Floyd, the 9 minutes and 29 seconds was supposed to be the turning point.
Yeah, and then right before that, because my bad, I thought I had it on the right one. Is
No, that was it.
Yeah, this lady was speaking too, and like. Pause that. 1 second. Hold on.
Attorney Crump, as we stand here once again next to a beautiful, grieving family, I'm struck by where we're standing. Because how is it we've managed to make buildings that look like this for hundreds of years, but we can't pass laws that stop an innocent black man from being executed in his sleep? Surely we have that ability in this country. And the reason it hasn't happened, and some of our guiding principles that we've seen here in Minneapolis and some of our other local governments, are these. One, we don't learn. The city of Minneapolis refuses to learn. There was a man who died in 2010 named David Smith, who was killed in almost an identical fashion to George Floyd. Officers handcuffed him behind his back and put weight on his back, kneeled on his back until he asphyxiated. The city of Minneapolis was supposed to provide training to make sure no one ever died the way David Smith died again. And then George Floyd happens, showing us that Minneapolis does not learn. The city of Minneapolis, like the rest of the world, knew about the dangers of no-knock warrants from the killing of Breonna Taylor. And not only Breonna Taylor, but we've had our own no-knock examples here in Minnesota as well. There was a case involving a woman named Rakia Russell, where they wrongly executed a no-knock warrant and gave her horrific burns when they threw a flashbang grenade where she was. So the city of Minneapolis has been on notice about its no-knock policy. And then we get to the second principle. The city continues to lie to us. They tell us we banned no-knock warrants. No, you didn't. They tell us Amir Locke was a suspect. No, he wasn't.
Tell it, Jeff.
They do the same playbook over and over again, and it's to discredit and attempt to desensitize all of us to their repetitive mistakes that typically result in the death of a young black man. Now, one of the other guiding principles that we've seen from Minneapolis and elsewhere is a lack of transparency. And that strikes home here. We have with us Cadale Smith, the brother of Winston Smith, who died as the result of being killed as part of a U.S. Marshal Task Force. Now, when we talk about a lack of transparency there, we talk about no body cameras. And now take 1 second and think about this. Imagine if there were no cameras on the group of men that just executed Amir Locke. How would we ever be able to stand here and fight the way for Amir Locke with the support of the country that we have right now? And it would be very difficult, which is why we've had to force entities in this country to wear body cameras. And what did we see in that body camera? I'll tell you what we saw in the camera when Amir Locke was executed. We saw a young man who executed better trigger discipline and gun usage than the people we pay and give the power and authority to arrest and kill our citizens if necessary. How is that young man, Amir Locke, better trained with a firearm than the officer that killed him? And I challenge all of you, watch the video. There's been some savvy people out there who have stopped and freeze-framed it, and you'll see it is textbook. Google trigger discipline. Pick up an image, and you're going to see Amir Locke's virtually replica of Amir Locke's hand. You'll see his fingers pointing down on the barrel away from the trigger, and you'll see his gun pointed away because Amir Locke did not know if he needed to use his firearm because the young man wasn't even given an opportunity to open his eyes and wake up. Yet that young man, who was rushed upon by armed intruders, had the wherewithal and the human decency to not pull that trigger, to not even put the finger on that trigger. So as we stand before you today, we need to have our own Bill of Rights. And that Bill of Rights includes no-knock warrants, but bigger than that, learn from your mistakes, cities. Stop lying to us and be transparent. And remember that we're all humans. We're all supposed to be in this together. And every time the city pulls out its own playbook, where it attempts to dehumanize or detract from why a young person got killed in this country, that cheapens the bond that we all have, and it builds the distrust that you've all seen. So now the initial step is ban no-knock warrants everywhere. It's not safe on either side of the door. It doesn't help law enforcement, and it particularly does not help our communities of color. But
yes, that's yeah. I mean, facts. Like, your thoughts?
Nah, I'm just sitting here.
Yeah. So, family, the war towards the cheese is only getting heavier. You know, people don't want to acknowledge it, but it's happening, and it's not a pretty sight, especially for the people that believe that this is a long time coming. I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet sooner. You know, like for real.
Yeah.
But
So check. So this is
please tell us.
no.
No, yeah,
There's
because I can look for something while you're telling the people about what you're gonna tell them. I can.
Oh no, I'm saying like you're gonna have a part 2 coming up.
Yeah. You want to give your final thoughts?
Actually, I was just reading a little quote, you know, that I might leave with that, you know, was something that basically when white people were sitting up there trying to come against us and stuff, but there's a little quote in here that it goes, it says, without fail, let them support their gods, their lands, let them improve, build their shares, let the black-headed people wait on their gods, and that's with a big G. But not just wait, but we don't need them. We go it all alone. Basically, it was white people stealing our shit, is what they were saying. You know what I'm saying? It's because we don't need to wait on anything that's already getting ready to happen. You know what I'm saying? We just have to be very patient. You know, we have to know that that time is coming, you know, but in the time that's coming, we just, you know, I mean, war looks different to some people, you know, and it's just more about being like victorious and knowing yourself and knowing who we are as a people, that those that just go out fighting like they do is going to spend more time trying to win over their soul, their spirit, and they don't even have a soul. You see what I'm saying? But like I said, it's like a big picture behind all of that and everything. But yeah, I don't know what I'm saying about that.
It makes sense. It makes
You
sense.
know, just sitting up there, just saying, you know,
Yeah, normal city.
just speaking words. I just like say, I don't know, you know, if it makes sense or not, but you know, I'm just, you know, maybe most people think I'm venting, whatever, but I'm just speaking like facts, like true facts. You know.
Yes.
The year from now until 2025, capitalism, as you know, it is falling. And that goes with government. That means the people that govern people's mentals, like the police department, the city, you know, you got the federal government, you know, you got the national army and all this type of stuff. Like all that shit's coming to an end, you know. But when that comes to an end, what comes next? That's what's building right now. That's what networking and getting out there so we could, you know, meet up and do things and know how to get that solution, you know, not the solving, but the solution part, how we can get to the solution of everything, how we can sit up there and build off that solution and stuff. So, you know, that's all I'm saying. You know, I don't know if I was making sense or not, but
yes,
you know, just in there.
Yes, you are actually.
Yeah, and you know, that's all I'm saying. You know, because it just, you know, it's a sad thing, but we ain't singing no more. We shall overcomes. We ain't singing no more like songs that, you know, gotta show us who we are and what we proud about. You know, but the songs that we sing right now is the songs that the ancestors know. You know, the songs that know that, hey, that revolution is already coming through a resolution of things. That's why the planet is shifting. That's why they freaking out and trying to do too many things to try to kill off people. You know, I mean, Farrakhan, yeah, okay, it's cool, but you know, you can say a coon or whatever else too, is because the simple fact is that there's a lot of people that get puppets. You know, they have 14 different religions, and maybe out of 14 of them different religions, only 3 of them make it through. But just learning the parts of that body to make the full body, that you can become the Asarman, you know, and actually rise through the earth, you know, it's going to be kind of hard for some people, you know, but the ones that actually know, like you know what I'm saying, Brother Jesse, sit up there, and all the other viewers that hear, you know, the Brother Yanga that was up there earlier, you know, I mean, I can't name everybody, you know, that even from like all the other shows.
Yeah.
That's what connecting does. You know, connecting is energy, you know what I'm saying? Energy always connects. You know, people, you know, you can sit up there and fuss and fight and all that, because all that pale ass, bloodless cracker is gonna do is sit up there and try to reverse it. But what you gotta do is reverse it back on, you know, because it's gonna come back anyways, because all they do is just, you know, their hearts don't belong to them. They don't even know who they are. So if they don't know who they are, you know, they're gonna be falling deplete. It's us building up a real true nation, you know, something that goes off the values of our families, you know what I'm saying, our family trees and stuff like that, because we all been through victims of that, you know. And that's why when I read that part and it said, wait on their gods, but it was just like, it was like basically saying like subliminally, your God's not coming, but ours is. You see what I'm saying? Ours is. You know, there's always like a big picture of something when you look at things. Everybody else be too much into like themselves, but not, it's like vice versa. You got to be within yourself, but then you got to know what's without of yourself, because without of yourself, you know, is what they call universe. We call Neteru, you know, that goes to connect us to Atongo, the universal spirit of connecting. So it's all about that and about learning how to get through, you know, I don't know. I don't know. It might sound like I'm rambling, but I'm just.
You're not.
You know, hearing the videos and stuff, but knowing the knowledge that I have and stuff like that is just trying to bring it more into a full like circle, you know, because like I said, it was always matriarch. It never was patriarch. That was when the white man came and raped the black women. And that's where you have a lot of white offsprings. But 50% of that white offspring still got melanated, like yourself and like another brother, you know, like there's so many, you know, RAHMEL, Yanga, I know he's a brother, but I'm just saying, you know, it's just in general, you know, brothers are brothers, you know, brother Jesse, you know what I'm saying? But we know this by the way we speak and talk and all that. There's other 50% that probably just don't want to cross. Maybe they just look too white, and maybe they just want to fit with the white people. And then there's maybe a other percent of the 50% that know that they black and melanated, not black, but melanated, and might want to try to go over into that side and then just get pulled back over because there's a shift that's coming. But if you don't go with the shift, then you just go against the grain, and then you end up turning into your own pillar of salt, and you be your own destruction. It won't be nobody else's. It's just going to be you walked into your own destruction. That's why it's like, I don't, you know, religion, doctrines, okay. Well, and what does that tell me at the end of the day? You know, I'm a Nawabian. What does that mean? You know, let me know what we really are. I want to know the names. You know what I'm saying? If we come from a Maraku, then, you know, we have the Akan names, you know what I'm saying, that came from actually Ghana, which is West Africa. And then we learned about the Malis, and we know that there's like a Bantu of like million tribes of ours. Now we talk about building a nation, not a doctrine, something that's just going to indoctrinate you into some lies of something that you don't even know about. But when you start going into our story, now you got something that they can't indoctrinate with because it's facts and it's in our DNA, because our DNA is connected to the stars. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you hear me? Because I'm like, I don't know if I'm fading now.
No,
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yeah, so, you know, it's just on that tip, you know, that's where I be, you know, because there is an ending, you know. It's just sad that some people got to watch it. But there's some that sit up there and be like, well, that's sad, but shit, what happened to my people? You know, what happened to the land that y'all stole and gave it to my enemies?
Yeah.
And let my enemies have enjoyment on my land while I watch it. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it's all kind of different little things, you know. I mean, the way I look at it, I say, shit, they say life repeats itself. I say life comes and corrects itself.
Yeah.
And it's in its correction, and it's getting ready to and bringing back what is more pure, that's going to be more pure to the purest fine and stuff like that. You know, that's why I take what they call Zodiac. You know, I call basically just our ancestral realm. You know, it's where we go and we do our ancestry and basically be a part of the universe and stuff like that that they don't have no idea about knowing, you know. And it's sad that they don't think it, but my sad is different from their sad, because that's some words that they was trying to teach us to block us from our real original language. So I could give a fuck about that. You know,
Yeah.
and like I said, eat them like cracker soup. But
no, it's real shit. It's real shit.
Probably talked a little. Yeah, I probably talked a little too much and stuff.
No.
Gotta get refreshed. You know what I'm saying? Do a little calling to my ancestors and stuff like that. I probably need, but I want to continue on and talking and stuff like that. But I got to do some stuff because I've been researching. I'm at that time where I got to do my little libations and stuff like that. But
okay.
I like talking on here. You know, I pretty sure, like I said, everybody, if they listening, everybody's up. You know, more power to you, blissfulness. You know what I'm saying? And to you, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The queen and the king, you know what I'm saying? I know that he's asleep and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good because he did a good job, you know what I'm saying? But I always love your show, love you, you know what I'm saying? Stay real, stay melanated, and that's all you got to do. Shit. And then just I don't know, a call around, like maybe give me like 20 minutes or something like that.
Okay. I'm just gonna
all right,
I'm gonna carry on. You hit me up in the messenger.
Okay then. All right. And all right.
Thank you for coming.
All right, cool. All right, peace.
Peace. All right. Heavy. Let's just put it that way. Yeah. So now that we're all alone, just kidding. Yeah. So let's carry on. I'm gonna lead into now. My next topic is a 2-part topic, and carry on for like a little bit longer here. I don't really got shit to do. Well, no, I don't got shit to do. I want to talk about where I'm at in Denver, and I want to talk about city council and what's going on out here. There's a lot of things going on out here, and I find it quite curious. So I'm going to be showing a whole bunch of things. I'm actually going to let some city council play a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to read an article first, though, before we get up there. Let me see if I can find it. Up here, it's kind of tough when you're just by yourself. Yeah, it's kind of tough. Let's see. All right. Well, first, let me just back this track up. I'm gonna go into the Biden the Biden thing. Okay, we're just talking about everybody's been referring to it as crack pipes and whatnot. So I'm gonna lead with that, and let me see, make sure I got my. Yep, I do. I got my fair use thing going on. I'm gonna get into that because actually I have some insights. So I would like to share that with everybody. I've been trying to share it with other actual podcasters. They ain't hearing it, so sadly, I kind of have a little thought process on it because I can speak on experience. So we're gonna start with February 9th, and this is Jen Psaki.
Jen, HHS just put out a statement clarifying around some reports that crack pipes are not going to be part of the safe smoking kits that are funded by the administration. But can you clarify for us, were they never a part of the kit, or were they removed in response to this reporting and this pushback?
They were never a part of the kit. It was inaccurate reporting, and we wanted to put out information to make that clear.
What is in the safe smoking?
Let's put it that way. That's a lie, and I could talk about it, but I needed to show you guys back this up a little bit. I thought I had it was sharing it, and I was mistaken. So I'm gonna carry on now.
And clarifying around some reports that crack pipes are not going to be part of the safe smoking kits that are funded by the administration. But can you clarify for us, were they never a part of the kit, or were they removed in response to this reporting and this pushback?
They were never part of the kit. It was inaccurate reporting, and we wanted to put out information to make that clear.
What is in the safe smoking kit?
The safe smoking kit may contain alcohol swabs, lip balm, other materials to promote hygiene and reduce the transmission of diseases like HIV and hepatitis. I would note that what we're really talking about here is steps that we're taking as a federal government to address the opioid epidemic, which is killing tens of thousands, if not more, Americans every single day, week, month of the year. We put out this statement, though, because there was inaccurate information out there, or I should say HHS put out the statement because there was inaccurate information out there, and we wanted to provide clarification on the allowable uses for the HHS harm reduction program. It's not a change in policy. This program, though, is focused on harm reduction strategies, including prioritizing the use of fentanyl test strips and clean syringes. And all of these harm reduction services that will be supported by these programs are intended to save lives from an epidemic that we know is devastating to communities across the country.
And then, so just to put a final point on it, does the administration support any effort then to distribute drug paraphernalia?
The statement makes clear that we don't support federal funding, indirect or direct, for pipes.
And then on the safe injection sites that the DOJ is evaluating, was this an ask from the White House that they review that policy? To know that for years DOJ has opposed efforts to open safe injection sites?
It's under litigation, so I can't speak to that. But what I can tell you and reiterate is that the White House is committed, as I would reiterate for you, many Democrats and Republicans, including Senator Cruz, to taking steps to address the opioid crisis. This is not an issue that is inflicting just blue states. It is inflicting millions of Americans across the country, and it is important that we take steps to address it.
So just final wrap of those two items. What would you say to critics who are concerned that the Biden administration is somehow encouraging illegal drug use?
I think that it's important to step back and remember, just to put a little more of a fine point on it, that we're losing an American life every 5 minutes to overdose. We don't have time for political games. The president's focused on saving lives through harm reduction programs. That's exactly what we're talking about here. They work in red states and they work in blue states. We know they save lives. They help connect people to treatment and recovery. And they were endorsed this week by a bipartisan commission co-chaired by Senator Tom Cotton that examines steps we must take to address the devastating toll of overdoses. So what I would say is this is not a game. This is not a political game. This is an epidemic that is taking the life of an American every 5 minutes, and we need to work in a bipartisan way to address it.
This Valentine's Day, get a Heart Baker pizza from Papa Murphy's. You complete it.
So yeah, like harm reduction, like, and there's more, So give me 1 second. Let me find the other one real quick. And there's more. I'm in Colorado, so we have harm reduction here. We've had it for a long time, so it's been around. But I'm gonna show you something else in regards to that, because this is nothing new. Like, everybody's acting as if it's new. If people I would say in this aspect we're progressively ahead. In Colorado, because it's here. I can speak from it on a standpoint that when I was homeless, I was homeless for 5 years. I've not been homeless for a little while. They used to come to the camps, to check on the the people that shoot up. They come check on them, and then they realized that there was more. There was more going on. There was more there was more going on. There was people addicted to this, and there was people addicted to that. There was people that needed help with this and that. Initially, they started this. I believe they started this to clean up the city from people that injected opiates, because they were not only were they injecting the opiates in public, they were also dying in public, and a lot of it was homeless people, addicts, things like that. So yeah, it's been going on for a while. Let's see. Let's go ahead. This is like at least 6 years. I'm gonna play this video real quick. Hold on. Pause. Let me share this real fast, and we can get to it real quick. Here we go. This, I said, Colorado has had this for a minute. So all this stuff that Biden's talking about is nothing new. This is 6 years ago. So little insight. This is Denver still. One moment.
The Harm Reduction Action Center works with people who are currently using drugs. In a very magical world, there would be no drugs. However, we live here. We have a lot of efforts in our community on prevention and substance abuse treatment and the criminalization of drug users. We're here on the streets every day walking this journey with them.
This is true.
Every person that we sign up for the syringe access program needs to fill out a one-time HIPAA confidential intake form.
Yep.
During
I
our
signed one of
drop-in
those.
times, Monday through
There are a
Friday
couple
9
of
to
those,
noon,
actually.
folks are able to watch a movie. We also use this area for health education
For
classes
several
in the
different
afternoon.
reasons. Personal and
This is
because I
where the
was out
syringe
there
access table people come
selling
in,
those.
they dispose of syringes
We have
properly,
different names
and
for
then
them
they're
in the street, but
able to access clean,
selling
sterile
syringes.
syringes. We have 2 trained volunteers on at all times, which
I'd
alleviates
have my
staff
friends
to be
turn
on the
in the
floor
dirty
doing
ones. I can give them
one-on-one
back.
referrals. This is the prescription drug naloxone. These are 2 doses in here.
Overdoses.
They knock the opiates off the receptors to save someone's life in the event of an opiate overdose. Because this is injectable, they also have the intramuscular syringe. From our naloxone program, we've had 181
I've had
lives
to give
saved.
somebody that.
According to the Denver Office of
It
Drug
is not
Strategy, there's
pretty
about
sad.
5,000 injectors in the city of Denver. Those are folks that have gone in for abscesses, overdoses, and treatment. So we believe there's probably about 10,000. 3 and 4 are hepatitis C positive, and more than 1 in 10 are HIV positive. People usually think that the only thing we do is syringe access. However, we do a lot of health education classes that are specifically for people who inject drugs to keep themselves and their community safe. We also do street outreach, so we go into high drug traffic areas and exchange syringes with people and give them referrals. We also do a ton of referrals here and on-demand HIV, Hep C, chlamydia, and gonorrhea testing. We also register former felons and the homeless to vote to be a part of community decisions. And we also have an advocacy arm.
Very true.
Colorado
All of it is true.
overdoses have tripled in the last 12 years. There's a fatal overdose in Denver County every other day. And overdose is the leading cause of death for homeless adults in Colorado. Behind me is our memorial wall, so we never forget. Because it took so long for us to be able to have legal syringe exchange in the city of Denver, we had to be very innovative on the classes and the opportunities that we offered people. In the 35 states and 60 countries that do have syringe access programs, many of them don't offer the comprehensive and holistic services that we do.
It's true. All true. Very true. And I know, like I said, I was sleeping on the fucking street in Denver for like 5 years. And like I've been swept. I've went through it all. Okay, I mean, like had my power check crushed by the police, broad daylight, been raped, fucking who knows what. I was doing the most out there too. Wasn't exactly the model citizen, so it's heavy. But this is nothing new, like at all. This harm reduction thing, that was just the beginning part of it. It has actually gotten a lot more involved. First, it was just the what do you call it? At first, it was just the injectors, people that shot up. They were just shooting up opiates like heroin, and then it went to people who were shooting up heroin and meth together, and people were doing like unsafe conditions, so they had opened up these other places like they call them safe injection sites, and I'll show you a little bit about that too. They call them safe injection sites, and that was to, that was, low key keep everybody like, safe and away from the eyes of actual other citizens that don't want to see that shit in the city, in this gentrified city, as I would say. Um, One second. Shoot. I'm in Denver, so a lot of things are a little different here. But I'm gonna show you what we got working. Like I said, we got a whole bunch of things going on here in this city. And a lot of it happened about, well, it's happened like 6 years ago with the harm reduction centers where they would come and do the outreach, like the lady said, and then here we go. Then a couple years later, they decided to explore injection sites. That was to help, and I personally, I don't necessarily disagree with this. It's because it is such a thing, an epidemic out here. This is like, around the Obama time. No wait, around Trump, Obama, whatever, the end of it. Yeah, it was heavy then too. When people had first found out about it, they were just like not happy. Regular people were not happy. They wanted this, but then they didn't want it. It's like buyer's remorse. What I say?
Not really. Turns out, big surprise tonight. Or not really. Turns out the federal government does not like Denver's plans for a safe injection site. The member of city council who pushed for this idea has long said if the feds decide to intervene, he'd deal with it then. Well, today is then. Here's our Anusha Roy.
The drug problem isn't shy about showing itself. From shooting up outside a library, people overdosing inside a bookstore bathroom on Broadway, to more than 1,000 people dying from overdosing in Colorado last year. The feds aren't shy either about putting their foot down. After the Denver City Council passed an ordinance for a safe injection site, the idea is to set up a place where people can use drugs like heroin and meth with trained staff nearby to help if they overdose instead of in public. Today, the Colorado U.S. Attorney's Office and DEA said that would be illegal under federal law and could result in a $250,000 fine and even 20 years in jail. And after comparing safe injection sites to crack houses that could bring in more crime, they wrote they want to be clear. They aren't attacking anyone, trying to mend Denver's drug problem.
This is not a crack house. And that terminology, quite frankly, is offensive. We are talking about a safe place for people who are in the depths of their addiction to use and then hopefully move into recovery.
The state still has to decide if it's going to waive a nuisance ordinance so that a supervised injection site wouldn't get in trouble for having drugs on their property. Democratic State Representative Leslie Herod said the pushback from the feds today, it doesn't surprise her, and it isn't stopping her. She's still working on a bill to be introduced during the next legislative session.
And the fact that they have the people have the strength to even walk in there is like crazy
right now in Colorado.
Like bold.
Okay, so on that note, right?
We've seen this battle before when Colorado was legalizing marijuana. We took some questions to a law professor from DU who said back then the feds did do something similar, saying it's illegal under federal law. People are going to get in trouble. They were hearing that under both the Obama and Trump administration, but legalization moved ahead anyway. So the question is, this time around, will the feds be acting differently when it comes to safe injection sites if it moves forward in all these cities?
Especially since this current Colorado U.S. attorney is coming from the Trump administration.
Yeah.
It could be different.
Yeah, it was nominated in June and has been falling in line with the feds as well, saying that it is illegal. And they were addressing several cities across the country that are considering a similar program.
Right. Good report. Thank you, Anisha.
it has been moving around. It really has.
At a community center in New York City, Jamie Woods, battling drug addiction, slips into the restroom. She has 10 minutes. A monitor listens.
You all right?
Anti-overdose medications ready nearby if needed.
So that works for you?
This is the only place that I know that I can come and get straight because of my addiction, and I know I'm not going to die.
Staff here, along with mayors and health officials in 4 big cities and activists in other communities, want to help users inject safely out of the shadows by opening so-called safe injection or overdose prevention sites, medically supervised settings.
What we're saying is people that are already using drugs, they don't need to die in the streets. They don't need to die in alleyways because they don't have anywhere that's safe to use.
California just passed a bill that could open pilot centers in San Francisco. The governor deciding whether to sign it into law.
It is not lawful to facilitate the illegal use of drugs.
Deputy Attorney General Rod Rosenstein agreed to discuss this, warning of swift and aggressive action if any city opens an injection site.
They ought to be trying to persuade them to stop using the drugs and provide treatment and support.
They would argue they have tried that, but they just can't get people into treatment. And we can't just do more of the same. Is that a concern of yours?
Well, I think it's always useful to try new and different approaches. But the approach of facilitating drug use, I think, is simply a form of appeasement.
At least 100 injection centers like this one in Vancouver operate in at least 60 European and Canadian cities. Public health advocates insist years of academic studies show the centers save lives.
There have been millions of injections happening at these sites. No one's ever died. This is why people are urgently looking at this as a potential solution to this problem.
San Francisco recently opened a model site, the mayor touring, hoping to rally support for the idea. A confrontation with Washington looming.
If you couldn't come here, what would you do?
Well, most of us would probably be in doorways or hallways or staircases.
Time's up.
While people like Woods try to get through another day. Ron Allen, NBC News, New York.
Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube.
We have it actually here in Denver. We actually have one in Denver. So, I didn't think it was I didn't think it was pretty bad at all. Actually, I thought that was a pretty good idea because there's a lot
for
going
drug
on in Denver
users to shoot up, and Denver City Council is considering it.
And Denver 7 Jason Granauer has been all over this issue, which is gaining some political traction.
It is. As of tonight, Council President Albus Brooks, through his support, his endorsement, saying that he will introduce legislation on safe injection sites in front of the Denver City Council this fall. Now, that came at a public meeting tonight at Denver Central Library. That place has been a hotbed for drug use, and since there are thousands of people who inject in Denver alone and aren't stopping anytime soon, this would be a supervised space to take it out of the public eye. An unmarked building set up to stop disease spread and prevent overdoses, similar to the one you see on your screen there in Vancouver. Now, opponents say
that's
this
part of the
would
kit.
promote drug use.
Okay, these things are part of the kits that they're talking about. And except for the needles, they're actually a whole bag of fresh, clean ones, sealed all the way together like a brand new. It's like almost like a diabetic syringe. It comes with like a little tin, and these little syringes that have saline squeezes, I guess you call them, cotton. It comes with a tourniquet. That's usually in the standard, and it comes with a box. When you sign up with the clinics, there's like about 3 of them, I believe, that are designed for injections or like the harm reduction center. Okay, there's like 3 more of those here in the city, and they usually comes in. This kit only had the saline. A bag of clean, brand new diabetic needles, I guess you call them. A tourniquet, which is this cotton, and this little metal cooker thing, so you could actually do it. Mix your items in, and cotton. That was initially in the first one, the very first kit that they started to come around. They were take your name, you sign up. So they had a idea. They give you a card that would I'll get into the card right that keeps you exempt for certain things with the law, and a box to put your dirty syringes in, and that would be it. And they would take everything down that they needed. They had a picture ID that would take, like, copy it or whatever, write the pertinence on it, and let you know where it is. They give you a card. They tell you this is what it is, where you go, blah blah blah. When you need the dirty syringes picked up, you just call them, or you show up there, and they will take the box of the dirty needles and put do what they will with them, and give you back your box and new clean needles, like another bag or two, whatever you need. Because some people actually shoot up more than just once, 3 times. Some people go like 10, 15 times a day. You see what I'm saying? That they're actively shooting up, and they do. Sometimes they do it with different needles. Sometimes they do it with the same needle, etc., etc., etc. And it could cause certain types of infections, such as abscesses. Could blow your vein, get any kind of infection. Sharing needles causes it spreads transmittable diseases. I can speak from experience. You see what I'm saying? It's been like like I said, I'm not perfect, so I had my own history. You know what I mean? With drugs and person that had emotional issues, and I just wanted to go for whatever. So I too know what it's like to be a person that used to use IV drugs. It's been a long fucking time, though. I say it's been a long time because when you blow a vein, or you catch an abscess, or when you catch an infection that you caught like many years back from the same thing, you catch it twice. You know what I mean? And blow the first time it blew your heart, the next time it blows your head. And then the third time could possibly be your life. It's like that. So, like right now, I don't even think I would have ever been able to speak on it if I didn't have the experience. So, yeah, it's been a long time since I had my own problems. But this place was never around like at the time when I went through my situations. Luckily, I just have it's like mind over matter for me, and a lot of it has to do with situational and environmental issues, as well as mental health. So people think it's right now. It's the focus is on mental health. Focus is also it should be mostly on drug use. The drug use is what really enhances the mental health to be so severe as it is now. And that is a fact. That's something that I can speak on as fact. It's something I've witnessed and experienced about, at least during the homeless stage. I've seen things. I've been there, like literally right in front of me. And just recently, from like 5 years to just recently, I've seen countless events where I'm speaking the truth of what, in my perception, I've seen.
Those pushing it, including now the city council president,
This is
say
the
would
kid.
actually save lives.
I've been having internal conversations and conversations with decision makers, and so we do hope to be in front of City Council this fall and at the state legislature in the 2018 session.
Do you think this is going to happen in Denver?
I think we have a good chance here in Denver as well as anywhere else in the country.
Now, that legislation the council president spoke about would likely need to be a city ordinance to get around possession and drug use laws. It would also need the state's involvement. So, not soon, but not a pipe dream either. Shannon, Jason.
Mm-hmm. Which is it's real heavy. I just want to see if there was anything else that I was looking at real quick. Over here. Yeah, we have them here. We have them here. We've been had them, and that, like I said, that was in 2017. That was just the first. That was the first kid. You know what I mean? This is 2 months ago. Wait. Yeah, this is 2 months ago. I'm gonna show you. Let's see. Yeah, they passed it. I'm gonna show you two things real quick, just so that you have some perspective. When I say that it's not unusual. That's why, like right now, what they're blowing up and making such a big deal with the Biden administration, I am not a fan. You know, he's garbage. That is trash. That whole Biden, man, he's just stupid.
Hey
But
everybody, Evan Krugel
this
here,
what it
looking
is.
over some new video from our sister station in New York City, where the nation's first ever supervised use injection site just opened a little over a week ago. This is a place where folks
This
can
in New
bring
York.
pre-obtained drugs and use them under the watchful eye of a trained professional, helping prevent overdoses. With the news out of Union Station last week, those new videos you probably have seen by now of widespread
Union
public
Station
drug
is
use,
here.
some say the push needs to be renewed here for a supervised use injection site right here in Denver.
And they have that.
It doesn't have to be so public, and overdoses are preventable, especially when someone is there to recognize and respond. And I'd rather it happen with my staff and myself than random people and business owners in the community or people just trying to catch a bus.
See what I'm saying? Like I just showed you a video, like I just showed you a video where they're doing it here in Denver. You know what I mean? Let me see.
Space for.
At a community center in New York City, Jamie Woods, battling drug addiction, slips into the restroom. She has 10 minutes. A monitor listens.
No, yeah, no, there's no pushback. We have them here because there's people actually doing it. They have them
Stop
here.
settling for broken men and stop compromising your standards for dating. If you want to find a
City Council 11-1 in favor of the plan. And again, as we've been telling you, as we have talked about this story now over the past couple of weeks, what they want to do is get drug users and addicts out of alleys like this, dark alleys like this, get them into safer locations and possibly save lives. Here's a look at the debate last night that went on in City Council, and this is what the plan is all about. The site would have to be at least 1,000 feet from schools and daycare centers, too. It would offer free needles and medical care to users, but the users would have to bring in their own drugs. And if it gets final approval by the City Council, it would start as a 2-year pilot program.
It long enough, and it's time that we address this issue.
I can't recall an issue on which I have struggled as much as I struggled trying to come to terms with this one.
Now, it's not a done deal as of yet. The City Council still has to do one more reading and then a final vote before all is approved. And then state lawmakers would have to take a look at the plan, too, and vote on it as well. That probably will not happen until the next legislative session, and that would be sometime early next year. But again, a very controversial move moving forward here now in the city of Denver. Live in Denver in downtown.
Oh, no, that's so it's happening. All right, Jim. It's already, it was been approved. It's, like I said, it's been approved. They've been doing it. So we've had safe injection sites. We've had harm reduction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, we've had it in. So it's not new. What's new, I think, is for everybody else. There's only a few states that have this program. Only a few states. It is a good thing. There's a lot of ugly sources behind it. That no good deed, I guess, goes unpunished. That's what I want to say. Okay, safe injection sites, affordable housing. Yeah, it was definitely a big topic when the mayor of the city happened to want to run again. I mean, that was one of his core points. Let's see. Let's see. Two. Let's share this. right here, and then yeah.
More than 1,100 Texans died from accidental opioid overdose. With deaths rising, community leaders around the country are pushing for a new idea to prevent overdose deaths. It's a controversial proposal that has been in place in Vancouver, Canada, where the government pays for sites where addicts can go and safely shoot up heroin. And we should warn you, some of the images are realistic depictions of what it looks like to be a heroin addict.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Vancouver most people see. But beneath the sunshine and seascapes, a heroin epidemic grows rampant.
It's exceptionally emotional.
Right here, in what's nicknamed Death Alley, our CBS crew watched addicts shoot up, nod off, and succumb to heroin, one after the other. Sue Ouellette helps the addicts who overdose here, but can't save them all.
This week, 3 people that I know are gone.
Last year, 1,000 people in Vancouver overdosed and died in what Dr. Mark
Now every
Decision
city
calls
looks
a
like
public
this.
health crisis.
We're in another opiate overdose emergency now, and this one is actually, the scale is much greater than the last one. This is a provincial emergency.
So the government has established safe injection facilities, or SIFs, where addicts like Shane and Kayla bring their own drugs, but are then given everything else to shoot up.
5 times a day.
And they're supervised as they mainline.
Kids, don't do this at home.
The theory is addicts will shoot up anyway, and if left alone and unsupervised, some will OD and die. So supervised spaces like this prevent OD deaths, curb the spread of disease, and build relationships with addicts that can lead to reform.
Is it the solution? No, but it's part of the solution that needs to be included.
Guy Felicella was a heroin addict for 2 decades who shot up in these alleys 30 times a day. He supported his habit by selling drugs and robbery, eventually using heroin in a safe injection facility where he OD'd 6 times, and 6 times medical staff brought him back to life.
If the safe injection site didn't exist, it's a no-brainer. I wouldn't exist either.
Now clean, Guy is a father and fights Vancouver's heroin scourge, saying you can't arrest your way out of this crisis.
Right.
But even with safe injection facilities dotting this neighborhood,
That's usually
many
what happens
addicts
when
are
people
uninterested.
come off of the street, they get housed, all of a sudden there are other
Matthew Rouge
issues
shoots
clear
up
up.
half a dozen times a day, but not in a safe
They get
injection
housed.
site.
As soon as they get housed, next thing you know, they want to stop hanging out with the street.
Mark
They
Decision
quit
says
hanging out
with
over there.
heroin getting more
Then all of a
potent
sudden
and cheaper,
they start
the
exploring
U.S.
other
needs to move
avenues, like
towards
looking
SIFs
for a
and
job.
fast.
If it doesn't have
different
facilities like
social
this,
things,
it won't be
and they start
prepared.
meeting different people, and then all of a sudden
Right
they
now,
want to
no
get
cities
clean.
in the U.S.
And
have
they go
such
into
facilities. However,
if their
cities in
addictions are
Washington
bad, they go
State, New
into,
York, and Colorado are looking into
rehab,
it.
or they
So
take
what do you
their
think? You think
mental
this is a
health
good
under
idea?
control, and the mental health, one or the other is off. You know, they fix the drug problem, then they fix the mental health problem, and that's how, like, for me, I didn't really have an addiction. I more had a boredom issue and coping ill skill sets at one point, and I got housed, and then that slowly dissipated. It like anybody who has a history with addiction, you know, and they're not perfect. You know, bad things happen and people have hard times, and then they have to start the process over again. And like anyone, I think I started the program over and over again at least 10 times in the whole, like, damn near a year and a half of coming off the street completely. You know what I mean? And then that's the thing, is that when you clean up, the only thing you want to do is really be of service and get other people to come to some sort of understanding that that's probably the best thing if they want to eventually grow up and have a life. You know what I mean? If they want to, they will do those things. It takes steps. You got 3 problems in the states right now: homelessness, drugs, like the drugs and homelessness, drugs, and mental health. And it's heavier for certain, mostly it's heavier for different ethnicities. And a lot of it has to do with addiction. Addiction could take on a whole bunch of different things. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to be a black or white thing. It definitely is a circumstance thing. Environmental, a whole bunch of things. Environmental meaning your circumstances have completely changed. you know, you're no longer the same person. You know, you got serious issues. You know, um, lots of things are factor into it. I'm gonna share this article with you though in regards to that because you know, whether while people are making it such a huge situation, it isn't here in Colorado. Colorado, this is nothing new. It's just shit that people don't want to see. They want to hide. People want to act as if Colorado is not guilty of its own sins. It says Colorado Public. I'm sorry. Let me cite source. This is the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment. Okay, and it says this is Colorado Public Health Harm Reduction Legislation. Okay, and hopefully you guys can see it. Let me make sure you see it. Okay, yeah, good. Okay, let me get back to this real quick. Where's my box? 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. This is yeah, okay. It's been amended, but it's been ongoing. Since this law amended July 13th, 2020 to remove regulatory barriers, allows nonprofit organizations or health facility licensed or certified by the state to operate a syringe exchange program without prior Board of Health approval. Prior to operating a syringe exchange program, a nonprofit organization shall consult with interested stakeholders and usually report to the State Department, specifying the nonprofit organization's or health facility number of syringes access episodes in the previous year and the number of used syringes collected by the facility. Participants, volunteer, and staff are exempt from the provisions of paraphernalia laws, which I'll get into that in this statute, when they are associated with an approved syringe exchange program created pursuant to the law. So when you sign up, like I said earlier, the harm reduction centers, whatever name they might title themselves there initially that, will hand you your kit, which initially was syringes, and a box and a card. And the card would say this: drug paraphernalia law exemption. Syringe exchange program participants are exempt from drug paraphernalia laws. Due to 2020 amendment, pharmacist or pharmacy technician who sells non-prescription syringes is also exempt from this pursuant to section. Okay, and then this is also there. Okay, the 911 Good Samaritan law states that a person is immune from criminal prosecution for the offense when the person reports in good faith an emergency drug or alcohol overdose, even to a law enforcement officer, to the 911 system, or to a medical provider. This same immunity applies to persons who remain at the scene of the event until a law officer or emergency medical responder arrives, or if the person remains at the facilities of the medical provider till a law enforcement officer arrives, or emergency medical responder or medical provider arrives. The immunity described above also extends to the person who suffered the emergency drug or alcohol overdose event. So these two are items. These two are on the back of like a business card. Okay, and then it talks about. It goes into this. Okay, it says third party naloxone. That's a drug to prevent overdose or to bring you out of it. This law allows for a person other than the healthcare provider for healthcare facilities who act in good faith to administer naloxone to another person whom the person believes to be suffering an opiate-related overdose. That means anybody who, say Joe Blow over there, suffering an overdose. I might have this naloxone in a needle, and I'm going to save his life. This law will cover me. The individual administers naloxone shall be immune from criminal prosecution for such an act, amended July 13, 2020, to extend immunity to individuals administering expired naloxone. Meaning if it's past its date and you still try, you're going to be covered under that. Okay. All right, here you go. Signed into law on April 3rd, 2015, this law concerns the ability to furnish supply of emergency drugs for purposes of treating individuals who may experience an opiate-related overdose event. This bill allows licensed prescribers to prescribe and licensed dispensers to dispense an opiate antagonist, either pursuant to a direct prescriber order in ordinance with standing orders and protocols. Okay, follow me, family. Needle stick prevention, signed into law on April 3rd, 2015. This law allows the exception to arrest and filing charges for the crime of possession of drug paraphernalia of the person prior to being searched by a law officer. Informant officer informs the officer that he or she has a needle, syringe, or other sharp objects on his or her person, or in his or her vehicle or home that is subject to a search. The exception to arrest filing charges also applies to the crime possession of controlled substance as it relates to any residual controlled substance that may be found in a used needle, syringe, or a sharp object. Meaning, if you're carrying a loaded needle for you should get pulled over, whatever, and that it's full, and you haven't, it's a used needle, whatever, and you tell them, you can't be held, culpable. You told them, and they have to put that aside. That's charges off. Coverage for opiate antagonists provided by hospitals, signed in July 13, 2020. This law requires health insurance carriers to reimburse a hospital if the facility provides a covered person with naloxone upon discharge. So it covers you if they give it to you so you can either save yourself or save someone else. Coverage for opiate. Okay, yeah, I read that. Pharmacy exemption prescription requirement. Signed into July 13, 2020, this law requires a pharmacist to notify an individual dispensed an opioid about the availability of naloxone when there would be a benefit based on the pharmacist's judgment. Promotes public health and safety by providing permissive language for pharmacies to provide syringes. Okay, so like I said, this is all. This is nothing. This is something that they've been doing for a long, long, long time, at least a couple years. So it's nothing new. And let's see what else. I mean, I don't know what to say. Biden talking about it right now it's like people are just making it out to be more and more horrible than it actually is. That actually is. It's just because they're ill-informed. I myself was trying to explain this in more progressive. I wouldn't say progressive. Forgive me. In a podcast that had a very high volume of visitors and subscribers, whatnot, viewers, I guess you would say. I tried to explain it to them then, and no one was trying to hear it. Look, and they're like, well, ill-informed because, they lie. They lie. The president lies. Everybody involved lies. Everything is a lie sometimes, And unless you've seen it or experienced it for yourself, you wouldn't know that it was a lie. You wouldn't know. You would just think it's business as usual, and this is either a good thing or bad thing, depending on how your opinion of the topic is. So people were just ill-informed. I just happen to have knowledge of the situation. Oh, excuse me, family. I had knowledge of the situation because I lived on the street, and I've actually seen this from start till now. Play itself out here in Colorado. You know, a lot of things have gotten worse in regards to drug usage in the context of the pandemic. You know, the pandemic has made it, especially for people out in, that are homeless. You know, the pandemic made it a lot worse. It made it worse for even people that are housed, living in their house, and they had to be in their house. So it was easier to take their drug buying, drug using, and stuff behind closed doors, and that's what the city really wants to see. It's almost to hide their shames because Colorado likes to pretend they're special and they're different. And they don't do anything like that. They don't, you know, they don't. We don't have no sins. We're perfect, and we're not. We're not. Let's see. Now, like what I'm going to get into now is in regards to the fentanyl problems. Okay, the fentanyl issues. I want to. First of all, the fentanyl thing has been going on for at least 2.5 years. For them talking about it a lot more this year and in the last 6 months is like old news to us, especially people that have lived on or that are on the street. This is nothing new. The thing is, they don't understand how it affects people. How it affects people. It's horrible. These fentanyl, it's first of all, I thought it was a pain fucking reliever that gave you at the hospital when something terrible happened, like you got your arm fucking shot off or you had surgery, or you know what I mean. And so we're gonna show you that the fentanyl thing is serious, very serious, and a lot of things are not actually being discussed. Yeah, for closer to us, I guess this is like a year. It's like, they're showing. Okay, yeah. I'll give you this. This is a year. This is a pipeline that they're talking about. On the pipeline for how it comes in. Because he missed the scenery.
Can you walk me through what happened inside of that pharmacy just now? What did they say?
Oops, let me share it real quick. This is going to be really interesting. And I'm trying to keep it in perspective of the last 2-3 months so you can understand.
Everything besides crack, ecstasy, and all of it. And that was it. But so all the drugs like cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, weed, Xanax, like Adderall, ketamine. Yeah, it's like a Disneyland for drugs.
Medical tourism to Mexico from the U.S. is huge, with an estimated 3 million inbound medical travelers in 2020. Medication is cheaper in Mexico, and you can buy most drugs without a prescription. While most people are able to find the care they desperately need, some are also buying cheap, unregulated meds without knowing they're fake. The ingredients can be completely unknown, and in recent years, the DEA have seized counterfeit medication laced with the deadly opioid fentanyl. It's estimated that 8 million people consume illicit medication in Mexico every year. I want to explore this black market industry, meet the dealers, the people combating this medical crime, and the people risking their lives for their own health. My father is a pharmacist. He works in a very highly regulated environment where you have to have a prescription, you have to go to a doctor to get your medicine. But then with my friends, they come to Mexico Edge. They don't have to come with a prescription. They don't have to potentially even see a doctor. They just go to one of the pharmacies and just ask for the medication they're looking for, and they get it. So it's as quick as that. So as much as it's simple and easy, it also makes me wonder how dangerous that can be. I'm heading near the US-Mexico border to Zona Norte, a red light area of Tijuana, where medical tourists often travel to pick up cheaper meds. There I'm meeting with a former opioid user who has regularly traveled to pharmacies on the border for around 10 years to buy Percocet without a prescription after he got hooked on opioids in the US. He wishes to remain anonymous and is going to secret film inside of one of these pharmacies, pick up some of the Percocet, and then I'm going to test them to find out what's really in them.
What's up? What's up, man? How you doing, G? Doing good. Cool. Yeah, man. Can I just get 2 Perc 30s? The 2 Percocet 30s milligrams? Yeah. Okay. Money.
How did you get into Percocet?
Yeah, so a year or two ago, like, I remember trying to buy some heroin, and then somebody gave like a blue pill. And it's just way better, it's Perc 30s or whatever, it's gonna be heroin. That's not gonna touch me. Because I was just like, Perc 30, like Oxycontin 80s, it's Perc 80s, that's what they probably called them. So I was like, this ain't gonna touch me, bro. But he's like, no, take it for free, trust me. Well, long story short, I took a hit, and it's fucking bleeding out. And I already had a tolerance to opiates. So I was like, what the fuck is that? That's not real. I get it, or Percocet, whatever. I was like, that shit ain't real. I was like, I do heroin, that shit put me on my head.
Do you know anyone who's died from consuming these pills?
I do. Yeah. A close friend of mine had a tolerance to it. Ended up taking a full Percocet, and yeah, she was like.
Do you have any idea of what might be in them?
I have no idea.
So how would you feel if I told you we were going to test it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're cool with that?
Yeah, I want to know.
You want to know?
Yeah.
I'm going to use a portable spectrometer intended for Border Patrol to test if the drugs are counterfeit.
Woo. AKA
all right, this is going to be a little tricky. I must look so shady right now. No, I think I've grounded it enough.
Go ahead, scientist.
Arm laser. Fentanyl. It says CASNA, illicit drug, and a red label pops up.
A Percocet pill is meant to have oxycodone as its active ingredient. This fake pill is instead cut with a deadly mix of fentanyl and methamphetamine. Fentanyl is 50 times more potent than heroin, and the overdose rate in the US is climbing with the introduction of this illicit opioid. It's estimated that there were 90,000 drug overdoses in the US in 2020. According to the DEA, while Chinese fentanyl seizures are down, the new source of fentanyl are Mexican cartels, specifically the Sinaloa and the Jalisco New Generation cartels, who are essentially criminal armies that rule with impunity. We're headed to Tepito, one of the largest black markets in Mexico City, where you can find counterfeit medication, makeup, clothes, anything you can think of. Meeting with a local boxing legend called Jorge, who's going to be my guide for Tepito.
Aquí es, Tepito.
It's a pharmacy.
Sí, sí.
There's all kinds of medicine, huh?
Sí.
Yeah, like this is not news for people that are familiar with what they're talking about as far as fentanyl, the Sinaloa, or we call it the Sinaloense cartel, in any way, shape, or life for me. No, this is nothing to me. This is like, it's new for you, new for everybody who doesn't know about the what they're talking about now is a lot that it's fentanyl, right? People like me, this has been ahead of this knowledge for a long time before the news, and that's something I don't want to discuss as far as Sinaloa, the Sinaloense, any of that. I don't want to discuss that with you guys. However, I do want to. We're discussing the little bit about the knowledge behind fentanyl and where the certain pipelines. Initially, it was coming from China. Then it goes through, and now it's going through the Mexico, or the Mexican certain states in Mexico, certain pipelines or whatnot.
Like for back pain.
Into the states, okay? And if you were paying attention, dude thought he was getting a Percocet. See? Rewind this track real quick. Dude thought he was buying a Percocet. Let me see.
After he got hooked on opioids in the US. He wishes to remain anonymous and is going to secret film inside of one of these pharmacies, pick up some of the Percocet, and then I'm going to test them to find out what's really in them.
What's up? What's up, man? How you doing?
So he's getting Percocets, okay? That's what I was initially showing, okay? And then she tests it. It's the same pill he bought.
Oxycodone as its active ingredient. This fake pill is instead cut with a deadly mix of fentanyl and methamphetamine.
That's what's in it, okay? That's coming into the States. That's what's there now, okay? It's been here. So for us, we're actually out in the street. This has been there. Y'all are just barely finding out. And when I say it just takes a little drop, okay? These pills are like 40, 60 or 39. It's like 30, 60. You understand what I'm saying? It's there's more fentanyl or there's more meth in it. Science. People don't want to talk about how science isn't an exact thing. Or when it comes to making drugs, or when people are prone to selling drugs, like I used to sell drugs. You know what I mean? So I understand, you might want to mix this with this. Shake it up and here, I got a hybrid right here. So I said, this is not unusual.
Fentanyl is 50 times more potent than heroin, and the overdose rate in the US is climbing with the introduction of this illicit opioid. It's estimated that there were 90,000 drug overdoses in the US in 2020. According to the DEA, while Chinese fentanyl seizures are down, the new source of fentanyl are Mexican cartels, specifically the Sinaloa and the Jalisco New Generation cartels, who are essentially criminal armies that rule with impunity. We're headed to Tepito, one of the largest black markets in Mexico City, where you can find counterfeit medication, makeup, clothes, anything you can think of. I'm meeting with a local boxing legend called Jorge, who's going to be my guide for Tepito.
Aquí es.
But you also don't understand it goes way deep. I mean, you got the Mexican, like the police, the federales. You got a lot of things, all in the loop over this.
Repito.
That's a pharmacy.
Sí, sí.
There's all kinds of medicine, ¿no?
Sí.
It's like for back pain, children's medication. There's.
Para los dolores. Vamos a caminar también.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, we need to move fast. I could tell that it's sort of risky to stop by there. And then I also noticed a motorbike passed by us, and I hear that the people who are on the motorbikes are often from the cartel. So that's also making me a bit nervous.
Sí, mira, ya hasta aquí podemos llegar ya, pero ya de aquí para allá hay muchas, hay maloras, ¿sí?
¿Aquí?
Ya es tarde ahorita, ya es tarde.
It's getting a bit hot, as we suspect cartels or gang spotters have noticed us filming. Jorge insists that we leave, but I still want to speak to a low-level vendor at this market to find out what they're selling and who supplies them.
Tú lo tomas y no sabes qué efecto te vaya a hacer, te va a causar algún daño, no sabemos qué contenga. Eso pues se tiene que llevar a analizar. En realidad no sabes que, no sé si sea veneno para rata. Esto es veneno clonado.
This is legal?
Es diferente
They call it cloning.
Original. Y esto está mal hecho. El color cambia.
Yeah.
¿Ya?
And what is the most
popular medication? What are people buying from you?
Lo que más busca la gente es para el dolor
Opiates.
y antibióticos.
And
So do you think that the cartels are involved in this?
antibiotics.
No lo sé, no lo sé.
Are you scared to tell me about the cartel?
No lo sé.
You just don't
Que
know.
ya como que ya me estoy incomodando.
Our time is up with the black market pharmacist, who's starting to feel uneasy. He seemed genuinely scared when I asked him about the cartel's involvement in the counterfeit medication market,
You just
and
get the fuck
understandably
out of there,
so.
'cause you get
I've
killed.
set up a meeting with another dealer further up the supply chain. He wants us to meet him at the parking lot of an empty elementary school. Can you show me the medicine?
Es pirata. Manejo dos.
Fake.
El básico y el premium. Pirata básico y premium. El pirata normalmente se nota en la caja y el original pues es igualito, hasta en los sellos y hologramas. O sea, las pastillas, los comprimidos, todo viene igualito. A menos de que lo pruebes, te das cuenta que es original y que es falso.
I'm looking at it and it does look like legitimate packaging. I wouldn't think that any of this is fake. It looks real. Who are your top clients? Like what kind of medication are they going for? Or do you even know?
Sí, se vende, o sea, cuando llegan allá a la rodea los clientes, normalmente se lo vendemos a personas de tianguis, farmacias, tienditas.
So you have legal pharmacies purchasing from you in addition to regular bodegas. It's mixed.
Sí, así es. Hay farmacias que te lo compran y es donde dicen, no, o sea, al final mucha gente va y compra, oye, ¿por qué allá me lo están dejando 10 pesos más barato? Pues ahí tienes tu respuesta. Es porque normalmente meten el medicamento clonado y pues no se dan cuenta.
They don't notice.
My takeaway from that interview was, as someone who takes medication for headaches and whatnot, all of that looks pretty legit, but none of it is. All of it's fake. I need to go even further up the supply chain to find out more about the scale of this operation. Our fixer has managed to track down the manager of a clandestine warehouse.
Everybody's wrapped up in it. And the further you go, the worse it gets. All the way to the top.
Y todo tenemos algo aquí.
You know?
Como aquí, toda la patrulla y todo, pues, ya a mí se me hacía raro que se cayera. Se me hacía raro porque como aquí todo controlado, pues todo lo policía, todo controlado, pues. Tenemos puntero, tenemos todo.
They already paid them.
Yo no me dejé agarrar ni antes de que llegara la policía, no, yo me dejé agarrar a balazo. Estando ustedes aquí donde están, por seguridad de ustedes y seguridad de nosotros. Por eso.
Understood. So can you tell me a little bit about the medicine that's here? What is this?
They can be bought on.
Sí,
Like,
son puras pastillitas que te hacen, que hace que te asegure la gente, son puros venenos, a veces lo hacen con droga, son cosas fuertes, ahí ponen nombres.
Yeah, and I also see antidepressants, antibiotics, antidepressants. Are those your most popular ones?
Sí, ese ya es más de salida. Así ya están pedidos ya. Deciden venderlas a farmacias, a otra gente.
How much does this cost?
Porque los precios como todo, varían los precios, ¿no? Varía por ciento lo que está más supuestamente más malo son los que más menos valen. Pues, lo que está más fuerte son los que más valen. Pues realmente la gente no sabe ni lo que compra, pues siempre a veces son originales, pues realmente lo que viene por dentro no es original.
So basically, they
Can you tell me how much you sell in dollars?
En millones, así es.
Like,
muchos millones.
Are you associated with the cartels in any way?
Yo ahí ya sería eso el patrón, yo ahí ya no me meto. Yo no hago mi trabajo y ya de ahí
he's just a foot soldier. You know?
So where else are these fake drugs being distributed to? Not only are makeshift pharmacies selling illegal prescription drugs in Mexico, this is also happening in the US. I'm in Alvarado Street in LA, where we have reason to believe there are street vendors selling potentially counterfeit meds. I'm going to secret film, pick some up, and get them tested. In the beginning, we started off very easy. We just asked for medication related to pain. But the crazy thing is just walking through that street, there were all kinds of medication being openly sold there. And
the packaging were, some look fake. It didn't look like the authentic thing, like Advil PM, Tylenol PM.
Oh, sí tiene, mira. Es que hemos estado buscando, pero ¿tienes algo para dormir fuerte?
I asked about Xanax, if they had Xanax, and she said they did. And she gave me this bar, Xanax bar. The funny thing is there's no label on it. This was something she said I should only take half of one because it's so strong and will knock me out immediately. Then she gave me diazepam, which is more benzos, and said the same thing. These have labels on them, but they're different labels. Some say DZ and others say M. The Xanax bar she showed us, she said, this is from Mexico. This is from Mexico. She kept saying that over and over again. This is from Mexico, and this is really, really strong. It's from Mexico, and it's strong. Are you sure you want this? And we paid $5 for one bar.
Damn.
Now I need to get these tested to find out if they're fake or legit. I'm meeting with Adam Hopkins from Metron, a leading manufacturer of high-precision instruments for chemical analysis.
This is the 10 milligram Xanax, right? So that's the Xanax that should be very, very powerful. So we put this Xanax tablet in here, arm and acquire. We're just going to see what this does. Wow, all right. You don't need much. I mean, 10 milligrams, that's crazy.
Why?
Because you should never have a Xanax pill with enough Xanax for the instrument to detect it right off the bat.
I mean, it's like
that's a lot of Xanax.
It's like
frankly, any of these things that are not licensed to be sold in the U.S. on the street, that's a little scary to me.
That was a high.
The black market exists because of the overpriced healthcare system in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
In 2019, over 26 million people were without health insurance, and even people with coverage in the U.S. chose to receive care in Mexico because it's much cheaper. Now with criminals not just distributing fake medication to markets, but to real pharmacies in Mexico, who are the people willing to cross the border from the U.S. for cheaper everyday health care, knowing that their medication could be counterfeit?
We're about to meet with a woman called Lupita, whose son-in-law operates within the pharmaceutical industry in Tijuana. He knows people, he goes to the pharmacies there, and he also helps his mother-in-law get medication as well. Hola.
Hola. Hola, ¿cómo está?
¿Cómo estás?
I want to ask Lupita why she chooses to get medical treatment across the border, and what she feels about recent reports of 14 patients dying and 50 falling ill in Pemex Regional Hospital in Tabasco, Mexico, from being administered counterfeit medication by a doctor.
Pues la verdad, de Estados Unidos me da miedo. Lo que les importa es el dinero, no les importa la salud de la persona.
There have been several people recently that have died from counterfeit drugs in Mexican hospitals. What are your thoughts on that? Does that concern you?
Sí me asusta porque yo tengo una experiencia también que me compro un medicamento para la tos, como que me anestesió la garganta y ya no podía respirar. Me iba yo a morir.
It's estimated there were as many as 3 million inbound medical travelers to Mexico as of February 2020. And recent reports note a strong resurgence in medical tourism in the past few months, to nearly 100% in border towns, including Tijuana.
Nothing is guaranteed. Or selling drugs or whatever. None of that shit is guaranteed. People die of
I want to ask Lupita's son-in-law, Jim, why he also chooses to buy medication across the border. Huh?
It's a little bit expensive.
It's expensive here?
It depends.
So it's more expensive than the States, or?
No. Not more expensive.
Cheaper than the States?
Cheaper than the States. Just different pharmacies here will have like different prices, stuff like that.
Got you.
Yeah.
So what'd you end up getting?
So I have sumatriptan. It's a migraine medication. It's non-narcotic, but in the United States, you need a prescription for it. In the United States, the copay would be about $150 just to visit the doctor, plus a $95 copay on the medication. So it adds up, definitely. It's a lot easier just to walk in and pay $60 or actually that was more like $45. I think my conversion's a little off.
That's significantly cheaper than
Significant.
the U.S.
Yeah, than the U.S. And that's with having insurance in the U.S. That's a $95 copay.
But how do you know this is the real deal? I mean,
I don't. So I take it and it's effective. That's how I know that it's the real deal.
okay, so you feel it.
I feel it.
But don't you ever wonder or worry whether it's fake or not?
It's in the back of my mind, for sure, initially, but I've never had a bad experience so far. So the benefits outweigh the risk for me, I would say.
I hope she tested. Oh no, she didn't test it, man.
The majority of healthcare in Mexico is a lifeline for people. But from what I've seen, there's a shift in the black market from lifestyle drugs to what are meant to be life-saving drugs by cartels and independent criminals who are exploiting the demand for medication by victims of the overpriced healthcare system in the US. The most shocking element of this is the move by criminals to synthesize the effects of powerful pain medication, in turn exacerbating the opioid crisis. Mostly what I've seen highlights the greater sickness of the inability of our medical system to deliver care in a cost-effective way across a broad spectrum of society.
Yeah, that's just like this, like real shit. That's serious, you know. And that's been going on for quite some time. Let me see. Let me see. I think I got like one more in regards to this. In regards to this, because it is, it's heavy. Especially like here in Colorado, we have we already have dispensaries and we have safe injection sites. We have everything over here. Places they've already explored mushrooms out here. There's a big thing about the mushrooms out here right now, going on too as well. Let's see. Yeah, we just had a big thing, just like a month ago. Let me see. 30 people got indicted. Let's see, real quick, like in 1 second, probably. Let's see. Okay. Let me see. All right. Okay. I'm gonna keep it in perspective. All right.
Did you know that you can make money from YouTube within the next 6 hours with a brand new channel and 0 subscribers? That's right. People are making $100, $200, $400 a day by simply uploading very simple 5 to 8 minute videos that get less than 25 views per video. Now, this is all thanks to the growing software and tech industry.
Federal law enforcement has busted what they call a major Mexican drug trafficking ring in Colorado. Today, the U.S. District Attorney announced the indictment of 30 people, including the accused drug kingpin. Our Ryan Harrer looks at the massive amount of drugs now off the streets.
According to the FBI, these drugs have a street value in the millions of dollars.
U.S. Attorney for Colorado, Jason Dunn, led the victory lap. The FBI, Homeland Security, IRS, ICE, DEA, Colorado State Patrol, and local law enforcement all had a role in taking down this drug ring. The bust included cash, guns, 400 pounds of methamphetamine, 5 pounds of heroin, 4 pounds of cocaine, and 15,000 fentanyl pills, one of the most dangerous, potent drugs that's causing overdose deaths across the country.
I also want to point out that most, if not all, of the 15,000 seized fentanyl pills were disguised to look like prescription oxycodone.
See?
I cannot overstate how dangerous that was to the community.
Dunn's office is also taking the rare and serious step of indicting the alleged leader of this group as a kingpin. Her name is Candelaria Vallejo Gallo. She, like some of the other 30 defendants, is in the United States illegally. Kingpin charges means she's facing 20 years to life in prison.
Had these pills reached the street, thousands of unwitting end users would have been at significant risk of overdose and death, as we've already seen too much of lately in Colorado.
In Denver, Ryan Harrell, 9 News.
Okay, so that was like, let's see real quick. I'll tell you right now. I believe it's just like maybe it was about a year ago. Yeah, about a year ago. That was just then. This is 2 months
I'd
ago.
like to introduce the acting special agent in charge for the Denver Field Division, David Oleski. Thank you.
It's 2 months ago. That's when they wanted to start talking about it, for real. It was like
Good afternoon, everyone.
I can even go back 10.
My name is David Oleski, and I'm the acting special agent in charge with the Drug Enforcement Administration here in Denver.
I could go back at least 7.
I would like to welcome all of you here this afternoon to our division office, and I specifically want to welcome and introduce the individuals
Real
and
quick, before I get into that, just keep in mind that the last 2 videos I showed that these, as far as fentanyl is concerned, from coming in through Mexico, they've been talking about how it's in pills that are designed to look like other things like Percocet. That one was supposed to be an oxycodone, the last video. So, this is designed to disguise itself as actual something else. In essence, it's fentanyl or meth, fentanyl, just plain fentanyl. You know what I mean? And it's coming in, and people don't even know. That's why they're dying. They don't know.
agencies who are joining me here today. First, Executive Director Keith Weiss of the Rocky Mountain HIDA, District Attorney John Kellner for the 18th Judicial District, Homeland Security Investigations Acting Assistant Special Agent in Charge Robert Nieves. From the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, we have Sheriff Tyler Brown. From the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, Chief Deputy Kevin Duffy and Captain Darren Weekly. From the Denver Police Department, we have Commander Paul Jimenez. And lastly, I'd like to welcome from the Arvada Police Department, Commander Anthony Barros. Today, we are here to highlight and discuss a multi-agency investigation involving federal, state, and local partners, which took place here in the Denver metro area over the course of the past 8 months and concluded over the last couple of weeks. This investigation is a model example for interagency partnership, utilizing a full array of investigative techniques and a focus on community impact. This investigation is also an example for the many unfortunate trends which we are seeing in the region, namely the flooding of our communities with both methamphetamine and the even more deadly counterfeit prescription pills laced with fentanyl. This investigation also too often confirmed the strong correlation that exists between the trafficking of illegal drugs and violent crime. This investigation was initiated in April of 2021 and targeted a poly-drug trafficking organization based in Colorado, led by Saul Ramon Rivera Beltran. As a result of an assortment of investigative techniques, investigators linked this drug trafficking organization to one of the most violent and powerful drug trafficking organizations based in Mexico, the Sinaloa cartel. Investigators uncovered its distribution network in the region, which touched a wider range of cities and counties in the area, to include Commerce City, Aurora, Denver, Thornton, Arvada, and Lakewood. In addition, a number of significant events took place in both Douglas and Arapahoe counties. This organization was responsible for trafficking methamphetamine, cocaine, heroin, and counterfeit prescription pills laced with fentanyl. This investigation resulted in seizures totaling more than 110,000 counterfeit pills laced with the deadly fentanyl. Recently, DEA laboratory testing revealed that on average, 2 out of every 5 counterfeit pills laced with fentanyl contains a potential lethal dose, revealing that seizures made throughout this investigation prevented more than 40,000 lethal doses of fentanyl from reaching our communities. The defendants apprehended during this investigation were collectively responsible for coordinating the transportation of these drugs, as well as their packaging and distribution. Intelligence gathered throughout this investigation indicated that these pills can be manufactured in Mexico for as little as 4 cents per pill and sold wholesale here in the Denver area for as little as $3 or retail for between $10 to $20. This organization and its members had no regard for the impact their activities had on our community. It was all about greed and making money. In addition to the more than 100,000 fentanyl-laced pills seized, investigators also seized more than 6 kilograms of methamphetamine, 8 pounds of heroin, 11 kilograms of cocaine, and approximately $450,000 in U.S. currency from this organization over the course of the 8-month investigation. This investigation also reaffirmed the nexus between drug trafficking and violent crime, with 28 firearms seized, multiple hand grenades, high-capacity magazines, and several sets of body armor. This organization was prepared.
Okay, I just want to say this though. While we focus on where and the people involved in this video, you gotta factor in how much law enforcement has to play in this. They just turn the other cheek or don't act like it's happening. This does not go unnoticed for damn near a decade without the help of law enforcement, Border Patrol, and the government.
Preparing for a battle, one which played out on multiple occasions throughout the investigation. Also, the investigation revealed targets of the investigation would recklessly shoot their firearms out the windows of their vehicles in celebratory fashion or would fire rounds in their backyards for fun. Whether you choose to focus on the pills that this organization trafficked, or the combination of grenades and firearms which were seized, or the individuals whom were responsible for it all who were apprehended, the success of the operation was only made possible as a result of the strong partnerships we have with all of our law enforcement partners standing before you today. And on behalf of all of us from DEA, we are grateful for those partnerships. At this time, I would like to introduce...
He should have just thanked the snitches that fucking helped him get through that. And the law enforcement that had the CIs, the blah, 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 blah. And the police that let them back out in the street with more drugs to peddle. Just thank all those people too.
Keith Weiss, who is the executive director for HIDA's Rocky Mountain region.
Maybe you know that it's time to get some substance abuse or mental health support, but there's a problem.
Thank you, Acting Sec. Oleski. As Mr. Oleski said, my name is Keith Wise. I'm the Executive Director for the Rocky Mountain HIDA High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Program based here in Denver, Colorado. The Rocky Mountain HIDA is supported by the Office of National Drug Control Policy and has an overarching goal of bringing together law enforcement agencies at every level to reduce violence and the trafficking of the most dangerous narcotics that are impacting our communities. Today, Denver and several surrounding communities are much safer because of this unified law enforcement partnership dealing a blow to the worst of the worst criminal elements pushing deadly fentanyl. There is a national drug crisis in this country that has claimed more than 100,000 victims for the first time ever. Over the last year, there's been over a 30% increase in fatal overdoses across our country. We're not immune from this crisis. We've also experienced a 30% increase regionally, but unfortunately here in Colorado, the numbers are higher at a 46% increase in drug overdose deaths. The investigation being briefed here today is a stellar example of law enforcement actions protecting our communities from violence and rising numbers of overdoses. The leadership of this polydrug distribution organization has been disrupted and are associated with the dangerous weapons displayed here while conducting their illegal enterprise to push high-grade stimulants such as methamphetamine, cocaine, along with depressants such as heroin and the worst of the worst, which are synthetic pills laced with fentanyl. It is widely known that it just takes one fentanyl-laced pill to take a life. These narcotics are produced in clandestine laboratories with absolutely no quality controls or regulation, and are the primary cause of the elevated overdose incidents that sadly are resulting in more and more deaths.
Not just
this effort alone,
the active violences.
Over 100,000 of these pills have been seized, never making it to the streets, and the people most responsible for its distribution indicted and arrested. By cutting off the stream of the availability of these extremely dangerous narcotics, invaluable time and space has been created for prevention and treatment specialists to continue their crucial roles of outreach to those individuals needing the resources. So without a doubt, our law enforcement professionals here today have saved lives of Coloradans. This complex criminal investigation required the resources and expertise from numerous agencies, both on the investigative and prosecutorial sides. It is these invaluable partnerships and shared goals of protecting our communities that are the recipe for success. On behalf of the Rocky Mountain HIDA, I want to commend the outstanding and noteworthy teamwork between the U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration, the Denver Police Department, the Douglas County Sheriff's Office, the Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office, the Arvada Police Department, Homeland Security Investigations, and the District Attorney's Office for the 18th Judicial District for the state of Colorado. It is now my pleasure to introduce District Attorney John Kellner.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is John Kellner. I'm the District Attorney for the 18th Judicial District, representing Arapahoe, Douglas, Elbert, and Lincoln counties. Now, the first thing I want to do is I want to recognize the outstanding efforts of our organized crime unit led by my Chief Deputy District Attorney, Darcy Kofel. She has built this unit into the go-to unit for these kinds of investigations throughout our state, and especially in the metro area. And if you look back at the news clippings, you will see this kind of work repeatedly come out of the 18th Judicial District DA's office. And that's because of the hard work of her and her team. Now, what do I hope you take away from this amazing indictment today of 19 people who are peddling poison in our community? Is that one pill alone can kill. And if you look at that over there and you see 110,000 pills in bags, about 40% of those, 40% are estimated to be lethal doses of fentanyl. So think about that. The work of this team has potentially thwarted over 40,000 deaths in our community. This is not a victimless crime. Drug distribution in our community has resulted in the seizure of some 24 plus firearms. This stuff right here, high capacity magazines, these weapons, these are the weapons that drug distributors are carrying around in our communities. This is not a victimless crime. Over 500 Coloradans died from fentanyl last year. We are on track to have over 700 fentanyl overdose deaths this year in Colorado. What we are doing with this indictment and with the work of this law enforcement team is to take the distributors off the street. But we cannot accomplish this goal alone, because the fact of the matter is this poison is coming over from our southern border unchecked. It will not stop coming over the border from Mexico into our communities until the federal government takes that porous border seriously. We need to put an end to the throughput that is coming in here and killing our friends and family.
Welcome to TripSitter.Clinic, an alternative solution to treatment-resistant forms of PTSD.
See, they had that shit together.
Thank you for being here today. I'm happy to take any questions. I'm going to start with what I'd like to see changed in the state of Colorado. Colorado's drug laws, especially when it comes to fentanyl, are behind the times. Right now, it's 4 grams of fentanyl is a drug misdemeanor level 1 to have that in your possession. Now, what does it take to kill somebody? 2 milligrams. Think about that NutraSweet packet that you put in your coffee every morning. Just 2 little grains of that can kill somebody. So what we allow people to carry around as a misdemeanor is actually enough to kill over 1,000 people. And that allows drug distributors to potentially walk around with too much of this and then face almost no consequences. That's number one. The other thing that Colorado needs to do is we need to have a sentence enhancer, much like the federal government has, for drug distribution causing death. And what that would do is it would raise the penalty for the people that peddle this poison, so that when they do this and somebody dies, they are going to prison for a long time, because the message needs to be sent that we will not tolerate this in Colorado. Other questions or for these gentlemen?
They're being indicted as the 18th. Should we expect federal charges as well? Or?
I can't speak for federal charges. This case was brought to my office, and so it was charged through our grand jury. So we have a state level case going on. Typically, there's not a federal case going on at the same time. So we've got 19 different individuals. The leader of this group is being held on a $1 million bond. There are several people on $750,000 or $500,000 bonds, and we're going to bring them to justice and face accountability in our state courts.
Were they hiding in plain sight? And where were these people? Did they all live in the same place? Can you tell us more about the operation?
Sure. So I would encourage anybody to go get a copy of the indictment. It's lengthy and answers a lot of the specific questions as well about the ins and outs of the investigation. But by and large, these are distributed networks. I mean, they do not just reside in one home and operate out of that. As you heard these gentlemen mention, this organization trafficked throughout the entire metro area. So it's not just our community in Arapahoe and Douglas County or the 18th Judicial District. It's around Denver. It's in Thornton. Obviously, it's in Aurora as well. So it's been all over the place.
Are we talking a residential home? What did it look like? What did the operation look like?
So it definitely varied. Some people live in a residential home, other people live in an apartment, but they don't typically distribute it out of their place where they live. Now, when these folks talk about engaging every aspect of our law enforcement capabilities, they're talking about surveillance methods, they're talking about wiretaps, and using those means to basically figure out how the organization works and then to have a coordinated takedown. Do you gentlemen want to elaborate on that or how the operation worked?
What I'll say first to your question is that when we're talking overdose deaths and we talk about the number over 100,000, there's no part of our nation that's immune from it. There's no part of Colorado that's immune from it. And I think when we start talking about this story of overdose deaths, people think that it's in some far off place. Or if we're talking about the violence, if we're talking about these firearms and the trafficking of these narcotics, people think it's somewhere else in the country. And I think this investigation has showed, unfortunately, the window that we see through in law enforcement. We're sharing that with all of you today to make sure that everyone is aware of what our community is facing. And as you might have phrased, hiding in plain sight. That's the job of us in law enforcement, to identify these individuals, locate them, gather the evidence, and then work with our partners to put them behind bars. So I think that unfortunately I listed earlier today the handful of cities, and it was a breath of scope just in terms of the whole region and counties that this touched. And I just think it was amazing work by our investigative team to put this and our prosecution team to put this together. Well, in terms of the connection, I think that's a more lengthy process of being able to explain on how. But what I will say in terms of the pills and Cs, and you can see in the photos that we have here today, about a decade ago, if you found these blue M30 oxycodone pills on the street, one could be led to believe that they were diverted from a legitimate pharmacy. That is not the case. Over the last decade, DEA, we've tightened and helped, created tactical diversion teams. We've increased, our oversight of the process by which legitimate oxycodone pills were being diverted in the past. What you're finding now on the streets in our communities are 100% manufactured south of our border. And when somebody acquires one of these pills, they should not trust that this pill is what it pretends to be, an oxycodone pill. And what I would tell the communities, anyone listening and watching, is that unless you get your medications from a licensed medical, doctor or pharmacy, I can tell you that these pills that you're finding, whether they're trafficked on the streets or on the internet, that they are going to be a pill manufactured south of our border. And, in years past, it might have been the case that if you were trying to acquire these pills, that you might have to go to a dark alley or a dangerous part of town. But also what we're seeing, just generally speaking, not per se in this particular case, but that these counterfeit pills are being trafficked on social media websites, TikTok, Snapchat. And so what I'd like to say is that, for parents listening, families listening, is that you should have this message with your loved one, with your kids, at the age that they can start going online and messing around on these social media applications. That's when the conversation in terms of the dangers of these drugs should be had. Because as was mentioned, these types of drugs are not one to experiment with, because one pill can just kill. And unfortunately, we've seen too many times over the last year and for many years now, this is not unique to any economic class, race, any part of society. We're seeing kids in grammar schools, high schools dying this, all the way up to, folks in their 60s, 70s who are seeking out these pain medications and dying as a result.
Now, the big question here is, how is all of this getting through the border? Do you have any information that you could share with us?
What I would say is that the Mexican cartels for years, right, they will take advantage of any vulnerability that we have in our border. And so what I would say, some of the methods that they've been used in the past continue to be used nowadays. And I think use your ingenuity, your mind, and probably double it. Because as I outlined earlier, just in terms of the profit that these cartels can make as a result of these pills. As I said earlier, you're talking about one pill can be manufactured in Mexico for 4 cents and sold on the streets here for upwards of $20. Or as I also like to say, if you picture 1 kilogram of cocaine, which is the size of your high school textbook, that 1 kilogram can generate 500,000 pills. And so if you're talking about from a business model for the Mexican cartels, they're going to take advantage of every possible vulnerability that might exist to get those drugs into our communities.
Another question for you. I don't know if I look too close to the pictures here. When I see social security cards, a couple of them, at least 6 IDs, are these people using fake documents as well to get through, or that's not related?
I don't have any particulars on the nature of the identification cards in the photos, so I don't have any.
Yeah, given 110,000 pills is a lot of pills, but given this crisis has gotten more sources of the last 3 to 4 years now, is that a major source? I think a big percentage out of Colorado, or are we talking a simple drop in the bucket for how many people
What I would say is a year ago, a large seizure might have been 5,000 pills, 10,000 pills. And so these are significant seizures, as we talked earlier, where the potential for 40,000 lethal doses prevented from reaching our communities. At the same time, what I can tell you is that last year, or fiscal year 21 for GEA, we seized 9.5 million pills. That is the equivalent of both fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20 combined. So the rate at which these pills are flooding our communities, and what's also different about fentanyl as opposed to heroin, cocaine, is it's a synthetic drug. And so it's cheaper to manufacture. You don't need like agricultural-based drugs, lighting hectares and acres. These are pills manufactured in a garage or warehouse south of our border, and ultimately, as we've discussed, make its way up here. And so that's why we realize we can't arrest ourselves out of this thing, and we have to spread the word as best we can. To my knowledge, no.
Yeah, it's yet to be determined, I think, at this point.
certainly if it in the future goes forward, we talk about after cases like that. So.
Where do you get the guns? How about the guns? Were they stolen? Were they bought legally? What's the firepower?
How many were stolen? So I believe in the court over the course of the investigation, the agents determined that of the 28 guns that were seized, six were stolen, and several others were used in connection with other crimes in various locations. I couldn't tell you that offhand. Sorry. I can follow up with you though, Elise.
And all this wasn't from one residence, right? Do you expect more arrests out of this? You know, it seems like you've kind of found this group and all their connections. Do you expect to find more folks connected to all this?
I would say, like any kind of complex investigation where you have the sort of initial takedown after a lengthy investigation, the more you delve into it, oftentimes there's connections to other groups or other individuals. So we remain open to that possibility, and whether or not there will be additional charges remains to be seen. Not all 19 have been taken into custody at this point. So there are still some folks from the original 19 that were indicted by the grand jury that remain at large, and we're looking for them.
You guys mentioned this already, but as far as overall street value, everything, not 2.2 million in bills. So how much are we talking here?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, these different guns can go on the street for, wildly varying amounts of money, right? So it's really difficult to say, but it could be several $100s per firearm. And the thing that we oftentimes find with firearms that are seized in cases like this, not saying this one in particular, but as you heard mentioned, that some of these were connected to other shootings. So whenever there's a shooting that occurs, especially in a metro area where we're able to collect a shell casing, we try to put that into NIBIN, the National Integrated Ballistics Information Network, to connect one case to another case, and then we try to figure out how's that gun connected, who possessed it, and then solve the crimes that way. So would it surprise me, that other firearms seized here had been used in other crimes? Absolutely not, and that's indicated already. Any other questions?
How does the local Hispanic community going to feel the result of this investigation, if any?
How's the local Hispanic community going to feel? I think it's not just limited to the local Hispanic community. When we talk about one pill can kill, again, what we have seen repeatedly is that, frankly, Black and brown members of our community are oftentimes at more risk of overdose deaths, and the studies bear that out. And so when we talk about getting pills off the street and taking traffickers out of the equation to make sure that they can't peddle this poison to more people, that's all a good thing. So I hope the message is being sent to them is that the folks in this room that have worked on cases like this and will continue to work on it are doing it for their benefit, to try and spare them or their kids from being exposed to this poison.
How many of the 19 are
11.
And they're all in custody in Colorado?
Yes. The indictment is venued out of Douglas County. As you can see, there's members of our team from Douglas County Sheriff's Office who participate in this operation as well. And so in order to get the indictment itself, I would direct you to the clerk of the court in Douglas County.
I just want to make sure. So did some of the firearms also come from Mexico or not necessarily? Just hills?
I can't answer that question. Not that I literally don't know the answer, so I couldn't tell you.
I want to make sure. So
I want to say offhand, I don't believe so, but I can follow up.
Say you need substance abuse or mental health treatment. How do you know if it will fit with your unique school or work schedule?
Okay. One last thing. I don't know if my colleagues also want to ask the same thing. We've seen the wave and all the shootings recently involving young people, people, is there a message that you guys want to push out to students, to family members, especially parents, to pay attention to what their kids are doing on social media? You mentioned, social media is really a big platform for these people to gain access to all of this. Is there a message you guys want to send out today?
The amount of violence that we're seeing from kids, from young people in our community, it's absolutely heartbreaking. And the message, as I saw again and again, these shootings in and around high schools, is that it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. And we can't, like you said about the fentanyl, we can't arrest our way out of this problem. It takes a community level answer, and it takes parents being involved with their children and knowing what they're doing, where they're going, who they're getting in a car with. And anybody that's seen recently, my office has charged individuals as adults associated with these shootings. It wasn't too long ago that I prosecuted a case involving a young man who was 17 at the time who ended up shooting a police officer in Cherry Hills Village. That young man was sentenced to 44 years in prison, for that act. Once somebody picks up a gun, a young person picks up a gun and starts shooting it, the time for the low-level interventions, the time for diversion, the time for probation, that's well past. So when they start picking up firearms like this and acting like adults, they're going to be treated like that under the law. It doesn't have to be that way, though.
Nope, it doesn't.
Good afternoon. My name.
Yeah, it's a real ugly situation going on here in Colorado, or in Denver anyway. It is a really ugly situation, especially with fentanyl. And I'm just gonna experiment with something real quick and just see if this is part of it, because everything has a name for it. Everything has a name. People are doing craziest shit ever, especially out here.
My name is Matthew, and I'm from Oakland County, Michigan, and I'm living in Colorado now in Fort Collins. I do meth every day. Without question. I'm probably just smoking it more, instead of shooting it, just because it hurts so bad if you miss, and my veins are shit. And so, a lot of people's veins nowadays, they just don't have them anymore, so it's, not fun. And so I think that's why a lot of people are smoking the blues, because they just don't have veins anymore. And that's what a lot of people have been telling me,
Yeah.
Blues, they look like oxycodone 30s.
This is what's really going on.
The ones that have no coating on them.
Keep in mind, that was last year. This is what people are moving around the street actually know.
These, and what they are is they're fentanyl-based pills, and
they fucking make you crazy.
They're copying the manufacturer's stamp and stuff, and selling them on the streets. Well, it's fun just to smoke them. You chase it around the foil, so that's fun. I like it. And it's a good high. It's, you smoke enough of them, you'll get real high. So, and I know people that have shot them, and it doesn't do anything to them.
Right.
Nothing.
Nothing.
So we're trying to figure that out, because if a lot of people want to start shooting them, but I don't think they're breaking them down correctly.
The high is different.
With water, I don't know if that's the problem.
Yeah, I've seen people shoot up with liquor,
so I'm
soda,
not concerned with it at all.
Kool-Aid, fucking
Yes,
coffee,
a lot of addicts.
Red Bull. I've seen people shoot up with
They want
everything
fentanyl
other
in all
than
their drugs now, so
in the street.
Just makes the high higher, better. And
when it was caused us, people who smoked methamphetamines
I mean, back in the day when I was
or shot
taking
that
pills,
up, they were
I
shooting
used
up
to
with
love
liquor.
the fentanyl patches, the 3-day patches. I'd put one of those on and eat pills all day long on top of it. It was fentanyl's been good.
Yeah, they smoke them. Now, so when I say there's 4 kids, right? Which y'all don't understand. is that the 4 kits are like designed for one for injections. There's one for the people that smoke crack cocaine, and that's usually a long stem. That kit comes with a long tube-like stem, a piece of like copperish. I don't know. It's like a scouring pad, a little copper piece. They call it char, and that's about it in that particular one. Then there's the one for the people that smoke methamphetamines, and it's usually a stem-like pipe with a bubble on the end of it. That and some kits would have a piece of magic eraser or something in it, a piece of like cotton, whatever. And mostly it would just be the stem with the bubble on the end of it. That's for people that smoke methamphetamine or anything that turns into a liquid that is smokable. I've seen people smoke heroin out of that same device. You know what I mean? So I was just amazed on that, just period, because you smoke heroin on foil, if you know. So I was just like shocked that was the level of interest in it. And then the fourth thing now, just you'll hear lately or hear soon, is that they're providing people with like some sort of little vape stick, that it's disposable. You can put your people that utilize methamphetamine, you can put it in there. You could put it inside of an actual marijuana vape pen. You could put those pills in that same situation, and it would smoke. It would melt down and smoke. This is a fact. And that if you could smoke it, you could smoke it in a vape. You know what I mean? And that's what's being out. That's what's giving it out there, because they definitely want to take people off of injections, especially in the city of Denver. First of all, because people right now are hooked on these other pills, and they're doing more disgruntled things in public. It's one thing is we have a lot heavy homeless issue. It's another thing that we have a serious drug issue going on in public, out in front of people. There used to be a time where people were embarrassed to do drugs outside in the open. You know what I mean? With the influx of this wave of pills coming in, that all those inhibitions to be covered up or be secret are out the door. They almost don't exist, and it's mostly because of these like 3 drugs, hard crack cocaine and methamphetamine, which replaced a lot of the cocaine needs with that. It's a different sensation, and then these fentanyl / hybrid methamphetamine pill-like situations that are designed to be a disguise for other ones is now playing the role. And these particular things are much more dangerous because even on the streets, like you got actual people that live in the street that will say, "Hey man, see anybody selling them? That's it. It's on site, or that's it. We got to get them out of the community because it is killing people." And nobody should do drugs if it's going to kill you. You know what I mean? That's not the point of it in the first place. You shouldn't even do it. But I would say this, that the community doesn't even want them there. It doesn't matter about the addicts. It's the community that live amongst the addicts that are with them 24/7. That means most of the unhoused, the kids that are out in the street, that live out there, that are constantly out there, like they have names for them. I don't want to say that. However, they don't even want people pushing these in the little encampments or whatnot, or with whomever. Even now, this fentanyl thing is moving into people that are housed. You know what I mean? Regular individuals. So not only will you'll start seeing like the death of unhoused or people in and out of jail or people with addiction. You're going to be seeing people that are actually regular, normal, working everyday citizens hooked on these things. And so the community is saying, fuck no, we don't want this shit in here. Get it out. And if I catch you selling it or I catch you doing it, that's it. We're going to make sure you understand that this is not a welcomed event. This is not something that we encourage. And there's a little pushback on the street, but mostly, people are afraid of, others that demand authority or command authority out there. Everybody has somebody that they have to listen to. It seems like, unless they just are like that, they're like in an encampment. Sometimes you have one person that just is in charge of that one encampment, meaning they kind of just know the rules. They probably started camping there first, and then it turned into like 14 tents, So that one person is like the in charge to enforce, rules like keep your shit clean, keep it orderly. Don't have, don't be causing fun. Don't get the police called over, out of sight, out of mind type shit. And it's kind of usually ran like that. When it becomes disorganized, it's like when the people rise up against what they feel is like, they're not taking it. It's disrespectful, whatever. That's usually when there's something crazy. But you'll have leaders that are in the street trying to lead, you know what I mean? And they'll be like, look, we don't want this here. It's killing people. People are, like, for example, on the street, you're more likely to trade stolen items for amphetamines, right? But you'll go way out of your way to steal something from someone, fence it or pawn it, so you can have cash to buy these stupid ass pills. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. Then when an actual situation goes down and somebody gets picked up for carrying, let's just say 50, 100 of them, okay? Let's just say hypothetically. Police will pick them up. They'll take them over. They'll chop it up around the corner or whatever. Probably go through their pockets, etc., etc., etc. And then they'll let them go on the whatever, give us this, People are afraid to go to jail for some odd reason. And so they'll be right back out later on, like maybe an hour or two later, get dropped off on the same block. Their drugs may get distributed to another person that they picked up like an hour later, and they're like, well, look, if you do this for us, like meaning carry it and distribute it, then we'll take this off of your this, or we'll help you eradicate this charge or whatever. People are so worried about that shit. They go along with the program. Like I said earlier, that when you're looking at just the source, or you're looking at what you think is the source, is really not the source. It's the dominant society, the police. It goes up like this. You can't just blame, well, you gotta just say it's just the cartel, or it's just the, you know what I mean? It takes a lot to come from there to the States. And in between, you have a lot of different things going on. You have Border Patrol, you got police in their respective spots. You got the actual user. You got the user that's trying to avoid crime or whatever, avoid jail and prison. You got the government that's issued these laws and these rules. On the low, you got the this and this and this, all contributing to what the people see with their eyes, and actual, this is a problem. It all starts from somewhere high and leaves somewhere low, and goes right back around in a massive circle like this. And that's true. So, people don't want to go to jail. They're scared, or they don't, and they'll pretty much try to talk their way out of whatever. And it never really works out for them in the end. Either way, they're losing. They lose either. They can lose their life for snitching. They can lose their life for helping the police. They can use their life for just being in the wrong place, wrong time with the wrong shit. You know what I mean? Because it's been known that police cause conflicts as well. They might take one dealer's packages and distributed in a different gang members stuff. You know, and it causes conflict on the street, and then they have a reason to go pick them up. A whole reason to get somebody dies. You know, it's all a menacing plan for us. Really, very serious revolving criminal element. It's not just on the lower end. It stems from higher up with the dominant society. This is true in a lot of different states, especially like California, heavy zones like that. Is actually a fucking fact. It's been documented at least in videos and movies. I can find some shit like 7-8 years easily, but I know it goes way back further than that to like the crack area. You know what I mean? I could probably trace it all the way back to that, to where the police dropped it in this park. You know what I mean? On purpose. Let's see. Nope. I'm gonna watch. 1 second. Hold on 1 second, people. Okay. Wait. 1 second.
Good afternoon. My name is Sergeant Kevin Kwan.
My fault. Give me 1 second. I just gotta look for one tiny thing. I think I just had it up too. That's crazy. Yeah, they like as far as the addiction thing or the mental health thing. Oh yeah, it's you gotta fix one or the other, and each person is different. But the very first step should exactly be should be housing. No doubt about it. There shouldn't be any other thought processes behind that. It should just be strictly strictly housing. Really, it's that serious. I figured like I know for a fact I've seen it happen almost every time I knew somebody that was homeless and they were outside. Like them blues make you crazy. Those pills, they make you crazy. Like if you don't get it, you find yourself getting extremely aggressive, super angry, violent almost. And for anybody else, it would be like, you know, outside listening on the street or out there in the world, they'd be like, hey, why the fuck is this person so irate? And it's because the come down or the withdrawal process is something kind of frustrating. Like they can't handle it, and they don't want to feel it. They don't want to feel the pain. They don't want to feel the symptoms of it, and they do whatever they have to do to not feel that. And sometimes it might cause angry outbursts, etc., violence, prone to violence. You might see like sometimes on city council they'll be like, oh, I was walking down the street and a homeless person came up and just started yelling in my face and got real close to me, etc., and we're sitting there laughing because that shit is hilarious to us. In essence, they're not really understanding that it's the drug that made them do it. And from the drug that made them do it, it might have been the mental health situation that they were going through. They might have they might have snapped based on the fact that they get swept every couple of days and they're losing shit every fucking other day. Okay, so yeah, they might be reacting to that. They might be reacting to the stress of not being able to come get a job or get housing. Dude, for 5 years, I was sleeping on the sidewalk. Different sidewalks all over the city. So it is extremely frustrating. It took me 5 years to get a damn ID. You see what I'm saying? That is a reality. The waiting list and whatnot, it's stupid. It is fucking stupid. And they're like, well, we don't have no. They have plenty of fucking money. And that's really where this is gonna go. the council is constantly approving these fucking crazy ass amounts of money, and they want to clean it up because Colorado has always been described as not really having any problems as of late. You know what I mean? The last couple of years, not really having problems. You don't really hear Colorado was just going crazy. You might hear a school shooting, or somebody shot up the Chuck E. Cheese, or somebody shot up the movie theater. But as hard as it's been going, Colorado's been in the news hard lately for like at least 6 or 7 months. That's just being generous. It's because I can't think right now. It's like, it's been like easily 6-7 months. That's fucking crazy. Really fucking crazy. Let me see. Okay, I don't go that far. Yeah. So let's see. Hold on a sec. One quick second. So I could pull this other thing up. Let's see. It's City Council. Okay, City Council. What I find about City Council, I'm gonna show you City Council in Denver. What I find about that is that when I talk about there's money for these situations, like they're giving money to these service providers to help with the drug problem. It's a fact. They even giving money away like I don't know, so they fucking ridiculous amount of money. Let's see, I just pulled it up. What did I say? Everything's right there for you to read. That's the whole point. Everything is available for people to read, and a lot of people just don't read the shit. But they're actually there for people to read. Every fucking thing is. Let's go back one more. Oh yeah, that's what it was. That's what exactly. Thank you, Randy. Yeah, the reason it's lengthy like this today is because when I be talking to my other podcaster friends that are here in Denver, they don't want to examine this. They do want to examine it, and we we go through a whole week of research just for 3 minutes of talk time at City Council, and they don't nothing happens. They always vote in the opposition. So what I'm about to show you is if you know anything about Denver, they've been talking lately about Union Station. I don't like to I'm out there like that all the time, so this kind of shit I don't like to talk about. Because I see things, I might see someone I know or whatever. It really, it's just something that I was conditioned a certain way, you know what I mean? But here we go. This is they've been calling Union Station, which is our where the light rail is. Also, there used to be a train station, I think, and the Amtrak goes through it. And it has a whole bunch of different routes. Well, the Amtrak goes through it, time here on the ground, and the light rail goes through it. That's the thing. I've really never really been. I've been on it. The Amtrak's just to go to my sister's on the other side of town, and I've been on the light rail back and forth to, again, the other side of town in the opposite direction. I've never been on a train through Denver, though. Not like an actual train. No.
Of Union Station, both in a professional and personal capacity. And well, let me tell you, the images here are remarkable and breathtaking in more ways than one. Welcome to Union Station.
But I'll tell you this right now, before we even watch this place has always have security, okay? They have a little security thing in the inside of it. And let me tell you, them motherfuckers don't even want to help you. This is before any of this became like a situation. People know that Union Station's kind of been like this for a long time, like good at least 3-4 years, okay? And they clean it up once in a while, and they do this and that. But basically, the outrage about Union Station is that the city or this area wants their fucking little touristy spot back. Okay, and it's overrun by what they say is overrun by unhoused people, homeless people. Okay, and where there's homeless people, 90% of the time there's drugs and all that other shit. Okay, so this place is constantly flowing. Before this came out, before they called it lawless, this place is constantly flowing with not just security, but you have actual police near the exits and the trains, and there's like a little shuttle that goes down 16th Street Mall, and there's buses. There's like a couple buses off of it, and it's right in the middle of 16th Street Mall, I believe. I'd have to ask Jesse. Jesse's better with the position of the city in regards to things. He's like super good. Like if I get lost just trying to figure out east, west, north, and south, okay, or if I'm going down the street, I get lost, and if I haven't been there before, never, I don't remember how to get there. Usually just asking for help, and I'll turn on the camera, and he just knows how to get there. It's like magic. You don't even have to ask me where it is. I might turn on the camera, but I don't know. I don't know where I'm at. And I'm like, bam, turn on the camera, and he'll assist me out of it. Like he just has to look at the street. It's fucking remarkable. Like a magical unicorn thing. I don't know how he does it, but he just does it. Let me tell you, he's walked all of those streets, campaigning for other people and doing work for other people running for office. So he kind of he got used to it. He used to do other jobs, whatever. But I was like, God, man, that's fucking amazing. I couldn't do that at all unless I've been in the car and I know where I'm going. I've been there at least once or twice, and that, hell no, I wouldn't know. I get lost. I have to call him for help. Like at least a good 2,000 times he's rescued me out of I'm lost on the block kind of situation, guiding me out at least to a bus stop to where I can do what I need to do, just because I get lost like that, You get turned around some of the streets. I just get turned around, fucking around with whatever, looking at my chair, fucking, something might have fell out of my pocket. I turned around, I got spun around, It's crazy.
Denver's living room, as they call it.
Look.
Some say it's slowly dwindling into disrepute.
Do you be smoking that inside? Yeah, I am. This is a public place.
The problem solvers illuminating these incredible images this week of an increasing problem here. Drug use. Today, we caught up with several people who admit to using drugs here, including this man. He had proof.
Yeah, is that a crack pipe? It's a meth pipe. Like I said, I use methamphetamines for ADHD.
This is all still happening in the wake of Mayor Hancock's statement on Friday surrounding the station's recent stigma.
That's a true thing.
He says in part, illegal drug use,
even like the
urination,
mental health place where you would say for people that have actual ADD, ADHD, you should do Ritalin or drugs like that to slow your, calm the brain activity down a little bit, tone you down a notch or two. And when, like, for example, people couldn't get that, they would revert to street drugs to self-medicate for a lot of reasons, like in that very first documentary, and this was one of them. And it was super, super different like 10 years ago. Now it's different. It's like it's more diluted type of chase. And it affects the unhoused right here because they're constantly getting swept. The only reason they're there is because in that area there's a little concentration of, there used to be service providers, unhoused neighbors, and the people that migrated up and down 16th Street Mall, which were also unhoused. They were utilizing the services. They were concentrated within blocks of this. Okay, and once the sweeps, what we call them, acts of terrorism, acts of destruction, control, whatever the police, the city workers, all kinds of, there's little agencies and whatnot. It's a machine that comes and moves the unhoused people to another area. You pick up your shit from one block that's cut off and they want to sweep that block, you might move 2 blocks over, and just inhabit that area. And it just keeps going round and round and round. So these people had literally, I'm one of them, moved around what is called the triangle or the East Side Crest Park area, the lower downtown area, every other day, every 3 days, okay? So when it gets colder, so you'll start to migrate to where it's going to be warm. In Union Station, you could actually sit there for about 2 hours, plug in your phone, wait for a bus. That's the hub for the buses that's been converted. So there's people in there, and they're in there trying to get warm. They're in there huddled up. People are, in there using drugs to stay warm, stay awake. It's fucking dangerous sometimes. You got all kinds of weird little predators. No, even men aren't safe. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things going on. Yeah, they migrated there because the sweeps. The sweeps happen. Like I was on the list, right? Me and him to get notifications. We don't even fucking know now because I think secretly the service providers are not wanting to be service providers anymore. And since we've been calling it out on city council, they kind of like said, no, your name gets kicked off the fucking emailing list to know when they're happening. I find it intentional. They say I'm making it up. But for the last 3, maybe 4 weeks, I'm going to say longer than that, 6, we've been not notified. We have to go and ask certain members of city council for, even if they have an idea, because how could they not? They approved the contracts for this, for the sweep, the company that does these cleanups, that cleans up the unhoused neighbor situation as police move unhoused neighbors around, So how can they not know? Of course they do. They just are, either they want to that day or they don't want to talk about it. And really, not to cause issue, why we want to know, because I go film it for the particularities of our Black family who's obviously being mistreated out there. There are lots of fucking friends and cousins out there, so it's serious for me. It's like a personal thing for me. Definitely for him, considering that he was an activist and unhoused. A whole different scenario, but managed to go to school and take care of himself. I was just a degenerate. Kidding. But seriously, that's what's happening. So now they're calling it lawless. Let Jesse tell it is they don't give a fuck over there. There's police just like this, okay? This has been going on. You see the police? The police have been like that for like 3 years. That's not to mention the security on the bottom in their own little office, which, matter of fact, will not be of any help if you actually ask them for help. They don't want to help you. I drive a power chair, right? I ask them for, I'm dressed nice, like if I wasn't homeless or none of that. They don't even want to help me, okay, at all. Not even to find out a plug that works in this long, dramatic Union Station. Real shit. These police right here, easily 3 years. So what they're going to say right now is fucking hilarious.
Must not be allowed to continue. The mayor also pressing police to increase patrols.
We're at Union Station. We're just feet away from Chestnut Plaza. We saw about 3 or 4 squad cars pull up, Denver police, and we saw about 5 officers get out, put blue latex gloves on, and they're walking, making the rounds. We're not sure exactly what they're doing, but one thing is obvious. There is an increased presence of police here.
There's a lot of drug dealers and drug users and all that.
Marcus Atencio travels through here often. He says the drug use is tough to see but typical.
I don't mind it. Like, that's them doing them. And, like, I know most of them, like, come from a tough background.
I walk past, I'll see it all the time. Another passenger who I spoke with lives nearby, and he says his safety has never been compromised, and he isn't scared when walking through the station.
You said you see it, but you kind of just let them do their thing. Won't that bother you?
Right. I mean, they keep within themselves.
For sure, I do the same thing.
Bustling bus and train station, known for its iconic shops and popping pageantry, has become the center of an important conversation on improving station safety.
This happened. This right here was really right after the MLB, the Major League Baseball game. I came to the city of Denver. The amount of trying to clean up the city before the tourists and the people, the fans get here, so we can make this money was like fucking profound. I mean, they were on their shit. They didn't give a fuck. They were telling people move this way, that way, and then like right after the game, come back and go all the way down to wherever they pushed them out to, and just tell them, oh, you know, we don't want you over here. So they had to come right back up here, you know. And this is in essence, Union Station is where people would get off to go catch a bus or whatever to where the stadium is to watch the Major League Baseball game. So all kinds of tourists were coming through this area, or fans or whatever who had tickets to see that game. And so, you know, as mayor wants to cover that shit up, this is that aspect. It just gets crazier because now that you know, Major League Baseball brought a lot of money to the city. We have a lot of different things going on now aside from marijuana. That is bringing more money. They don't want to clean that shit up. They don't want it out there because people are like, oh my God. You know? Finally.
We reached out to DPD earlier tonight about those increase in patrols. Hear what they had to say. That's a story we're actively working on for our 10 o'clock hour. We're live downtown. Joshua Short, Fox 31.
See that, Josh. In the meantime, the fallout continues from the death.
Oh, shit.
Rising crime, drug use, and homelessness in one of the busiest places in Denver, Union Station. Rampant crime and homelessness have taken over one of the Mile High City's crown jewels. It has gotten so bad, one security guard working there says it's just not safe for the public. Thanks for joining us at 6 o'clock.
That's what they're saying right now,
And I'm
right?
Karen Lee.
They don't
Union
give a
Station
fuck.
is not only
Trust
a
me.
hub for
They don't
transportation
give a fuck.
travel.
They
it's
never
the heart
gave a
of
fuck.
Denver.
3-4 years they haven't given
Brian
a fuck.
Moss has been putting the pieces together. Joins us now live tonight with
They don't
what
care
he's
about the
found.
other
Brian?
bus depot
Karen,
either.
at night, particularly during this holiday
Civic Center.
season, Union Station just looks lovely. But the reality is it has some of the highest crime rates in this neighborhood that you can find anywhere in the city. And you really don't have to walk far from where I'm standing right here to see it firsthand.
No, he's right.
Yeah, he's breathing. The bus terminal under Union Station has become a de facto homeless shelter, as we saw firsthand. This man seeming to ask me if I had drugs to share. The floors littered with men and women sleeping and passed out.
It's cold outside.
Unfortunately, it's not a very safe situation for patrons.
And Matt Fleming knows. He's worked private security here for 2 years.
It's not conducive for.
It feels so bad. Why be there for 2 years?
And to try and use the service and rely on RTD as a mode of transportation. And it really sucks.
Every night in the terminal and out on the plazas where commuters hustle by, Fleming says dozens of people use and sell drugs.
And it's being taken over, and it's frustrating.
He said an hour before this conversation, he and others revived a drug user who had overdosed. He says there are constant brawls and dangers to commuters.
If you want to stay safe, I would stay away from the restroom. I would go exactly where you're going and don't make too much eye contact with people.
I myself don't have no
stairs
fears about the restroom or whatever.
Do you know
any
how
of that?
ridiculous this all sounds?
I absolutely do. I do.
Denver crime
I know
stats
who
show
I
the
am.
Union
They
Station
know who I am.
neighborhood consistently ranking second for crime in Denver now.
But yeah, no.
And just
Now
last
that I'm a
month,
decent individual,
dozens of arrests for
just
armed
trying to stay out of
assaults,
those
drugs,
situations so I
and
don't get
thefts.
caught up in it.
Some of those lurking here not happy at what we were documenting.
Get away from him. Go on. He's with the news. He's trying to draw attention to the things that are going on down here. Get out.
And this man, furious at what we were revealing.
Want me to hit you?
No.
Want me to hit you?
Stop recording.
I'm gonna hit you, all right? Now put it down because I'm gonna hit you.
That's just the
In a
reality.
statement provided
They
to
don't nobody.
CBS 4, RTD
The
said they
unhoused don't
are
like to be
aware of what's
filmed unless you
happening and
ask
that they
them.
are
I
enhancing
mean, it gets
security
pretty
measures in response
pretty
to what we're
agitating. I know.
finding. And they said that they will significantly bolster
I usually ask
security
them
here at
beforehand.
Union Station.
Or I talk
However,
to them
they did not provide a
before I even go
timeline
out
for
there.
when that would be happening. Coming up at 10 o'clock, we'll be hearing from passengers who use Union Station and what they're saying about all this, and also from an RTD union official who says what's happening here is simply unsafe. Reporting live in Denver, I'm Brian Moss, covering Colorado first.
Brian, thank you. As you reported,
Yeah, like
the administration that wants to ban us from owning AR-15s just
The new measures started coming.
Dude, there's like 5
about the
agencies
illegal use of
patrolling this
drugs
Union
here
Station
and the
right now.
amount of violence.
And
RTD
nothing has
saying
changed.
Their
Okay?
concern has
But
been
money
building
has
for a
been
while.
flushed out
Now
to
there's an all-out
pay
effort
them.
to make Union Station safer. At Union Station today, our cameras captured law enforcement officers chasing a man walking on the tracks. They were also removing people sleeping on sidewalks.
Do you be smoking that inside?
It's because of incidents like these and others becoming more prevalent that RTD says it will beef up security at Union Station. Tourist Janae Sims became concerned when she saw people acting strangely.
More so than I think I normally would be, because I had my son with me who's 4 and a 4-year-old. I think as any parent would feel, you want to be very mindful of their exposure and their interactions.
We spotted several security officers
shit's
today.
going on every
The
city.
problem solvers
Say
are
that
told
shit.
some of them are TSA agents, part of what's called a Viper team.
Viper A, which tracks are located?
The TSA says they're designed to enhance security.
Each day, Viper team end goal is to protect.
Yeah, I see them there out there. Like I just went through that shit. Like
RTD says the visible intermodal prevention and response teams started this week. Their uniforms are not always marked. And soon Colorado's Guardian Angels
they've been
will
out there
also
too.
be patrolling Union Station.
See, that's
We're more
3.
concerned about violent crime and serious
FBI.
things. We're not as concerned about somebody jaywalking or really minor offenses. We're all about public safety and making people feel safe.
The Guardian Angels will be wearing their traditional red berets as they patrol Union Station.
That's the life's blood of our community, and if people don't feel safe riding that, we have major problems.
We also spotted a transit police mobile operations unit.
Yeah, that's out
it's
there,
parked where large numbers of people often gather. That usually busy area was quiet this day. And for that, Janae Sims was glad.
It was beautiful. This was for my birthday.
She came to Denver's Union Station, even if there were a few unruly sights along the way.
We're also hearing that part of the problem is that the type of drug offenses taking place here are now misdemeanors. Police cannot make arrests.
Yeah, anything
Add on top of that, a police shortage.
anything
Now,
under
the
a
big
gram,
question
you can
is,
just pretty
will
much
these
get away
new
with.
measures help make Union Station
They like
safer?
wrote that off. You know,
At
they
Union
don't even
Station,
care.
Vicente Arenas, Fox 31.
Although now, because over the last about 8, 9, 10 months, they've been criminalizing the unhoused.
Yeah, guys, 1 month ago
So since they've been criminalizing the unhoused, anything with drugs have to do with it. So like minor what would be considered like vagrant crimes or vagrant infractions, homeless infractions. And they're like misdemeanors. They are misdemeanors, so they just send them right back out because they don't want to take the time to develop a exiting plan from jail. And that's something that like this mayor, they have all these programs, blah 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 blah. A lot of them don't work, and it takes like severe actual thought and put into it to change the system. And me personally, the self-titled the conciliary to him, I actually have put in a lot of thought. I myself prefer to have someone with more education, like actual diplomas, like he has diploma degrees and shit. I don't, you know what I mean? So I feel like they wouldn't, like normally doesn't get listened to because I am who I am. So when it's presented out of other people, It seems to be taken seriously.
Today, Mayor Hancock, he actually ordered an increase in police presence at Union Station. But just hours ago, the mayor and several safety officials met with leadership from RTD and the transit union to discuss what's next in stopping the lawlessness at Union Station.
Tonight, city officials doubling down, defending the work on the part of the mayor's office and DPD to address the situation at Union Station. A problem the Fox 31 problem solvers have continued to report on over the last month.
The drivers are scared. You know, some drivers are calling in. They don't want to deal with this.
An RTD driver sending us these images of what he's been seeing over the last few weeks. Tonight, the problem solvers also witnessing illegal activity.
I just tell people straight up, you know, hey, I need a couple bucks to get high.
The cold-blooded honesty from a man named Elton, who says he's still doing drugs at Union Station even after police recently fined him.
Right.
Do you smoke in public?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
He says he got a ticket for $100 just days ago. Colorado law says any person who possesses drug paraphernalia commits a drug petty offense, meaning the fine not more than $100. But is that enough to curb the criminal behavior at the station?
I've seen where they give them a ticket and they just get it and crunch it up and throw it away.
Tonight, the problem solvers spoke with the union representing RTD workers. They say drivers and customers alike are frustrated because despite the ongoing efforts from city officials, they are still seeing drug use on or near their place of work.
I smoke crack and blues.
Tonight, a persistent problem with no end in sight.
And over the last several minutes, guys, we've gotten a statement from the city of Denver as well as from Denver's Union Station and RTD. You can find all of those statements right now on our website. Just click on the story.
That's a new guy,
Joshua
too.
Short, Fox 31.
I was kind of surprised, like, oh, look at this new guy. It's funny to me. Okay. City council's been approving all of this extra funding. I mean, the Union Station in itself just crushed their own benches, their own little brick benches outside, just to think that that was going to curb the homeless situation. If they don't have nowhere to sit, you know, they won't be congregating. So, yeah, like when that one area is cleared, it's because they came through with a fucking bulldozer and took them seats out, which is stupid. And at the same time, if you really pay attention, all they did was make a way for them to, after they get it all situated, which they really haven't been moving along. There's 5 agencies out there patrolling this this one little area, right? This one train station, okay? You got the Guardian Angels, you got the FBI, you got the TSA, you got the police, and you got the actual security that works there, and the whoever's inside of managing the little office inside of this security office in there. It's like 5-6 different agencies, and they can't get control of it. Not yet, not now. Crazy to me. It's like a lie, right? But when they crush the little seats, those seats are put on by the people who, you know, they might add seating, redistribution or some shit. I don't know. It's a task force or whatever that plans those kind of things. I'd have to ask Jesse when it makes up, because I just seen it the other day. They just destroyed their own shit, right? That the taxpayers paid for, only for in like a year or whatever. They're gonna ask for it again so that they could put fucking seating right there. You see what I'm saying? So it's a revolving door of fucking money and debt. You know, and just let's destroy this so we can rebuild it and we'll just tax it again. You see what I'm saying? And the only people who suffer, taxpayers. Yep, taxpayers. Keep in mind, homeless people pay taxes too. So yeah, it is a real situation. And they're constantly getting money for it. You know, and goes inside with the drugs, the drug aspect. The fucking the government's all around roundabout situation. It's really bad. And at least this is right here, City Council. Find it interesting that, and I'm just gonna point it out that let me see, I'll show this real quick. City Council, me and Jesse have been terrorizing, I would say, enough to to talk about us, right? But in essence, we've been like just going so hard on them. It's ridiculous. I'm gonna stop right here at the end of this little presentation. This brings me to an article on Newsbreak. Let me start with that first. That led to that. That somebody wrote an article about talking about the minutes of city council, and it's really important. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on a second. Just make sure I have it right. I'll probably just read it from here. Okay, 1 quick second. City Council, Denver City Council. It just has been doing City Council for like years, actively, like every Monday. And amongst other things, I didn't know anything about government, politics, any of that shit at all. I wasn't even interested. You couldn't convince me otherwise. Until probably this last year, last couple years, 2 years, I would have to do certain things like, or maybe longer, maybe a little longer, would have to go and speak on certain little issues. Not really. I think maybe a couple of times while I was unhoused, because the agency that was previously out there, Denver Almost Out Loud, was doing a lawsuit. I was out there, you know what I mean? And go speak on it because I fit in the broad, ambiguous terms of marginalized, disenfranchised type shit. I fit in that. So it was like kind of being used, but also to help somebody, help other people. That's in essence what they tell us. You know, I don't really necessarily believe that now, considering everything that's happened along the way. Maybe the intent or the thought was pleasant. You know, I'm gonna read an article from Newsbreak, and the writer is David Heights. 18 hours ago. There's 3 minutes every Monday for public comment. It happens usually in the beginning of the city council. And you sign up on like a Friday. Depending on where you sign up, you might get put on the list, and it's about 30 minutes long. Every person that's allowed to go on or picked or whatever gets 3 minutes apiece. And so it's been asked if they can, because the council or the president who's controlling it would cut people off during their time, extend time to others. They don't like to be, they say they don't want to be attacked or whatever. But the people are actively saying, look, you're making the wrong decisions, blah, 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 blah. They got questions, and usually directed at the person who made these choices, because they vote on everything sometimes. And they'll say 1 minute they're with the people, and the next minute they give the wrong answer, and it shows exactly where the fuck they're at, And this has been going on for a while, a long while. It's not fair. It's the opposite of that. And then once we blame city council, we also blame the mayor. And just keeps us a revolving fucking, shit rolls downhill. So David Heights wrote this 20 hours ago. It says Denver City Council will vote Monday to change the rules for public comment periods. Council members say that the change is necessary so more people get a chance to speak. The new rules changes prioritizing comments for the 30-minute public comment session. The city schedules comment sessions at 5 p.m. Mondays before council meetings. People can speak virtually or in person. People who have never addressed the council will get priority under the new policy. So meaning me and Jesse won't be able to speak because that sounds good work, right? And I'll prove my point in a second. They have not spoken in they will get priority under the new policy. Those who have not spoken in the past 30 days will get second priority. Finally, speakers who commented more than once every 30 days, that's me and him, will be the lowest priority. The Finance and Governance Committee discussed the issue Wednesday and held a public hearing. I don't even know. I don't even think we knew about. I don't know about that. Maybe he did. He's more up to date and in tune with that. Wednesday and held a public hearing. The Operations Committee first discussed the rule changes. The Operations Committee is not always televised and does not have a public comment period. It doesn't always post agendas. City Council member Candy Sidibaka said it was unfair not to allow public comment on public comment rules, so the council moved the matter to the Finance Governance Committee. Sidibaka voted no. Only Sidibaka voted against the new rules during the committee meeting. The resolution will likely pass Monday without comment, which is a fact. Like, there's, she's usually the only one, and she always has to vote with them, but there's a couple that just stand out and say, fuck no. You know what I mean? And it's very rare. Like, lately, I've seen it differently with a different person. And, like, whoa, you know what I mean? Okay. They're just not with it. And they've been getting a lot of backlash about this money situation and extortion and whatnot. Yeah. Sidibaka said when she was asked to lengthen public comment. Previously, other council members and staff said the public doesn't use the full 30 minutes now. And that's because they shortened the times. Like they cut people off or whatever. Committee chair council member Kendra BLACC said there aren't many people signed up to speak some weeks, but other weeks those who don't sign up right away get shut out. A core group of speakers usually signs up first. Homelessness, most popular topic. Public comment increasingly draws people experiencing homelessness. Several new faces shared their stories with the council. There are two. Stop. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. There are two formerly homeless residents who comment mostly every week. That's me and Jesse. Besides, okay, who comment mostly every week. They criticize the city for its response to homelessness, such as encampment sweeps. I'm sorry. Okay. You know that's why it's funny, because it's true. There's only two people. That's me and him. I bet if he was awake right now, he'd find it funny. He'd be laughing right there. Like, damn. Okay. Besides people experiencing homelessness, public comment attracts people who despise homelessness encampments. Both sides argue passionately for the city to do something. Sidibaka pointed out that the council's redistricting process is on an abbreviated schedule, only allowing people to speak once every 90 days will limit how much input one person can give. Councilmember Amanda Sandoval agreed, but the council member Jamie Torres said the rules could be easily changed if needed. BLACC said the public could easily access a council member via telephone, email, Zoom, or in person or in meetings. And part of that's true, part of it isn't. You know what I mean? Like, lucky that Jesse can do that. He can talk to certain ones, I'll ask him questions, and he'll probably ask him. Lately, he's been like, and she wants to know, you know what I mean? And I'm like, man, put me on blast right there, guy. And they start laughing. Regular commenters criticize council. This is a fucking fact. Most commenters played watchdog and criticized the council. Yeah, because the council does the shadiest shit. Like, once when, like, for example, the president supposed to recuse herself. She should have recused herself on a certain situation. Did not. Yeah, that was making people mad. So yeah, she's constantly a target. It says most commenters play watchdog and criticize the council. Council President Stacey Gilmore, a frequent target, often reminds commenters of the rules. Like every week, she changes the motherfucker. She adds something to the rules. I mean to say, the rules are read each week at City Council, but Gilmore has added a sentence not formally in the text. She prohibits speakers from disparaging other people's motives, in addition to not tolerate profanity and personal attacks. I think the profanity is probably mostly me and maybe like one other person, and not him. He can talk to them without cussing. 3 people spoke at the committee meeting. Regular council speaker Kitty Blakely said she feels targeted by the proposal. She wanted to know why the council couldn't lengthen the public comment time. Agreed. Adrian Stefanski told the council signing up Friday to speak Monday is already a hassle. Please ask yourself, why are you trying to limit repeat engagement? Limit repeat engagement. That's kind of true too. She said the council tried to pass the rule changes without comment in the operations committee. It's a bit hard trying to feel like you're not trying to pull a fast one on us, even if that's not your intention. Meaning she was pacifying the passive aggressive, type shit. Matthew Leake praised City Council Chris Hines, who hosts a weekly Facebook live chat. It serves as a public comment period for his constituents, who sometimes put Hines on the spot. He answers everyone's questions. Leak suggested other council members host similar sessions. I think Sidabaka has one too. That's here and there. She definitely shows up to give us the news. Public comment added in 2016. Council member Paul Cashman tried to eliminate the belief that council members want to shut out regular commenters. For those who doubt the integrity of the proposal, is to purely ensure that more people have an opportunity to speak to council. But if they wanted to be there, they would be there. If they really valued it. Not to mention, with the unhoused neighbors situation, it's difficult to leave your belongings to go to city council and to do this. Like, I know for a fact there's been times I've been wanting to go there and just, when I was homeless, and just tell them the business. Couldn't do it because I didn't, couldn't leave my stuff behind. Like, couldn't leave my tent unattended to. Now, it took a minute. I could probably now. Like, no, definitely, like 2-3 years back, I could have definitely left it. But when the camping ban started, no, I couldn't. I just wasn't capable. And so I missed out on a lot of good opportunities to go and tell the city council what was really going on. The city didn't televise meetings either or let people participate virtually. That's like for the COVID thing. Cashman said a previous council member added the 30-minute session in 2016, but limited to a once a week. The council later expanded public comment to twice a week, and this council allows public comment every week. The new rules also prohibit people from addressing the council while driving. That's stupid, man. Like, just because you're in your car does not mean you're driving. You know what I mean? Real shit. And that's the situation. People are actually in their car. They're not really driving anywhere. They're just sitting in the car talking shit to them. That has made me nervous a couple times, said council member Amanda Sandoval. Why? Because you're sitting in your chair in the building. If a person's in their car, why are you nervous? They know what they're doing. Why are you worried about that? They're gonna, oh my god, I dropped the phone. Come on now, that's not even a real, like, just stop. You'll find anything to say. Next week, the committee also will consider prohibiting council members from attending meetings while driving. Committee will consider prohibiting council members from attending meetings while driving. So prohibit. Also, not just public; it'll also be for them. Yeah. So that that's crazy. Okay, so all right, check this out. All right, you guys can see it. This is virtual meetings. Okay. Let's see. This is meeting dates 2/23. Okay, that's next week. All right. I wonder if I go back any further. Calendar here. Okay, let's go back because I kind of want to. Think it's important that you see the difference right here. All right. I'm gonna take it back. All right. Okay. This is public. Public comment. See, you open it up. It says no video. Look. Keep in mind. Okay, wait. Nope. No, that's the wrong one. You see what I'm saying? Like, where is it? Okay, back up. Okay, watch. We're watching the same thing because I was pretty sure I didn't pick the. See, 12, 14. Okay. Okay, I see what I did wrong. Let's go to video. Okay. See if we can see this. Okay. Okay, hold on. Pause right there. Okay, hold on a second. I had to find it. Okay, here we go. City council public comment, man, is like it's a trip. So you look at it from this aspect of sharing the screen. It's like, oh my god, I have like 6 windows open right now, plus my device. Let me see. City council, right? Let's skip ahead. They're talking about shit anyway.
Merry Christmas to you all. I'll be brief. It's 2 weeks.
And themselves to follow up. This will be a regular meeting. City Council provides a half-hour general public comment session to hear from the public on city matters, except for any matter that is scheduled for either a formal, legally required, or courtesy public hearing. The public may participate in person or virtually via Zoom. To maximize the time for citizen comment, Council will not offer comments or responses from the dais. Council or staff may contact speakers following their comments if they raise matters that lend themselves to follow-up. For those participating in person, when called upon, please come to the podium. On the presentation monitor on the wall, you will see your time counting down. For those participating virtually, when called upon, please wait until our meeting host promotes you to speaker. When you are promoted, your screen will flash and will say reconnecting to meeting. Please don't leave the meeting. You will be reconnected and will need to turn on your camera if you have one and your microphone. You will see your time counting down at the bottom of your screen. Once you have finished speaking, you will change back to participant mode and see your screen flash one more time.
This is true. This is like regular.
All speakers should begin their remarks by telling the council their name and will have 3 minutes to speak. Please refrain from profane or obscene speech. Direct your comments to council as a whole and refrain from individual or personal attacks, including disparaging other speakers' motives.
Yeah, see all that's new. That
We
whole
will
little
begin
3 sentences, last 3 sentences. This is when they had people. This is still in December of this latest year.
Members of the council, my name is Mark Thompson. Ms. Mark being enforced.
Yeah,
I've never been arrested for standing. Thank you for this opportunity. Merry Christmas to you all. I'll be brief. It's 2 weeks until Christmas and all around town. Workers are cheated. They're being held down.
Yep. This is how our city does people, especially if you're on unions.
Their families go without. Their kids are told no. They may work 60 hours, yet only 40 are paid.
Well, keep an eye. That's the timer. We get 3 minutes.
Because only for the broker a better life has been made.
Mm-hmm.
No taxes, no unemployment, no workers' comp. Employers exploit them on their rise to the top. They're asking for help or justice some way. They're hoping to survive or get paid someday. Wage theft is illegal, but we cover our eyes. We somehow change the subject or we call it all lies. My 3 minutes will end. I'll be asked to sit down. I'm told this doesn't happen, not in our town. I'm asking for action. I'm asking to help them today. Keep them in your prayers. Christmas is 2 weeks away. We're going to share with you several stories tonight of workers, victims of wage theft, projects in our city. So I ask you to listen, pay attention. These are true stories. Madam Chair, City Council, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Next up is Shannon Bayless.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Bayless, and I am a Colorado resident and a representative of the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. Tonight we are speaking on an ongoing and growing issue of rampant wage theft and tax fraud plaguing our state, our cities, and our communities here in Colorado, perpetrated by individuals that are seeing the perks of criminal worker exploitation. Mm-hmm. New brokers enter the arena weekly, if not daily. And speaking with Eduardo Ramirez of South Valley Drywall last week on a project right here in Denver, he let myself and my partner Edgar know that from week to week he is unsure of who is actually going to pay him because his contact changes. He has been paid cash, he has been paid checks with no deductions, and checks he can only cash at one place. He has gone weeks without pay because his contact is out of state. When he is finally paid, there is no overtime pay, and it is always not what he is owed. He said last year at this time he was owed 3 weeks' pay, so Christmas was not so good. I asked him if he was ever paid that money. He told me no, but I keep working. The CDLE has been investigating 10 dirty players well known for wage theft and is slowly making progress. The task force in place to build and procure legislation to fight this issue has been hard at it for almost 2 years now. Good stuff. However, as time goes by, the number of brokers and dirty players is increasing almost daily because others are seeing those benefits of what is nothing short of human exploitation that comes without consequence of any sort. These brokers are boldly displaying their status with lifted big tire pickups, many times with Texas plates. Have a look. You'll see what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. It's not hard to find them. The workers have nothing real to help them. If I walk into a 7-Eleven and put items in my pocket and walk out without paying it, and the clerk catches me, I can reasonably expect to be paid a visit by officers of the law and face a trip to the station. When a worker shows up after working 50, 60 hours all week on Friday and there's no money paid out to them, no cops are going to be called.
Nope.
And if they are, chances are high they probably find something more important issues than to show up for that. Mm-hmm. The workers are now in a position of creativity, and how are they going to put food on the table, pay the rent, and fix the car? And a lot of times it's not that good. It can be a very accelerated downhill situation for however many families that have not been paid. Of course, with wage theft, there's inherently tax fraud. Yep. We are asking for City Council's eyes to be open.
Ms. Mary.
Officials accountable.
Look.
Is Denver above the law? Think about this, Council, and reflect on these words. Examples of this is the inhumane urban camping ban, and that is now being implemented in many cities nationwide. It is deemed unconstitutional in a lawsuit by Denver Homeless Out Loud. Yet this year we've had close to 200 traumatic displacements, and that's not to account for the ones not publicized.
Right.
When the United Nations was here, they deemed the conditions and treatment of our unhoused worse than refugee camps in our war-torn country.
Yep.
COVID. We have now, how many variants, correct, Council? So Denver doesn't have to abide by CDC guidelines, even though receiving federal funds for motels. Our mayor still says go to shelters, even though both the men's shelter and the women's shelter have reports of COVID. For 2 months, I've been researching and advocating on the filthy, unsafe conditions of the women's shelter, and recently with COVID positive cases and no testing. Between you and DPHE, you both said that my allegations were unsubstantiated. My question to you this evening, Council, is why did Westward report 18 cases of COVID? Why are they now testing and enforcing of the mask rule? Wouldn't you call that backpedaling, Council? Or, oh, who cares about the poor in this capitalistic system, right? Yet they pay taxes every time they make a purchase. You all are elected officials and work for we the people. Isn't that correct, Council? After all, we must be politically correct in being inclusive, yet you leave them out time and time again. We all know that you all represent the developers as you vote on approving more luxury apartments, while at Turtle's Pace approve of tiny homes and SOS camps when we have approximately 8,500 on the street. You all act like victims of a narcissist when none of you have introduced a bill to repeal the inhumane urban camping ban. How do you sleep, Council? In closing, if you are part of the solution, you are part of the problem. Hashtag Denver is inhumane. Repeal the inhumane urban camping ban. Thank you. Denver is inhumane. Repeal the inhumane.
Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Kevin Flickinger. Member, shelving is something that makes it hard for all the state, and we need your help with this matter. And I'll understand even
rules when this calamity has befallen the once harmonious violence and crime and the decline of human intelligence. Indeed, old people, destitute of the true wisdom of old age, try to behave like the young, and the young lack the candor of youth. The social classes have lost their distinguishing, dignifying virtues. The will to rise to supreme heights has failed. The bonds of sympathy and love have dissolved. Narrow egotism rules. When this calamity has befallen
This in regards to
the once
homelessness.
harmoniously ordered city of man, the substance of the world organism deteriorated beyond salvage, and the universe is ripe for disillusion. They also said that property confers, the world in its last days reaches a stage where property confers rank. Wealth becomes the only source of virtue. Passion, the sole bond of union between husband and wife. Falsehood, the source of success in life. And when outer trappings are confused with inner religion. I think that it's important for us to understand that the time we're in has long been predicted. And what we are doing in this city of Denver, it's not just a matter of politics. It's a matter of humanity. It's a matter of we have to change what's happening in the city to literally save humankind. We will self-destruct, and you guys have the power to change the course of history of mankind, of humankind. That is how much is at stake. And you guys, week after week after week, continue to let the sweeps happen. You continue to let workers be stolen, their labor exploited. You continue to hold no accountability for these nonprofits that are literally abusing people, shutting people at the streets outside so that they die, sending people out, DNRing them, which by the way stands for do not return. It's a sick acronym that they've appropriated from the medical term. And then Denver Health is leaving people in their beds for 2.5 weeks without moving them.
Right.
This is a really big deal, you guys. And I don't understand why we've been coming to you for over a year with reports, 2 documentaries, a music video.
Yeah.
We've come every week and nothing has changed.
Nothing's changed. And it's under
the
of premise of Denver should do better.
You don't do anything. This is bigger than you, bigger than Denver, bigger than anyone here tonight. It's true. Bigger than the United States of America. You have to do something. video. Bigger than Dan Quick.
We will move into chambers.
Good afternoon, Regen 8 under him.
On the little tracks. Yep. Contractor. Good evening, Madam Chair, City Council, members.
Soy representante del Southwest Regional Call. Es una pensión.
Medical insurance or any vacation in whatsoever.
Llegaba el día de pago y le decían que le pagarían hasta la siguiente semana.
With them and support with them because the Latinx.
So we're like, cause that's just like part of it. You know what I mean? Like they honestly don't give a fuck. Like real shit. And when I'm saying like we be on their ass, like it is not a game. You know what I mean? Not at all. It's not a game at all. And they're not even remotely interested in taking care of anything. Like this has been going on for a while, a long while. It's been going on forever. It seems like they don't want to take accountability. They don't want to take accountability. It's like pass the buck. Anything but. You know what I mean? And that shit right there is just got to end, like right now. You know what I mean? And we've been trying our best, like, and that's it. Where I can honestly say that every time I speak, which is pretty much every week, they're not hearing it. Somebody writes in the paper that where I'm a bully or fucking whatever. They're talking to them all hard, and yeah, that's all. I'm fed up, man. I've just been fed up since they brought a lot of things out to light. Let's see. Like it's really I love it because fuck, man, like you try no good deed goes unpunished, that's for sure. No good deed goes unpunished.
This is a citywide issue, outdoor. I'm Judy Trumpeter with Uptown on the Hill Registered Neighborhood Organization, and we are a member of the Unhoused Action Coalition, made up of registered neighborhood organizations near downtown. As you know, the encampments of those who can't afford a place to live and the first safe outdoor spaces are all in our area. Mm-hmm. The encampments are a sign that nobody cares, but the safe outdoor spaces do just the opposite. The Unhoused Action Coalition has written to each council member. We've only heard back from one, which we would like to hear from more of you. But what we are asking for, among other things, is a safe outdoor space in each city council district. Yeah. This is a citywide issue.
They think that's a good idea, and in essence, it probably is. The amount of money they keep asking for is ridiculous, and they're not even doing it correctly. They're not using it correctly. And the main spokesperson was a theft of an actual idea of where it actually came from.
Thank you.
He boned out.
Joining us online, Paige Burkholder.
He boned out.
The priorities of this amendment, according to the zoning code, is written for the protection of everybody. Council had its turn in February. Now it's our turn in our voice. Across the city, we are talking with neighbors, sharing information about this massive zoning change, placing yard signs and flyers in our neighborhoods, and asking for a yes vote on 2F.
That's the time we have allotted
Thank you for your time tonight.
Our next speaker is joining us online as well, Lucia Brown.
By the UN. Excuse me?
We ask that you address.
There are many whole neighborhoods.
My name is Jill, and this isn't another story about encampments and unhoused addicts. It's my story, or part of it anyway, given the 3 minutes we have together. I'm not a privileged person. I've experienced my own housing insecurity, sleeping in my friends' hall closets. And I worked with the homeless at a large multi-county food bank as a director for 7 years. I have empathy for those who are truly experiencing homeless, and I want to differentiate them from the unhoused criminals and habitual drug users who repeatedly turn down resources and aren't held accountable when their actions are criminal. My husband, Matt, and I have experienced repeated close calls and alarming encounters with drug users and criminals.
See, this is the kind of shit that gets
repeatedly
all these things happen.
Four bullets went flying
White
past
tears
our bedroom
matter.
window and the walkway we all use to get into our homes. Her constituents rely on luck and live in fear ever.
Right.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
But for the most part, should just be nice to the homeless people. They actually keep things safe.
In District 9. Rhino is the largest bid in the city. And as part of my role, I receive literally tens and tens and tens of emails every day from local landowners, community members, artists, creatives, business owners concerned about the quantity of unsanctioned campsites occurring on the sidewalk.
Yep.
We also see it in every other part of the city.
Keep in line, Black
My
Belly.
response to them
Who's
is that
all
Rhino is working
talking
with other
about
RNO organizations who
taking it
represent
off the
Care
street,
Tonight,
blah, 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 blah,
as
blah.
part of the Unhoused
Everybody
Action
has
Coalition,
drug problems
and
with
also with the
people.
city to identify sites
It's always
for safe
them,
outdoor spaces
yeah.
and to understand how and where individuals can be transitioned from unsanctioned campgrounds to sanctioned campgrounds. That's not really an answer I can give in good conscience anymore, because as a result of recent conversations and lack of response to our recent letters, I'm just not sure what the city is directly and tangibly doing to support the identification of safe outdoor space sites throughout the city. It's already been commented on today that
So now when Aurora's trying to pass their
such a limited number.
urban camping ban, this is an obvious failure that's been going on in Denver. I wouldn't even waste my time.
I'm here to implore you to please work with each other, work with city departments to actively identify where safe outdoor spaces can go, if not on private land, which is called mass, if not.
As has been mentioned, we've now sent 3 letters to council with very limited response.
Yep.
I wanted to pull
not unusual,
since either folks haven't read it or haven't had a chance to respond. One of which is following on John's point. We should be looking at making public property available for safe outdoor space.
Yep.
Equipment in an is
more. For safe parking and SOS sites.
I apologize, I'm in my car. Core request and time estimates. Why is the city
See, he's in the car
millions
sitting
of
there.
dollars for software only to be told it will take 16 hours to research, retrieve, and review tests, contain information on EHS.
This is what our little loud friends
body camera or in Halo footage for the last year's protest when I give an exact location and time of what is needed.
Abolitionists.
It just so happens that what I'm requesting is body camera footage of
And
the officers peppering my
they're
wife.
serious. They do all the math.
I use the same email software that the city uses when I was in California.
See?
I could search a database of 2,000 email addresses in a matter of seconds.
Yep.
It's not the first time I've given egregious amount of time needed to retrieve emails. Just last year, the safety department gave me a similar estimate for some emails. I took the time to write out instructions for them to produce the emails. What did she say? She said that they have legacy systems in place.
See?
I'm not going to spend all the time on what I have right here, what I wrote, because I want to say thank you to the folks before me that spoke in favor of safe outdoor spaces. That was awesome. I really appreciate that. What I want to do is play a video real quick. 1 second.
It's like when this is what happens with us, man.
For this not being
we're like, God, man, we're on a roll. It's technical difficulty.
All right.
But this gentleman and his wife, they're abolitionists, and they actually do all the math. They do all the math, and they bring up all the statistical stuff and bring it to the city council. City council constantly always talking shit. This is the president of city council.
Stand up for. If this is my last term in this seat, so be it.
We ask that you address city council as a whole.
See, it's talking about her.
I am addressing everybody as a whole. I'm just reminding them what you said about defunding the police and Black Lives Matter. And
Yep. See?
That applies to all council members, even the presiding officer. We ask that you do not.
Cause she don't want to get attacked no more.
Individual
Because
council members.
she's portrayed hypocrisy.
Turn away anymore because of my privilege.
See?
We ask that you address all of city council.
Scandalous.
I am addressing all of city council with this video.
In our world.
He's
world.
See?
This is worldwide.
See?
Come on.
I mean, she's acknowledging this.
We ask again.
This is something she said.
City council, this footage.
Now she don't want to hear it. She don't want to be embarrassed. Everyone's like, because that's what me and Jesse were doing. We were like,
I respectfully ask you to please be quiet while the video is playing.
We ask
I love David. He's a trip.
I am
as a body.
But that's what we do.
And we're going to go ahead and move to our next speaker online, Tess Doherty.
Oh, this is an old lady. Look. This speech was good too.
You can go ahead, Tess.
Keep in mind, we're like at 25 minutes. Still 5 more minutes.
Sorry about that. Hi there. My name's Tess Doherty. I'm from
this little small little couple got the loudest voices on the street, and she cusses like me when she's talking shit to the police.
Narratives that exist in this city. I think that most people can agree that the housing that housing and people experiencing homelessness is a top priority. People experiencing it.
She's getting it in though. Look, there's me.
Well, I want everybody. You're sending those innocent lives. Look, maybe not even innocent. Let's just put those lives out there. You're sending them out into what they're getting.
This is me talking here.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening, and will be our last, is Brandy Majors, joining us online.
Well, lucky me. But don't you feel embarrassed? I mean, let's just take that back for a minute. Don't you feel embarrassed? I mean, I would. I definitely would.
Because we talking shit to her.
I'm like, God, yeah, how did they get hold of that? Who knows? Anyway, that's what I want to talk about. Talk about your homeless enforcement encampment team.
Yep.
The pilot program.
They brought that shit up out of nowhere that had been developing and brewing for over a year.
I warn you people, I warned everybody. You're sending those innocent lives, look, maybe not even innocent. Let's just put those lives out there. You're sending them out into an active zone that they have no idea what they're getting themselves into. They're uninformed. They don't know nothing. They have no idea of what they're doing.
This is reality. This is me going off, right?
Just passing out papers and evicting homeless people. This is what you wanted, right? So the outcome is on your hands. City Council, Mayor Hancock, whoever else is involved, Evan Dreyer, Britta Fisher, whoever else thought this was the greatest idea ever. These innocent little lives and the police, whoever you send out to monitor the homeless, to put out eviction notices on tents, to tell them they have nowhere to exist. That will result in a response of
That's me talking about it. Because it's real serious.
You know that, right? So, being that you know that and you've been warned, whatever negative things happen to those people who are deputized civilians who are allowed to carry mace and write tickets of encumbrance and whatnot, etc., their lives are in your hands. Just like the lives of all the people you have lost so far, being unhoused, dying in the elements. Those lives are on your hands. Everybody's life is in your hands. I need you to know that. I need y'all to know that no supremacy passes will be given, whether you're black or not. If you act like a supremacist, there will be no pass given.
Yep.
If you're white, no passes given. Stacey Gilmore, what is with this censorship?
We ask that you respond to all of council.
Okay, City Council, censor yourselves. Okay, but how are you going to censor the public? This is a public forum. And according to this, I got 37 seconds left. So I'm going to go ahead and say this one more time. Stop. Think about what you're doing and do the right thing or resign. Simple as that. Simple as that. Okay? You got people dying out there. It's cold. It is cold right now. Go outside, it's freezing. It's cold right now. Okay? You have people that are about to die on the street. Yes, the safe outdoor camps are kind of okay, but ultimately, housing is the ultimate solution. Okay? Yes, we do have mental health. We do have all that stuff. Work together, service providers. We can get this done. Simple. Thank you.
That concludes tonight our
We going in, man. But it's true. Like that. Like when they say there's like 2 people that are actively doing that shit. Oh yeah. It's more than that. It's like 7 of us. But the 2 that they're referring to in that article is me and Jesse. Because yeah, we're not fucking around. Like this is a serious issue for both of us having lived experience. This is a real ugly crime like situation. Real bad. It's real bad. And the fact that they don't care is ridiculous. They just don't. They say they do when they talk about it. In reality, they do not. They have no understanding. They don't even want to. They don't want to. They refuse to. Whatever the problem is, they're not with it. It's a problem, and Jesse's been doing it for longer, a lot longer. So he would know, exactly how they handle their business. They refuse to do anything of actual fucking value. You know what I mean? They refuse. They refuse. They say, "Oh well, I don't agree with this," blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden, they're making these votes that pass, and it's only to fill it fills the coffers, it fills their pockets. Their poverty pimping, or pimping poverty. They're extorting it. Let me see. I hope this is my our friend. Let me see. There's like all kinds of illicit crime going on in certain areas, like these tiny home villages, which is extremely important. Because first of all, that idea was stolen from somewhere else, and they've been making money off of it.
Council your names, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Please refrain.
Go ahead. I think this is it.
Residing at BCV.
Yep.
Public sanitation is another problem. 2 weeks ago, I contacted Danica Lee, Director at Public Health Inspections Division of Denver, to report on the squalid conditions at Beloved Community Village.
This is
Danica sent investigators to BCV the next day.
Dwayne
However,
Peterson.
The day after this
He's been
investigation
actively
was conducted,
talking to the
BCV
police.
returned to
He's
its
been
squalid
threatened.
condition.
He's been harassed.
Finally, I have
He's been
filed a
assaulted.
restraining order against BCV resident Cody Addison Phillips. BCV staff and Colorado Village Collaborative continue to ignore my complaints.
Mm-hmm.
As a result, the criminal behavior by residents at BCV and their guests continues.
They've
and with
ignored this.
intensity. Any comments contrary to these statements are false. Thank you.
Right.
As a result,
You've been talking to him.
Probably to increase significance in friend. Another great way to operate.
For 15 years, I have been on the board of a homeowners
They won't care about what white people say.
to reflect the growth.
A lot of it's negative, so.
Pitting women against each other. We need to see women lifted up, elevated to positions of power, and those women should be a diverse representation of our community. To be clear, women of color should be in positions of power in the city and compensated for their labor. Talking about we take people out that don't agree with us.
Manager Robinson's resignation as well. I am fed up. I'm so fed up with the discourse that is in the public sphere and the fact that somebody of that level of power is able to just slam, like completely slam and disrespect two people who are working so hard for this city and for justice. I just
who the
really
fuck
am
she
like,
talking
what
about?
are our kids looking at? They see these people who are in charge, and they're like, well, so and so said this, and so said that. The fact that somebody of that great. I'm here tonight to ask for Manager Robinson's resignation as well. I am fed up. Honestly, we have to ask ourselves, what is the purpose? What is his purpose for doing this? In one case, we could say that he just is he doesn't know how to have conflict resolution, and maybe he needs to do a training in that. That could be a possibility. Maybe emotional literacy needs to be taught to some of our execs here at the city level. But then the other thing is, if the whole idea here is to have public safety, and we want to collaborate with city council, right? We need all hands on deck for this.
Right.
I mean, it seems like he doesn't want folks to be in collaboration with each other.
Nope.
And working towards this goal
of
public safety, which is our ultimate goal.
Mm-hmm.
And so the fact that he engages in this sort of rhetoric, in this, right, we want all, and allow for us to ask simple, first our
manager did, based upon the color of her skin, would be laughable if it was just in 2021, as we are reckoning with it as a nation with our racialized brutal past and present. It is also egregious that to date nothing has been done to hold DPD accountable for their brutality during the George Floyd protest. Mayor Hancock and the entire city council must call for the resignation of Murphy Robinson and the PD.
I don't think they're
it's funny.
And constructions spending their money serving the poor.
This evening for multiple issues, and number one, Director Robinson's false statements about average air pollution has been the each whole.
I mean, this is like.
And I've good further allow. Denver tortures its poor. Denver tortures its poor. Denver tortures its poor. Denver tortures its poor. Denver tortures its.
Sign up begins at 12 noon on Friday.
that was interesting. Yeah. So you see what we're up against, right? There's like when you go through all of this. So I was looking at like all the way back in last year, you know what I mean? And like they're not playing around. It is serious. We've been like sweating them hard, you know what I mean? And they they're like
There are the unhoused.
They're not with it.
Here today.
They're just fucking around like it is a game to them, you know. It's not a game to us, but now they want, because we've been sweating the president and everybody else involved in that. They don't like it. Oh well, you know what I mean? Oh well. Oh, like it's just fucking you got all these people saying the same shit, like, or they're different. Sometimes like me and him will be like, oh my god, the opposition is fucking crazy. You know what I mean? The opposition is fucking horrendous. Like
the hardest part of any vision plan, as you well know, is implementing you as yours.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Mitchell Weldon, and tonight I'm speaking in support of a right to counsel for tenants facing eviction. I'm speaking formal evictions. People moving out.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be addressing that.
Assert their rights
if I can.
Make
like,
proper use of
did I tell you about failure?
And I have been since the 90s. As more people have moved to
this guy
provide legal representation.
This guy always have good
is reprehensible and disgusting, and that any decent human being's priority would be to end that and get those people into housing. But I'm hoping that you could at least do something on the preventative side.
Somebody speaking out for the transgender.
And I know you guys all hear a lot of comments about
This
the
lady's
housing
always
development
talking. She's
renters. You hear
good.
from businesses, you hear from you, helping them.
Denied funding to Core Civic and its partner in crime, Geo Group. At that time, these relationships even smack of something more sinister. The notion of the secret cabal of Jews plotting behind the scenes is an all too familiar and rightly denounced anti-Semitic trope.
See?
But we can and must distinguish between racist anti-Jewish fantasies and documented history of Jews' occupation. Do so through.
Missed that part.
Our next
He's getting it
speaker is Sean Johnson.
in. He was getting it in right there.
For the
Oh yeah, that guy was.
his board position.
He just wanted to get it.
Now we are currently we're setting up all the developers to build these properties, and then they're not putting anybody in them. So we've got 50% occupancy or vacancy because nobody's renting the place because it costs too much money.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's going to happen is then the developer borrows money off of what they are off of the potential rent of the 100-unit property.
Exactly.
Okay. So
this is a real
50
problem.
Rented, 50 empty. They borrow money off that, and they get to go. I think it's 10 times off the number of the unit price. So then they go build another property. And what ends up happening is they're going to sell every one of these properties for more than they're worth, and then the person that's going to get stuck with the bill is the guy that buys it, and there's going to be nobody to go in them unless they lower the rent. They lower the rent, they can't pay the note.
Mm-hmm.
Well, just like in 2008 where we had all the mortgage-backed securities for the residentials, we're doing it now commercially. So this isn't even just a Denver thing. You were actually feeding the explosion that's going to happen all across the United States, and you guys have a chance to stop it. You guys, at least in Denver, we weathered the housing bubble. We're not going to weather this. If they're selling, we need to find out how many of these developers have their mortgages put in these mortgage-backed securities that are on the financial market. If that's not scary to you, I don't know what is. Because we go all the way back. We talked about the sweeps. We stopped doing the sweeps, and now we're moving all the way up. And now, a couple of council members have this great little bill coming out to help with the evictions. Well, all the rich white people are getting evicted too, so it's kind of irony, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I just was reading about this and listening to some stuff in the last couple of days, and it's extremely terrifying. Denver did very well last time. We will not survive this. So next week when we're talking about going on Arkins and what's going on there, we need to be paying attention to this stuff and maybe doing some other research and looking past this particular building that somebody's building, because it's much bigger than that building. So when Kanique said it's not about just this one building, it is about this one building. It starts with this one building and it snowballs.
Refer to council as a whole.
I'm pretty sure I can address anybody, can't I? Isn't that how this works?
We ask that you address council as a whole.
You're asking me, you're not demanding? I'm just curious. Is it a demand or is it an act?
It's one of our rules. So it's
okay. Well, anyway, it starts with one building and
right. Interpret it. Keep going.
Just remember that. Thank you.
She hates us. It's a reality. Like, it's fucking hilarious. Like, it's terrible. Like, they really don't like us. And it just gets worse and worse and worse as the shit goes on, because they're not with it. They're not with it at all. They don't care.
Welcome to Denver.
And we want them to care. They need to care, but their opinions are like horrible. Like they don't want to do the right thing. They never want to do the right thing. It is like, God, man, like, and give you 3 minutes. Now they're talking about they want to, because we've been complaining about it. First it was like they don't have enough unhoused people. When I get up there, I utilize my sometimes I'll bring a couple of my unhoused cousins or whatever there to use my time. It's done it like 3-4 times. And they didn't like that either. God, you can't please everybody, But they definitely don't like it when trying to find one that Jesse's doing, because he quite in on him. Just basically saying this. Here you go. My guy right here, like, he actually this is like a regular thing. Pretty much every Monday we signed up It doesn't fail, like never fails. What's that? Yeah, this is the last thing I want to show. This is what I was looking for. You have to go through it. Basically, incident by incident. Let's see. Okay, go.
Council, can I be heard?
This is Jesse.
Yes, my name is Jesse LaShawn Paris, and I'm representing for Black Star Action Movement for Self-Defense, myself, and my people. And I want to talk to you today about reparations for foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery. Dear Denver City Council,
you take it to a whole new level.
Denver, Colorado, United States of America owes foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery, the people who built this country.
This is a refreshing change, because normally he's talking about unhoused neighbors.
All this country's generational wealth was acquired off the backs of social commodification of human beings. My ancestors was what this country was created off of. This European colonization of foreign lands. This country, along with the immigrants who stole this land from Black indigenous people, owe us $100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that you have continued to bring against our people. For crimes against humanity, for cruel and unusual punishments, for state and city sanctioned murders, caging of Black bodies, rape and molestations and castrations, lynchings, looting and burning of Black communities, homes, towns, cities, neighborhoods, communities, redlining, sundown towns, exclusionary housing, education, etc., segregated housing and education, etc. So we are demanding this country pay what they owe us for these continued atrocities. Denver, you take a stand and run a bill for reparations for foundational Black Americans, American descendants of chattel slavery. Other oppressed groups have been paid for the wrong done to them, and we are the only people in this country who haven't been compensated for the wrongs and the atrocities brought against our people. We foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery, FBA, ADOS, are the only people who have been mistreated by the hands of this government that have not been compensated for the wrong that has been done to us in 2021. 1526 to 2021, we have not been compensated. We will no longer allow this political 50-year malign neglect policy to continue, as well that lumps Black Americans into broad and ambiguous terms such as people of color, minorities, marginalized.
This is a refreshing video, because normally he's talking about unhoused neighbors. And that.
The Denver City Council run a bill, and the mayor of Denver run a bill as well. To hell with a study, cut the check. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Up next, we have Gabriella Perez.
Who knew? This is like, I'm telling you, ladies, normally he's talking about unhoused neighbors, so it's quite a different take. Like, it's normal. That's a normal commentary, but that is like, wow, finally. He did. By any means necessary, I suppose. That's kind of like, I'm impressed. Let's tell him about it when he wakes up.
During this at the sweeps, and we will be looking for the truth from these words. Thank you for taking us.
Properties too. And the viewers at home.
Drive at least 40 minutes to get to our nearest descent.
Jesus.
Fire risk, daily ranch to the city, wildlife and biological habitat. Contrary, we believe that
I think that lady went well over time.
Session this evening. In these times
Well, yeah, so that shit is like, it's a wrap. Like,
of the public have more opportunities.
there, if you look at the thing right here, they like for the 2022 or 2022 portions, they haven't approved. It's now a whole week later. I'll show you. Just for example, these videos are no longer available. Like they don't even have them. It's like they don't have them. They're not there. Like how convenient. There was just an article pointing out the fraudulent ways of where their money is going, how it's being spent, and they're not taking accountability. But look, so public comment. Wait on 1 second. Let's see. I wonder if he had a chance. I wonder if he did. I'm pretty sure he did. Okay, so like you see, like some of these are missing videos. Yeah, so you go up here like 2-9, right? City Council public comment right here. No video, right? They're not gonna be videos. These are actually meeting dates. They haven't happened yet, but some of these are like missing actual video, or notes, or just kind of find it odd, Like this last one was really good. Like they pointed out some different things. Like yeah, this is man, what day are we on? The 12th? Yeah, right. Here's the 7th. See, 7th has no video. The reason I was asking about it is because there's a situation going on in the city. It went on during the summer. It was really bad, concerning the public schools, and in the last general comment, there's something brought up, and I wanted to find out more about it. And they magically seem to not have any video available. So I was like, oh, that's crazy. And I've been bringing it up lately, but we can't find no video for it. Even though it's been filmed and it's been over a week and a half. So there's like kind of no excuse for it. Yes, it's a real situation. I'm just being weird with the glasses. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so I'm gonna cut this off. This is part 1, and I know it went long, but I felt like I had to be thorough, just from my perspective. It's kind of like been going on a lot lately. I've just been weird with the glasses. So I'm gonna go ahead and cut this down. This is part 1. Part 2 is probably gonna be later on today, or maybe tomorrow. We'll see. Go ahead and join us for Frontline Black News this evening. Oops, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, Frontline Black News at 10 o'clock. In Mountain Standard Time. That'll be with myself and Jesse. And that's today, Saturday, 10 o'clock p.m. Where we talk about tangibles and all things in regards to that. And a couple little different things that are going on in the world. We're in dialogue. We have a couple guests coming on. So it'll be great. And that's really normally like 1 to 2 hour show. So I just happen to be, I just go longer. So that's just me. I feel like I got a lot to say and shit to show, you know what I mean? And join us Tuesday for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk. Yeah, join us for that. That's Tuesday. This is Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Call the calling number, press 1, you'll be connected, and we encourage you Bidenites, Biden supporters, to please call in, especially the ones that don't really, that voted for him. Yeah, come on in, for real. we'll be gentle with you, promise. Go ahead and do that. Call in on Tuesday, or maybe we'll drop the link and you can pop in on Frontline Black News. That would be tight too. Thank you for watching, and I hope you learned a lot. That way you're more informed. I hope that clears up a lot of situations and a lot of things we're here in Colorado, so especially with this harm reduction shit. I hope that really makes sense, and you're hearing from people that have a person that has lived experience, seen it with their own eyes, touched it, felt it, experienced everything. So this is coming out. It's like almost fact, like the gospel. You know? So thank you. It's part 1, and we'll look forward to catching up with you guys here shortly again, and see you tonight for Frontline Black News. Thanks for watching. Seduction Doll. I'm gonna go ahead and end out with a song. Let's see. Let's go and pick I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, pick one up. Let's see. Yeah, man, I feel like let's see. Oh. I think I'll play this song real quick. Shout out to our friend, Cookiesy. Shout out to him. Yeah, shout out to him. We'll play this. This is good. Shout out to him. Shout out to Cookiesy. We'll play his jam.
Y'all know what the fuck it is. Hey man, don't let these motherfuckers confuse you. Real talk, you know what I'm saying? They'll do anything to try to get in your head. But you gotta know the truth for yourself. You know what I mean? Now let me wrap it up. Wait. Biden still voted to keep the segregation. Got money for stimulus, but not my reparations. No hesitation, getting taxed from the legislative. When you come to your thoughts, bit of masturbation. Didn't vote for Trump or Joe Biden either. The honest fact, the Democrats don't like you either. Hope you know about credit before you buy a visa. Or to talk about Kamala, can't you fight for my people? Only half black, and that's a mad fact. Ask that, pandering for a vote, y'all can have that. Stop looking at it half-assed. Republicans, Democrats, good cop, bad cop. Figure out the combination to this fucking padlock. Fuck Biden's wife from the back and give her ass shots. Predator off for prey, turning a lion food, not lion food. I promise you, I'm my mama.
Fuck Biden too, nigga. Fuck Biden too. Fuck Kamala and Biden too, nigga. Fuck Biden too. Fuck Joe Biden too, nigga. Fuck Biden too. Fuck Kamala and Biden too, nigga. Fuck Biden too. Hey, am I tripping? Let me know. You thought that 94 crime bill was a joke? 3 strikes law, war on dope. Fuck Donald Trump, didn't mean go vote Joe. And if you think you did good, you need to go smoke dope. Coming from a place you probably can't go. Speaking for some people that you probably ain't know. Pressure building up and it's probably gonna blow. Black folks still being found on ropes. The fact is that you can't stop that with a vote. Say you try to take guns, Joe, is that so? If you try to take our guns, you gon' probably get smoked. Black folk with no tangibles probably is no. And I think Kamala Harris is probably his home. All of you little coons better probably get low. Stop with the buck dance like you probably did go. Fuck Biden too. Yeah, fuck Biden too. Nigga, fuck Biden too. Fuck Kamala and Biden too. Nigga, fuck Biden too. Yeah. Fuck Biden too. Fuck Kamala and Biden too. Huh? Fuck Biden too. Yeah.
That was tight.
Hey.
Let's see.
Somebody might need this out there today, man. Look, we all go through some things, some messed up situation that had you down and out. You need it.
Okay, thank you very much. I used to let that go a little too far. I didn't mean to. Yeah, that was fun. All right, so see you guys later tonight for Frontline Black News. Stay black, stay dangerous, and tap in, tune in. I hope you learned a lot, and yeah, see you later. Thanks. Let's see. Okay. My fault. All right, peace. Thanks.